God morgon. Good morning, everyone. My name is Lars Heikensten. I'm chairman of the Fiscal Council in Sweden. I would like to welcome you all to this conference about distributional questions. It's great to see so many of you here early in the morning. I would also like to extend my welcome to those who have chosen to participate via the YouTube channel that is open. I thought I might start with a little personal note on this. I can remember that at a relatively late stage in my PhD studies, I ran across the theories of John Rawls. And I remember that when thinking about those, I was pretty sure that we would have had a more equal society than we had we been following his principles. Now, you may guess when this was, but I don't know if you will guess the right year, but it was 1980. And against that background, of course, you can all understand that I'm among those who care about these issues and think that they are important for us to discuss and deal with. We have a rich schedule ahead of us here today, and I'm sure it will be an interesting day with a lot of discussions. As specified in the program, the conference consists of three main parts. The first session, which will begin shortly, will revolve around questions about how economic inequality looks like and how it ought to be measured and what has driven the developments over the last decades. In the second session, we will turn to the effects of economic inequality, both on economic outcomes and on other outcomes. And in the third section, we will focus on policy, how economic inequality should be dealt with. Are there ways that could work to change things if one wants to, and if one cannot change things, are there ways to deal with the problems that are being raised by the distribution that we have? And finally, we will conclude the day with a panel discussion. Each session will start off with a series of presentations, and then we have a discussion with some participants, and after that we will open the floor for a more general discussion. And you will then have a chance to put questions, and we will also try to collect questions that are coming in from YouTube. Now, I would like, without further ado, to hand the floor over to Annette Ahlstedt-Säter, who is my colleague in the Fiscal Council, and to Jesper Roine, who jointly will manage the first two sessions here. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, and we are so happy to have this event here to be able to give hopefully some input to the Swedish policy debate, and to maybe hopefully also clarify some questions, because the inequality question is so huge, and it affects almost all policy elements and topics that are relevant today. So in our plan to try to make this interesting and compact into a very small session, we have made this grand plan. So maybe you will tell us about that, Jesper?
Sure, yeah. So first of all, my name is Jesper Roine. I'm from the Stockholm School of Economics. We've decided to do this in the following way, that the first session will mainly be, as Lars said, on topics of data and measurement, and the second on even though these things are always a bit contrived, you know, because they go together, but consequences of inequality, both in the shorter run and in the longer run. We'll begin with three presentations and then have a short break and then a pretty lengthy discussion. This will be 50 minutes for discussion. And that will be mainly with the three speakers of each session. And then after that, we'll also have questions from the floor and from YouTube. So I don't know. I don't think we should wait anymore, but welcome our first speaker.
Yeah. So the first speaker here is Lucas Chancel, who is co-director of the World Inequality Lab, which is an amazing institution who has provided done so much work in order to provide data for our debate and help us have a common joint perspective on our debate and the measurement of inequality. So he will give us the broad picture. And also to help us set where, and also try to put and where it fits Sweden in the global picture. Then we have the next session will be from Daniel Waldenstrom, who is a professor at EFN, at the Institute of Industrial Economics, who will take it home to Sweden, to see how is the development in Sweden compared to the global, and also different measures. And then we will also Hansson, who is joining us from the US. She is associate professor at Lund. And she will then take it down to the household level. It's how does it look for individual households? So we'll just have the same development for all presentations. So take the floor. The floor is yours, Lucas. We're looking forward to it.
Thank you very much for the introduction and presentations. It's a pleasure to be here today. So let me perhaps start with, I'm not sure the mic is actually working well. Is it better? It looks like it. So let me just start by a few years or actually decades after Lars' PhD, a U.S. policymaker. He was a running presidential candidate, and he said that he wanted to make sure that everybody would earn more than the average. And well, that really sums it up, the question of inequality. Not everybody can be above the average. So some people have to be above and others have to be below when it comes to economic growth. And really the question is, how do we know better about who is gaining or losing from economic growth? And this key question actually is going to be the topic of this first presentation. And I'd like to spend a little bit of time on inequality data, measuring inequality as a global public good, in the sense that this is information that is key, that is necessary for democracies to function properly. And in fact, for many years and decades, we've been dealing with an environment where we often lack such information in so many countries of the world. So at the World Inequality Lab, and with many other groups of scholars affiliated to this lab and to other universities and consortiums, we're really trying to provide this new set of inequality information to contribute to building this, what we see as a global public good. Then I'll try to say a few words on what we've learned from this set of information, which historically is really focused on income and wealth dynamics. But over the past few years, we've also tried to expand our work towards other broader dimensions of well-being, of welfare. Income and wealth remain central, but as we also know, they are not the only dimensions to measure human welfare and also inequality between human beings. So let me start straight away by saying that, well, inequality, according to many eyes, to many people or actors in society, is omnipresent. We see it from rich lists, for instance, from tax evasion leaks. We also see it in many social movements that can take place in many countries in the world, whether rich countries, middle income or low income countries. But what we observe from some sources of information, whether in the streets or in these rich list rankings, is not always matching what we know from public statistics. And public statistics, in fact, still struggle to produce basic information about how growth is distributed in an economy. So every quarter, public statisticians make a lot of efforts to publish GDP statistics. But in very few countries in the world are these statistics actually complemented, these average statistics are complemented with distributional information on who gained or who lost from this economic growth. And we feel that this really is an issue of accountability in democracy when we're not able to know what is the distributional impact of economic policy making. The Distributional National Accounts project, which I'm going to talk about a bit and use data from today, are actually seeks to fill this gap. And here, a little disclaimer, we're still quite far away from fully fulfilling this task. But we've made some progress, I feel, over the past decades. And here, just a few words on where it originates from. In fact, this is really based on the work of Simon Kuznets, who actually is one of the inventors of GDP. So since the very beginning, there is a connection, at least in the academic world, between the measurement of macroeconomic indicators and the study of inequality. But for quite some years in the second half of the 20th century, this was somewhat forgotten. And most of the profession and most of how United Nations national accounts were developed was about just the macro indicators or the average, and not about the inequality. And so picking up on the work of Tony Atkinson and some of the work of Simon Kuznets, there was a new generation of researchers in the 2000s, which was then followed by a growing number of scholars all over the world who contributed to producing these top income or top wealth share series in many countries. And this has been known as the World Top Income Project or World Top Income Database, including Thomas Piketty, Emmanuel Saez, Facundo Alvarado, and many other scholars who joined this project. Over the past few years, the project has grown to focus not only on top data, so relying on essentially tax and administrative information, but also integrating in the analysis data at the bottom. So really combining tax information, household surveys, and national accounts. And the idea is to try to have a consolidated view of inequality based on all these sources that need to be combined in a systematic and transparent manner. And so the methodological contribution of this project is what we call the Distributional National Accounts Guidelines. And the idea here is really to have a flexible approach to the measurement of inequality that adapts to different country cases. Some countries have better information than others, but we still want to be able to have measures that are as comparable as possible when it comes to inequality, because we believe in the power of international comparisons. And we can learn a lot on how to improve policy by comparing ourselves to what's happening elsewhere. This is also really a cumulative process. It's really based on the work of dozens and dozens, now over 150 researchers all over the world. And the idea is to progressively, through collaborations, improve this process. So that's just a few pictures of researchers involved, and some of these researchers are indeed in this room and co-organizing this event. So thank you to all of them. And this final slide on this project is to say that since the very beginning. So I was referring to the creation of national accounts, GDP numbers in the 1950s. There have been collaborations between academia and governments and statistical institutions. So we're really trying to reproduce that to come up with new distributional indicators. So we're working with the United Nations, we're working with tax administrations and statistical institutions across countries to be able to develop common standards. And really here the issue is how do we develop conventions and standards on which we can all agree on. The World Inequality Database today, you can have a look at wid.world if you're interested. And I won't spend much more time on the project and try to say a few words on what we've learned from all this research. So this is directly from the 2022 edition of the World Inequality Report. Every 4 years, we produce a summary, a synthesis of what is in the database of the research articles that have been produced around this set of work. And for the first time this year, we're able to have the global distribution of income here on the left and of wealth on the right. So this is the distribution of global pre-tax income, so incomes measured after replacement incomes, but before the operation of the income tax or wealth tax and transfer systems across the world. When we use this definition of income, what we find is that the top 10% make about 52% of all incomes worldwide, and the bottom 50%, a little less than 10% of the total. When you look at wealth inequality, no surprise, the levels of inequality of concentration are much more important, with the top 10% of the world population, the top 10% richest individuals owning close to 3/4 of the total, and the bottom half of the world population owning close to nothing at all. This is the global picture, and we think it's important and useful to have this global view, but really I think the power of this project is to be able to look at country by country perspectives and evolutions. And so what we show is that, in fact, when you look at the world, there really is a diversity of inequality regimes. There really is a diversity of ways to distribute income, to distribute wealth, and to distribute economic growth. So this is a snapshot of world regions in 2021. Bottom 50% income share in blue, middle 40% in light blue, and top 10% here in red. In a fully equal world, the bottom 50% of the population would get 50% of all incomes, and the top 10 would get 10% of it. In a fully unequal world, the top 10% would get 100% of the total, bottom 50%, 0%. So we see that between these two polar extremes, there is quite some variations, and indeed, no country in the world has ever been at one of these extremes, and probably will never be. But there is some level of diversity. So Europe, top 10% gets about 35% of all incomes. North America, about 45% for the top 10%. And in the extreme, what we call the extreme inequality regions of this world, about 55% for the top 10%. So diversity of inequality regimes, and I'll say a few words later on the policies that underlie these these values. So about these policies, really, one of the novelty of this year's edition of the report is that we're able to have both incomes measured before taxes and after all taxes are considered and taken into account in the equation. And what is interesting when you do this, so here on this graph, each dot is a country. The horizontal axis is a measure of inequality before taxes, and this measure is a relatively simple measure. It's the average income of the top 10% divided by the average income of the bottom half of the population before taxes. The vertical axis here is the same measure, except it's inequality measured after all taxes and transfers are taken into account. What we show here, to try to summarize, is that there's much more variation on the horizontal axis as there is variation between the 45-degree line and the position of countries on the vertical axis. Meaning what? Meaning that redistribution matters, Not all countries are exactly at their position on the 45-degree line, but countries that are actually more equal than others are first and foremost countries that pre-distribute incomes better. Countries that are able to secure an equal or relatively equal distribution of pre-tax incomes. Now, it also happens that these countries, in many cases, also redistribute more. But when we look at the positions of countries on the inequality scale at the global level, really pre-distribution is key. And so what do we call redistribution here? It's indeed a large ensemble of policies, including minimum wage, regulation, public services. And of course, public services need to be financed, and so you need taxes to finance them. But I think this is an interesting insight from this year's edition of the report. And contrary to some standard view here, here I'm focusing on Europe versus the US. Some people are saying, you know, European countries are actually more equal than the US because they redistribute so much cash, they do so much transfers to low-income groups in European countries. In fact, this is not quite right when you compare US versus European countries. The US gives a lot to its bottom income groups. About 6% of national income is shifted to the bottom 50% of the population. The problem is that market incomes inequality is so high in this country that it's not sufficient to redistribute that amount of money to the bottom 50%. So on the previous graphs, we see some form of a European resistance to inequality or a European exceptionalism. And within this exceptionalism, Nordic countries, including Sweden, are also among the good players of the group. That being said, when you look at wealth and not at income, the situation is quite dire for all countries in the world. So here you see the distribution of wealth across the same regions I was presenting before. And even if the top 10% wealth holders in Europe own relatively less than in other regions, so 60% of total wealth for the top 10% in Europe versus 70 to 80% in other world regions, the bottom 50% of the population almost everywhere owns less than 5% of the total. So the bottom 50% of the population is almost always nearly shut off from wealth ownership. And really this is a fundamental question, I think, for economics, for tax policy, for broader economic policy making, how to basically understand this and make progress from the current situation. As we know that wealth inequality today indeed has many consequences on income inequalities in the future. So talking about the future and the dynamics of inequality, it's useful to have a little overview of what happened in the past to understand where we could go, where we could move forward to. This graph shows the top 10% national income share in key countries or regions of the world. And one of the key insights here is that since 1980, we see a rise of inequality in most large emerging countries and rich countries. But this rise happened at different speeds. And this really is important when we try to understand what the rise is due to. So just an example here. So all countries have a top 10% income share below 35% in 1980. All countries and regions have a top 10% above 35% today. And look at, for instance, Russia, one of the most equal countries in the world by this income metric here, up to the early 1990s. And in just a 5 years period, it becomes one of the most unequal countries on earth. And we see here that there were very different processes, different ways to move from a very highly regulated economy to a different type of economic setup. Look at China, for instance. There is a rise of inequality, but it is more contained, and the progression is less important at the end of the period, versus India in yellow here, where there is really an explosion, continued rise of inequality at very high level over the entire period. Why are these differences important? Well, when you look at Europe, North America, you also see that the initial levels are not so different. The top 10%, the bottom 50% income shares in the US, in North America in 1980 were not that different. In fact, they were relatively close. And the two regions have both been exposed to globalization, have both been exposed to trade, to competition with developing countries, to the penetration of new technologies in their economies. And very often, these culprits, these drivers, are used to explain the rise of inequality in these regions. But when you see so much variation between these two blocks of countries, in that case US and Europe, it is hard to agree with the fact that most of the inequality or all of this inequality is due to these drivers. In fact, policies, tax policies, educational policies, minimum wage policies, industrial policies matter significantly to explain these versus so-called natural forces of globalization or technology that would explain all of the inequality. Let me skip this graph. I was just adding a few other countries where you don't really see much of an evolution. Inequality stabilized at very high level. And let me move to wealth dynamics over the 1995 to 2020 period here. So here we're looking at wealth, not income anymore. And this is a so-called growth incidence curve, that is the entire global population ranked in ascending wealth order from the left to the right-hand side of the graph. This is the top 1% of the population, and this is the top 0.001%. And on the vertical axis, you have the wealth growth rate of each of these groups. And what we observe is relatively decent wealth growth rates at the bottom of the distribution, but starting from very, very low wealth levels. So this, in fact, even if the rates of growth at the individual level are from 3 to 4%, pretty interesting growth rates. But overall, because they're starting from so low, the overall amount of wealth that was captured by the bottom 50% over the period, overall wealth growth is just 2% of the total. And at the very top of the distribution, significant rates of growth, which is, the values you also observe for very large entities like, US, very large endowments and universities are growing more or less at around this rate of growth every year. And we also infer this from Forbes rankings and sources of information like this. At the top of the distribution, 1% of the population captured close to 40% of total wealth growth. So a fairly unequal distribution of growth. Clearly not everybody was above the average. As you can see here, you have a part of the population that grows below 3%, and this corresponds in many cases to low and middle wealth groups and also income groups in rich countries. 5 minutes left. Maybe a final point on income and wealth before I start to conclude this presentation. This is another key economic fact of the past 4 or 5 decades. The rise in wealth concentration between individuals also happened in the context of the decline of public wealth. So private and public wealth sum up to national wealth. That's the total value of financial, non-financial assets that a country can own, net of the debts of that country. And if you look at private wealth and public wealth, so that's the sum of all assets owned by the private sector net of its debt, similar definition for public wealth, we move from values that are in the context of public wealth close to 80, 100% of national income to close to 0% of national income. That means that in 1970, governments own the economy to the equivalent of more or less 1 year of GDP. And today, the total value of what they own minus what they owe to the private sector is equal to 0. And in some countries, they're actually lower than 0. What does this mean? This means that the US, for instance, below 0, if it was to sell all the assets it owns, like the NASA, some infrastructures, a few hospitals it still owns, would not even be able to repay its debts. And then US citizens would have to pay a fee every time they use any kind of infrastructure in the economy. So really, this is a particular situation from an economic and from a historical point of view that we haven't seen many very often in history, and raises a lot of questions for the financing of how governments can finance investments in the future, including investments to tackle climate change and to tackle new issues of the 21st century. So looking about these new issues, I'll skip the long run part. This is in the World Inequality Report if you're interested. It's available online. On the perspective, in this report, there's a new chapter on global gender inequality. What we find is so here we're splitting, we're distributing all earnings or labor incomes between males and females at the global level. We show that we move from 30% of total incomes made by women versus close to 70% made by men in 1990. And the current situation is a slight improvement from that period, but still need about 100 years to reach global parity at the current rate. Again, these global values hide a lot of country variations that we focus in the report, and some progress in Western Europe, some progress in Scandinavian countries, but still there is quite some road to make towards gender parity. And this indicator, by the way, is an indicator that tries to have a broad systemic approach to the issue, in the sense that we're not just looking at differences in wages for the same occupation, but we're also factoring in the fact that very often women do not occupy the same jobs and are often overrepresented in low-paid, very flexible jobs in the economy. I'll skip this graph. It will be available in the presentation and online for those interested in it. And final point, this year's edition of the report also tries to connect everything I've said before with the environmental discussion, the climate discussion. And so we're trying to come up with new indicators of inequality in contributions to climate change. And of course, the high levels of income and wealth concentration that I've discussed before are well connected with levels of pollution inequality. And this also raises many questions about how can we do climate policy in an unequal world? What kind of policies should we think about in a world where there are distributional conflicts and also different responsibilities when it comes to pollution? So carbon inequality is not just a rich versus poor country issue. Here, these are tons of carbons per person per year. The global average is 6 tons of carbon per person emitted every year at the global level. And in Europe, you see that the top 10% of the population in our metrics, and there are different ways to measure that, more details in the report, about 30 tons for the top 10% of the population, the richest 10% of the population, and around 5 tons per person per year for the bottom half of the population. And so I won't say much more on this, but that this situation indeed raises many questions about carbon taxes? Should we think about progressive carbon taxes and not just single rate carbon taxes? Compensation measures for low-income groups. We further discuss this in the report. Let me skip these graphs and come up to the conclusion. What we've learned from this body of work over the past decade and more, a few methodological lessons. First, it's important to have universal standards for inequality measurement, and this was really enabled by the global approach that we've adopted. Second, it's also important to have a pragmatic use of data available. Some countries have much a lower data quality than others, so we needed to develop this flexible methodology, which is summarized in the DINA guidelines I referred to before. And I think what was pretty impressive is this effort of coordination between academics within this group, World Inequality Lab and Database, but also with other groups like the Luxembourg Income Study, researchers from the World Bank, from many universities across the world, the UN wider. There are so many groups working on inequality, collaborating more and more to produce information like that. In terms of perspectives, as I was saying at the beginning, it's really key and important to continue the collaborations between governments and academia. This is how GDP was created, and this is how these kinds of measures could potentially one day become really central in public debates and published by governments every year or every quarter. This is one of the objectives we have. So there's a lot of value in these partnerships that we're trying to develop. We make concrete proposals to move forward. And this, for instance, is a concrete proposal that we would like each and every government of the world to produce information on. Very simple table telling us about the number of individuals in different income or wealth brackets, here wealth, how much taxes they pay, how much they make. Without such information, it's hard to do our job. It's also very hard for governments to know if they're doing their jobs well. And in terms of substantive lessons, I think one of the key insights from this work is that high prosperity is indeed compatible with low inequality. Globalization is still quite far from equalizing world incomes. I didn't spend much time on that in the presentation. And I'm going to conclude on this final slide by saying that economic development is good, but it's not enough. The distribution indeed matters a lot beyond this simple average growth rate. Post-tax redistribution is good, but not enough. And this is the graphs I was showing on pre versus redistributions. At the same time, taxes are also key to ensure a relatively fair distribution of incomes before taxes. And what is quite interesting, I'll end on that, over the past few years, is that it feels that the policy playbook has changed quite a bit. With a global minimum tax agreement, we're still far from having something that's fully satisfactory from our perspective, but at least we see that there is some movement here. Large-scale social programs during the pandemic, strategic planning of the economy, partial seizure of assets in the context of the invasion of Ukraine and of Western responses and sanctions on Russia. We see here that there's much to learn from and build on in a policy context that's maybe not as closed as it would have appeared a few years back. Thank you so much for your attention.
Thank you so much, Lucas. This was amazing and real food for thought. I guess you have many questions. Keep them in mind. We will open the floor for questions in the panel debate afterwards. And now we have set the stage. We have drawn the global map, and now I leave it to you to draw a Swedish map, Daniel.
Thank you. No mic? Yeah, I have the mic. That's good. Is it? I think I put it on. Is it on? Mm-hmm. Good. And thank you, Ulrika. And we're now narrowing the scope substantially from the world to little Sweden. And Sweden is famous for its egalitarian ambitions historically and presently in terms of how we think about economic policy and outcomes. I'm going to look at some of these outcomes and a little bit also on what we can do more in order to learn better about where we stand and where we're heading. Is income inequality exploding in Sweden? Is the data that we use sufficient? Well, I will present today 2 new data sources which we are currently working on, and I think some of it is what Luca already talked about a little bit, namely the welfare services, the part of redistribution that is not yet part of normal and standard income inequality statistics, and also another data source which is a little bit about speeding up the understanding of what is happening in terms of inequality. As you know, there's like very large time lags in statistical production, and that's going to affect policy making and understanding of what is happening. I will present new data on this in the Swedish context that can perhaps be of inspiration for people here and also for others. So, how can we describe inequality in Sweden? It's difficult because it's such a complex topic. This is a graph showing 2 outcomes, 2 of the most common outcomes. One to the left is the so-called Gini coefficient. That's a measure, it's a unidimensional measure of inequality of incomes among households in Sweden. It shows a measure between 0 and 1, and we are around 0.3, as you can see, over the last 15 years or so, 12 years. And there is so much to say about this graph, or these 2 graphs. So just considering the fact that we have been through a financial crisis in the late 2000s, a fantastic 2010s for a country like Sweden, and also now the corona pandemic, which is captured a little bit in the last point, which is the 2020 observations. But this is the latest observation that we have. I will later actually show a little bit later, even later data on my last section. So at least in Sweden, when it comes to the Gini coefficient, and to the right we see the top 1% share. So the share of all incomes that goes to the richest percentile in the distribution. When we rank it, the entire population each year. And that is around 8% in Sweden. There's not so much trend in Sweden. But Sweden is Sweden. We're living standing on the giants or the shoulders of the giants that built this country in terms of the institutional stability, the policy system of redistribution, democracy and trust. Everything is simple in a country like Sweden, and we have automatic stabilizers that constantly redistribute means that help build this safety net that enables unemployed and sick people to get also means to live. And these pictures show that even in a very rocky surroundings, the redistribution of cash transfers and so on actually work relatively okay to stabilize those shifts. We saw this also for those of you who looked at the much more important crisis for Sweden in the early 90s. It's a very, very large difference between the market outcomes and the post-distribution, redistribution outcomes. Poverty is very difficult to measure. There are many measures of poverty. This measure shows you the share of households that live under a threshold of income that is deemed to be needed in order to live a decent life. It's called låginkomst standard in Statistics Sweden. So this measure is constructed by Statistics Sweden. And this shows that for this group, or this is not the same group, by the way. These are just these people who happen to be in the bottom of the income distribution. And we know these are typically not the same people. In fact, there's a lot of mobility in the distribution. Many of these people who are there in the beginning of the period are not there only a few years later. I will not talk much about mobility today, but that's another conference, I guess. But at least what we see is that these poverty outcomes have gone down in Sweden over the last 20 years and has flattened out It's interesting also, just considering what Sweden has also been through in terms of immigration. How many people have come and who have still not then fallen apart in terms of the statistics. I think this is a proof of strength of how Sweden works as an economy, how we are able to integrate people into our systems and to allow people to get income in order to then live their lives. I'm not going to talk much about other countries in this talk. These are the Gini coefficients. Now it's on between 0 and 100, using data from the OECD and UN, showing that we see, as Luca also explained, an increase in inequality from the 1980s in most of these countries, Sweden also. US, UK especially, we see in the bottom. A little bit of a flatter trend, or no trend in fact, for France, up top left, top right. Netherlands, not so much of a trend over the last 25, 30 years. And the same for the UK. In the US, we still have increasing income dispersion up until present day. So there's a variety across countries, or maybe across continents. Luca has championed also the work on trying to compare Europe versus US, because I think that's another very important aspect of how the inequality debate and the equality discussion has been very much affected by the US context, the US problems and the US policies. And it's a fundamental difference between Europe and the US. So we should look and compare and learn, but we should also be aware of that we differ a lot in terms of how inequality has developed over the last decades, in fact. Sweden has been very stable in this sense, but as you can see, also the Netherlands, also France, in fact, also the UK, when we measure it with the disposable income Gini coefficient. So I think this is very important. US versus Europe, a large difference. Okay, so this is a little bit just like, this is a little my starting point of when I think about inequality in Sweden in terms of income and how we can go from there. I'm going to spend the rest of the talk on these new data sources. First, welfare services or in-kind transfers. So the data, some of the data that Luca explained or showed you was this redistribution, the distribution of national income, and including also not only cash transfers like housing allowances or social allowances like socialbidrag or försörjningsstöd, and other kind of money that you get sent to you to your account, but also in-kind transfers, natura förmåner. So in Sweden, the traditional term is vård, skola, omsorg. So healthcare, schooling, education, higher education, elderly care. These are large amounts that our state spends every year on its population. So I don't know how exact we can count on this. I mean, in the budget, if we add up socialt skydd, social transfers or social expenditures, you can say, social spending, education spending and health spending, it's like 1,700 billion Swedish kroners. It's a large chunk every year, financed by real money, real incomes, paid in taxes, and provided to households. When it comes to distribution, it becomes quite interesting when we look at this pie chart. The yellow or the orange slice of the pie are the cash transfers, which is what we see in the standard income distribution statistics. So when you hear about disposable income, we have market incomes, and then people pay taxes and they get transfers. These are the cash transfers. Very important to some people, especially to the bottom. The welfare services, as you can see, are 3 times larger. So the transfers that are not in kind, but in terms of subsidized welfare services, much more evenly distributed. But data show that they are relatively much more important to low-income households. So how should we think about this? Well, what people do is to Oh, I forgot to say something about this public expenditure part. Sorry. This is the third part of public spending on collective goods. Roads, infrastructure, police, defense. Should we also care about this in terms of how the common resources are distributed? Well, especially important that could be for international comparisons. Maybe it's a very complex approach to distribute this, to count on this at the individual level. This distribution national accounts project that Luca was talking about is actually trying to do precisely this. And I think it's very important when we compare countries. So it's actually worth something to have decent roads, to have good housing, public infrastructure and so on, and also to have proper police and so on. Anyway, but then focusing on the welfare transfers. So they are relatively more important to low-income earners. So even if they are like on per capita basis, or like everyone has an equal right to the school system, you don't get more money if you are poor, but you have the value of the schooling system is the same for parents regardless of their income. But the value of this transfer is relatively more important to low-income households. So the counterfactual experiment is basically to think about a country where we don't tax. People get all their money into their pockets, and then of course they have to pay themselves for healthcare, for schools, and for elderly care. And this is actually something that's happening around the world to a larger extent than in Sweden or in the European welfare states. So this is specifically important when we compare countries. But what we see here is that when adding these transfers, the Gini coefficient, the income inequality measure, falls by 25%. The at risk of poverty, the kind of sometimes called the relative poverty measure, is halved. Is basically reduced by 50%. And when we look at single mothers, the effect is even larger. Poverty rates go down by 90%, or single retired people. This is the power of the welfare state in action in Sweden. Okay, finally, real-time inequality. Cool name or cool branding of this, but it's a project which I've been working on together with people at the tax agency, Skatteverket, using their data on people's incomes, and we can also have data on the firm's incomes, which is coming at a constant rate. They're constantly gathering data on how people earn their incomes in this country. So for the first part, it's the monthly earnings. So since 2019, we have månadsuppgifter, monthly income statements. It's going from a yearly income statement, meaning that all wage earners, everyone here, I think, but also people, teens going to ICA and working a few hours a week, but also up to CEOs running the stock exchange listed firms. Everyone in Sweden are part of these data reported every month to the tax authorities. And the maximum time lag is like 1 month. After 1 month, we know how the earnings distribution looked like 3 weeks ago, 4 weeks ago. And this is a very small time lag, and it's there, and it's fantastic, I think. And I think there's like a lot of potential to start thinking more about this. I will show you some graphs. Annual incomes and taxes, this is more what we have had in the standard context. But as I said, you saw the Gini graph for Sweden. 2020 is the last data point that we have. Now it's, 2022 and going into 2023 soon. So, and still we don't know anything about 2021. But at the tax authorities, they know quite a lot, actually already in May, June, because then people have handed in all their tax returns. We know about their earnings, and now also we know about their capital income. And also about all their taxes, all their tax transfers, if they are long-term unemployed or long-term sick. So, looking here, is a graph of these earnings, beginning with that. So here we have the average earnings in Sweden in every month from 2019 until now it's April 2022. So it's just before the summer. There's a lot of things to say about this, and I don't have time to just discuss. In fact, those of you who are very interested, there will be a report for the ESO coming out next year. I'm writing it together with Nikolai Angelov, and we're going to talk about these data. But as you can see, I mean, there's so many things to say here, but it's a very interesting variation within the year. So there are spikes certain months. We could talk about 2020, the corona pandemic. So we could see here like the real income growth happening, increasing earnings in the early 2020. But as the pandemic struck, we see that earnings went down below their 2019 levels. Since then, incomes have picked up, and in 2022, we are back on track in the labor market, at least in this sense of average earnings. This picture shows you the average earnings when we divide the distribution in different groups, so quartiles and the top. And I can just say that there are different paths and different experiences in the distribution, and there are different spikes also. For example, we have perhaps incomes to people working in small businesses. Here we have holiday pay. Here we have remuneration to executives, and these are monthly salaries and so on. Anyway, looking at all of these data together allows us to, for example, compute the Gini coefficient also for these monthly earnings. So here you see the red line goes up in the latter part of the year in 2020. That's the corona effect on earnings inequality. It went up, mainly explained by earnings in the bottom going down, in fact. But we also then can see that it has got then stabilized, and in fact there is not so much variation in the earnings Gini even after the corona pandemic. Maybe it's a little bit lower in 2022. Going to the annual income, and this is very exciting, I think. But I'm kind of nerdy in terms of inequality, but here we see data on these annual income statements. Now we have both income from labor and also income from capital. And these are both pre and post taxes. But what we see is that not so much has happened in 18, 19, 20. This is what we also saw in the Gini coefficients before. But in 21, this is Gini coefficients for 21. Something has happened. And this is new, I think. And these are preliminary numbers. But when we look a little bit closer, this is the first graph. We see that yes, incomes in 21 has gone down, earnings have gone down in the bottom. But we also see that earnings and capital income has gone up in the top in 2021. Looking even closer at the very top, this is like the top decile, and this is the top. These three shows the top percentile in the distribution divided into small, even tinier groups. We see that 2021 is a good year. People earn a lot of money in 2021, and it's not only or mainly, I think, it's part of more dividends are being paid out, more capital gains are being realized. So people have sold off stuff in 2021 and realized capital gains that have been built up over time. But we also see here earnings. And we also saw in our earnings numbers, there's like a lot of good data outcomes for high income earners, CEOs. Even in the corona pandemic, a lot of businesses went very well. I mean, internet trading and so on. I mean, there's like things are still happening in the economy. And we see this in the data. This is quite new, actually. Okay. I think income inequality has been relatively stable in Sweden and Europe. Maybe talk, at least according to our standard measures, but would we add other income components, that would still be true. And I don't think, I don't think we've thought enough about how we can improve data. But I think adding the role of income transfers, welfare services, is important. And I think a more focus used on the data that are already out there at the tax agency could help understanding how the economy is behaving, what is happening to the distribution, and that I hope that people at the finance ministry will look at this and start using this more actively, because I think we can improve policy making and reduce the time lags in the system. Okay, that's it.
Thank you so much, Daniel. This was amazing, and thank you for sharing these new amazing data. This is great work and cool. I see you all jumping like enthusiasm here. So now we have taken the discussion home to Sweden, and now we're going to look at what we all care about is basically what can I spend and what like on my individual or household level. And for that we have Åsa Hansson with us. She's currently in the US, and I see you on the screen. And thank you so much for getting up like insanely early your time to talk to us now. So thank you so much, and the floor is yours.
Can you see something?
Yep.
Yes, we see it, but we see just the slides,
Okay.
not the showing picture. Okay, now it's.
Do you see it now? Okay,
Perfect.
great. Okay, so thank you so much for inviting me. And I did get up insanely early, but who wouldn't do that for such an important topic as inequality? So I'm currently in the US at Williams College, which is apparently the most expensive college in the US. So I do see a lot of inequality here too. And just to refer back to Daniel's number, he said that the top 1% in Sweden owns 8% of the wealth. The same top percent in the US owns 32% of the wealth. So there are big differences between Sweden and US. Okay, so my topic here will be more on the government's role in redistribution. And that is, as you know, a major task of the government. And we also know that the size of the government in Sweden has declined from approximately 50% to around 44%. So then it's interesting to see, has any of that decline impacted the government's role as in its task to redistribute? So my talk focuses on the government and more disposable income. So that is income after taxes and transfers. And that is, as Annette said, what we have in our pockets and can use for consumption. So the question is then, has that changed over time and also across income distribution? And if it has, what is it due to? And there's different kinds of redistribution. So in Sweden, we do some redistribution across different income groups, but we also do a lot of life cycle redistribution, which means that over the lifetime, we get money back from the government in forms of transfers when we are young, like student aid, child aid, etc. And then we pay taxes while we're working. And then again, in the old age, we get, transfers from the government. And that's actually the major part of redistribution in Sweden is life cycle redistribution, and the redistribution across different income groups are lesser. So I focus on disposable income, which means I focus on income and cash transfers. I don't focus on the other parts that the government spend on, for instance, in-kind transfers that Daniel talked about, like education, healthcare, etc. But just to go back to the macro picture to show that in most countries, governments do take an active role in redistribution and bring down the Gini coefficient. So this picture shows the Gini coefficient before and after taxes. And unfortunately, the picture is quite old. It's from 2014. But it does show that Sweden, there is the role for the government in bringing down the Gini coefficient, and it's quite substantial in most countries. I mean, it varies a lot from Ireland being like an outlier to the right to Chile not doing a very good job in terms of redistribution. It also highlights the point that Luca said, that countries that have high inequality before taxes and transfers seem also not to do so much to bring it down, while those that already are having relatively equal pre-market or pre-tax transfer positions tend to do more. And then it might also be interesting to look at how they redistribute. So the major part of redistribution in those countries that do redistribute to a major extent or to some extent tend to do that through transfers more than taxes. So this picture shows the decomposition of redistribution. So the blue part of the staples are transfers, and the green is personal income taxes, including Social Security, and I guess it's purple, the personal income taxes. And then there's some countries actually have Social Security contributions that worsens the income distribution. So in Sweden, you see that about 80% of the redistribution comes from transfers. And that seems to be the case in countries that do a lot of redistribution, while countries like the US do more redistribution through the tax system. So I think that's important to bear in mind, that it's not just taxes, but actually transfers play a larger role in redistributing. Okay, so then back to Sweden. So what I've been doing is I have a project where I look at the welfare state and its role in redistribution, and that it's, before we always talked about the Swedish welfare state being uniform and universal, so that everybody pays and everybody gets something back. And I think that has a little bit changed, and that we now have a more redistributive welfare state. So I'll start by just showing you what has happened to disposable income from 1995 to 2016. So this shows percentiles, like the 100 percentiles in Sweden, starting with like the bottom, going up to the top richest decile when it comes, or percentile when it comes to disposable income, and then looking at the increase in disposable income from 1995 to 2016. And you see that for most people, we've had a quite drastic increase in disposable income, over 50% for more than half of us. But you also see that there is a much bigger increase among the top percentiles. And unfortunately, at the bottom, they have not faced such a great situation. I mean, it's also important to bear in mind that this first decile, the first 10 percentiles, is a very heterogeneous group. So I think this just shows that we do, I mean, from 1995 to 2016, and we have seen an increase in inequality if we look at disposable income. And that is like the means to consume. So then it's also interesting to like try to dig deeper into this and see what does it depend on? What's caused this? So just looking at labor income instead. So this graph shows what happened to labor income during the same years, 95 to 2016, for different percentiles. And you see here that the first decile, the first 10 percentiles, have actually decreased their labor income quite a bit. But also interestingly, at the very, very top, you see a decline in labor income. And I think that goes back to what Daniel was talking about, that this group have had increasing shares of capital income. And there might also be some income shifting from labor to capital income due to the tax system. And then if we go further into disposable income and see how it differs from 95 to 2016. So here it's divided up by deciles. So in the left diagram, we see disposable income in 1995 and how much is due to labor income, capital income, transfers, and then taxes. So when you add labor income and capital income, then you get transfers. That's the disposable income, but then taxes are taken away. So that's a gray staple. That is a negative. So the staples sum up to 100%. And interestingly, on the left side, the tax system, the gray staples, is quite uniform. And that was right after the tax reform, 1990 and 91, the tax reform of the century, whose purpose was to make taxes more uniform. And then if you compare to the tax system in 2016, you see that the lower deciles pay much less in taxes. So it's a more progressive tax system. And also you see that labor income has become a larger share or lesser, or it was a larger share in the 1995 than in 2016. And capital income has increased quite a bit for the last decile in 2016. And also transfers are much more important in the lower end in 2016 than it was in 1995. So there has been changes. And today, I would say that the government does take a larger part in redistributing income. There has been a drop in labor income for the lower percentiles and the lower decile, but then again, the government is stepping in and doing more redistribution. So I'm going to show you lots of graphs. So here's another one just showing the total income tax payments. So here, total income tax payments are tax payments on labor income and capital income. So it's basically incomes that households pay on their income, both labor and capital. And again, you see that we have had major changes to this tax system, not least the earned income tax credits that have brought down the average tax payments over disposable income. And the effect is quite equal, up to decile or percentile 70, and then it declines a little bit. But then at the very top, you see that the tax system is actually regressive in 2016. So the very top percentiles pay less than the previous deciles, which is problematic if you want to have a progressive tax system, which I think most people would agree to. And then you can look at tax payments in crowns. So this just shows how much different deciles paid in different taxes in 1995 and 2016. And I tried to, so they're adjusted for consumer price index. And there is a big increase in how much we pay in taxes in 2016 compared to 1995. But you also see that decile 10 pay a lot more in capital taxes, which is the gray part of the staples. And the blue one is local taxes. Then we have the government, the national tax, which is the orange. And then there is like a tiny little part that is a property tax. And then in 1995, we had the wealth tax, and in 2016, that was abolished. But it's also interesting to see that the wealth tax and the property tax are quite small compared to taxes on labor income. So the main component of tax revenues comes from labor taxes, and specifically the local labor tax. So if you want to talk again about reintroducing a wealth tax, or even like a property tax, they tend to bring in quite little, and also then maybe have a smaller impact on the redistribution. So then also bringing in the transfer. So that was, so far I talked about the taxes mainly, but we also get transfers from the government. And what I look at when I talk about transfers is all kinds of cash transfers. So it's not just transfers that you are targeted towards the lower income, but it's also pensions, transfers that you get when you're a student, child aid, etc., etc. And this graph then shows how the net contribution, so we take the taxes and then minus the transfers as a share of disposable income, and look how that has changed from 1995 to 2016. And then you see that the lower end are more dependent on the government in terms of receiving transfers in 2016 than they were in 1995. But then we start to be net contributors earlier in the distribution in 2016 than in 1995. And at the top, you still see that there is a decline between 1995 and 2016. We pay less in taxes today if we are top income earners than we did in 1995. So this kind of shows that the lower end of the distribution is more dependent on the government for the disposable income, while over the rest of the distribution, it's kind of equal or not. We don't see drastic differences. And another way to look at it is to instead look at the life cycle. So before I said that in Sweden, we have a lot of life cycle redistribution. So we get transfers when we are young, we pay taxes when we work, and then again, at the end of our life, we are reliant on the government for our consumption. And this shows the life cycle transfers or the net contributions to the government between 1995 and 2016. So this gives kind of a different picture. So the last picture showed that we redistribute more to the lower end. This picture shows that the life cycle redistribution has somehow declined, that we are less dependent on the government when we are young. We also pay less taxes when we work, but then when we get to the end of our life, when we retire, we are pretty much equally dependent on the government for our disposable income. And it's also interesting to see that we actually work a little bit longer today, or 2016, which is not today anymore, but we work more in 2016 than in 1995. It also should be noted that this number, the data I have, I am going to update it, but I haven't got the data yet, is before we reduced the earned income tax credit. No, sorry. I'm sorry. It's 3 o'clock in the morning here. So what has happened since 2006 is that the top marginal tax rate, the värnskatt, has been abolished. And that obviously will have an effect on the distribution, making the high income payers pay less in taxes. So then I also think it's interesting to go back and look what has happened over time to the tax system. So this graph shows how much different deciles pay in income taxes as percent of their disposable income different years. So the top line, which is, I would say, brown, is for decile 10. And then decile 2 is orange. And I have not included decile 1 because decile 1 is, as I said before, a very heterogeneous group and hard to interpret. So what this shows is for how much different deciles pay in income taxes over years. And we start in 1995. And then we had, this was before the tax reform of the century. So we then had quite high marginal tax rates on high income earners, which is apparent in the picture. Then came the tax reform in 1991. We see a big drop in tax payments to around 30%. And we also see that most deciles then pay pretty much about the same amount in tax, and that was also the purpose of the 1991 tax reform. But then in 94 and 95, they start to deviate. That's when we introduced the värnskatt. And then after that, there's actually been quite a lot of deviation between the different deciles. So if you look at the right side of the graph, you see quite a big dispersion between what the top decile, the brown line, and the bottom, the second decile pays. So our tax system has become like more progressive if we compare to how it was in the early 90s. And then we can do the same thing for transfers. So this shows the share of transfers as disposable income for different deciles from 1991 to 2016. And there you also see that the welfare state, the Swedish government, is transferring more. So low deciles, decile 1 and 2, which is the blue and the orange line, they receive much more of their disposable income from transfers today than they did in the 1991.
Åsa, it's just...
While the lower deciles are pretty much around getting less than 20% of their disposable income from transfers, and that's pretty stable between the different deciles. So taken together, just to summarize, there has been a remarkable increase in disposable income for everybody except for the very low-income individuals. And the increase in disposable income tend to have increased with income, and especially for the top earners. And the low-income individuals have experienced a large drop in labor income, and transfers and taxes have mitigated the decline in disposable income for this group. So the welfare state has stepped in and helped this group to at least some degree compensate for the drop in labor income. And it's also notable that the very top end of the distribution has increased the capital share quite a bit and also face lower tax payments than they paid before and lower than people that have lower income, which is quite remarkable, I think. And then also it's noticeable that the Swedish welfare state has become more redistributive. Taxes are more progressive. High-income earners tend to pay more than low-income earners, and I think that's mainly due to the earned income tax credit. And transfers also tend to be more targeted towards low-income individuals. So the Swedish welfare state is maybe not as universal as it used to be. And I also want to stress that having a job is important, not just for individuals, but also for financing a generous welfare state and a safety net. So I think it's very troubling that at the lower end, we do see a big decrease in labor income, and that there is a group in Sweden that has a very hard time getting into the labor market. Okay, so I end there, and I think I probably used up all my time. And sorry for being a little bit confusing. I am a little bit tired. But thank you so much.
Thank you, Åsa, and sorry for interrupting you. We don't have the opportunity for having these secret small notes for the timekeeping and when you're online, but you did a great job, and it's not easy to keep talking into the screen and just seeing yourself. So thank you very much. We now have a 15-minute coffee break, and I look forward to this amazing panel discussion. We are hanging out afterwards, and remember to write down your questions so we will open for them during the session. Come back, and also for you on YouTube. It's kind of amazing to say I'm on YouTube. This is the only thing that the younger generation find cool, so I'm enjoying that. So I'm professor at Norwegian University of Life Sciences, so I'm head of a tax center. So I'm Norwegian, so even I'm trying to understand what you say. So you might say questions in Swedish now, and we can respond in English. But I apologize if I don't know all the details in the Swedish concept, but that's why we have the two Swedes here to guide us home. So we have had 3 super interesting presentations, 2 of which were kind of a bit had different contrasting results, which we'll go back to later, and trying to make a whole of that. To begin with, I would like to raise the issue that, yes, we have amazing data in Sweden and Scandinavia. We have among the best data in the world. It's all about getting statistics, getting the picture, getting the map of how inequality looks so that we can discuss what to do about it, how does it matter. But still keep in mind that all the data that we have seen and all the amazing Swedish data, they are the registered data that we have that enable us to look at individuals and follow them over time, see what they make in income and what they have in taxes. These are what is reported for tax purposes. So we basically see what the taxman sees. But if the agent tries to hide what they make income or wealth, like through evasion, like underreport income or hide assets abroad, what we've seen in the Swedish top wealthy have hidden a lot of financial assets abroad. We see that Swedes have a lot of apartments in Dubai, real estate. Those do not appear in statistics. So that means that we can potentially underestimate how much the top income, how much the richest earn or have an income. And also that tax unreported labor will affect what we can observe at the bottom. But also, as Daniel and also came up, we only see disposable income, but also these welfare rights, what you get through the system, is not necessarily always observable. And very importantly, if we we see what's reported for tax purposes, but if the set tax system changes, that means that agents also change their behavior. So if you introduce, you reduce your dividend tax for 3:12-bolag, for closely held corporations, suddenly more people establish a company and pay dividends instead of wages. That will affect all the series that Daniel and also look at, like disposable income, realized income. Or if you keep the income, we stop paying dividends because you have a dividend tax, and you keep it in the company, you don't longer pay it out, then you can't see it because we only see what's realized income. So it can appear if you introduce a dividend tax, companies stop paying dividends, they just keep it in the company. It appears as inequality go down because there's less realized income, but that doesn't mean that that's the true picture. So just keeping in mind that what we see is what the taxman sees, and change in the tax system can make it difficult to compare one measure over time and also across countries. So being aware of that we don't have we need to take all of these measures with some care and interpretation and understand what's underlying them is basically super important also for policy. With that in mind, so I would just try to get the panel involved. And so, what is the big problems or challenges we see, in data? We have do we have perfect data in Sweden now when Daniel gets his new data, or is something missing?
So,
Did you put it on?
Yeah, it's on. Yeah. Can you hear me well? Yeah. Thanks also for the great presentations. And related to this data transparency point, actually a few years back we started to publish on the World Inequality Data Day something we call the Inequality Transparency Index, which is a tool, and you can go and check online. I don't know if maybe at some point I could do that, but for each and every country, based on our assessment of how easy it is to access survey information, micro-survey information, or tax information, whether on income or wealth, we give a grade out of 20 for all countries in the world. You have countries that have 0 grade, very few of them, but they exist nonetheless. No data at all, Cuba, for instance. You have countries that have relatively better quality data. Norway is at the top of the list. Sweden is actually not exactly at the top. And actually, the grade declined over the past 15 years because when the wealth tax was repealed, the statistical tool to monitor this evolution of inequality was also repealed. So there's also a connection here between the policy side and the measurement side, and typically we see that these go hand in hand. And the bad news is that it's not only about a progress or an evolution in a positive direction. In some countries, Sweden, but also in France recently, 2017, wealth tax repealed, and we don't have the statistical apparatus anymore to track, to measure that. So yes, the situation here in Sweden is, among the good group of countries, but it's not perfect, and the trend is also not looking that good. So I think it's important to have that in mind. So that's on the overall view. But the point I'd like to say is that even if we don't have perfect information every year, this doesn't mean that we can know hard facts already. And, I agree with Daniel that, yes, the evolution of inequality in Sweden is relatively limited, whether you look at the Gini, whether you look at other indicators. By the way, indicators also matter. We tend to prefer to look at, with the kind of data and the project I've discussed before, to look at shares, top 1%, top 10%, bottom 50% shares, rather than Gini coefficient, because we do feel that it's not always easy for everybody to understand actually what Gini coefficient means, If the Swedish Gini is 0.35 or 0.40, what actually does that reveal about inequality? Whereas when you look at the top 1%, a top 10% share, it's a little easier to understand, okay, so that's the cake, the top 10% gets X% of the cake. So indicators also matter. Looking at these indicators, the evolution of Sweden clearly is not, one like the US, as Daniel was saying. At the same time, there's a slight progression of inequality according to different metrics. And I think it's also important here to not just look at income, but also look at wealth. And in Sweden, we also see a slight progression of wealth inequality. If you look at the top 1% share, was 25% in the early 1990s, went about to 30% today. Maybe there's this very slight decline over the few recent years, but still significantly higher than the values that we observed in the 1990s. So the general message to me is that even if there's a diversity of indicators, even if the data is not perfect, we do observe this slight increase of income, and also very important part of the discussion, wealth inequality.
Okay, I'm filling up. So I totally agree that there's like different degrees of quality that we're talking about, and it's easy for countries with full population register data to focus in on certain problems that are just beyond even thinkable in terms of countries in like Latin America or like where we don't have almost anything. I think there are problems with households versus individual. Households matter a lot. In fact, when I looked at the corona pandemic outcomes at the individual level data, without some untaxed transfers, they looked quite different from what we later saw from Statistics Sweden when they had taken into account the fact that people live together and jointly share goods within the household. That's, of course, a very challenging and data demanding thing to add, but it's actually very important for the things that we care about, namely the welfare of people. This is like ultimately why we care about these outcomes. And Sweden, talking not only about Sweden, but I think trends matter. I mean, we can talk about levels, but eventually most people would care about trends, changes. We have challenges in that too, as Luca mentioned. The capital side is badly measured at the households and individual levels, since we don't have much data on that since 2007. We have the tax reform in '91, which also changed the definitions of income. So a lot of incomes that people received before '91 were not in the tax registers. There have been some studies looking into this, and more is to be done, but it appears that middle low-income earners had higher incomes in modern, say, income concept-wise than we see in the data. But so those things are things that we are working on and trying to improve. And not for us, what Annette started out talking about, Sweden being a small country with people perhaps leaving the country or taking out their money from the country, evasion or avoidance or whatever of capital and earnings and so on. There are there are some studies. Jesper and I have tried to think about this in the role of this in the macro sense. It's not super damaging in the macro sense in terms of the broader wealth shares or the broader Ginies, but it has a very large impact on when we go up in the distribution, especially the richest groups is where this action takes place. And of course, we don't want these inefficiencies in the system. However, data on these things Annette has done research that actually allows us to make individual-based linkages in some cases, which I think is path-breaking. Otherwise, another thing, we also want to know more about how these incomes come about, for example, when it comes to labor supply. So when the data I showed you on earnings are silent about how much people have worked. So we don't know if there's like super productive people working half time or people or like with the same income working full time, or people. And this is also important in order to judge the kind of the welfare aspects of these inequality outcomes. Unfortunately, Sweden is very bad at this in terms of data. I think perhaps we will have improvements in the years to come, but. I'm just mentioning this as a lot of problems, but it's just like we have a lot of things happening, but there's also more things to be done.
So to continue the poor mood and everything going bad. So Åsa, do you have? I'm sorry for it's you're on the screen here. So do you have some input to keeping us down the depressing mood of like all the missing links or the missing data? What do we need to get the full picture?
I think we do have pretty good data. It's not perfect, but I think on the positive side, I think we have enough data to say that we probably need to do something about inequality. And even when we had a wealth tax and that was reported, it was like taxable wealth, and that was missing a lot of wealth. So I don't think that gave the full picture either. But then I like to take a step back and like also wonder if we're looking at the right things. So we look at income and wealth, but what we really care about is consumption. And there I would say that we have not very good data, because I would say that maybe that would pick up whether you're doing a lot of tax evasion and things are not being taxed, you hide income, you postpone taxation. But what really matters and what I think we see is that people have different abilities to consume. So I think if I were to like have a demand on what I would like to see, I would like to see much more data on how we consume. That's tricky to get, but I think that would maybe give a bigger and better picture. And then also another aspect when we talk about inequality is that what we are looking at now is like ex post. It's like what is the outcome? What's the end state when we make decisions and we change our behavior because of the tax system? And maybe we have some entrepreneurs that are very successful. They make it. Then we have others they fail, but they try, and they might end up in the lower end of the distribution. So I think you can also say that what matters is like the opportunities you have. Like, do we have equal opportunities? And how do you measure that? So there's like typically two different ways when we talk about fairness and equality. One is like, in the end, what's the result after we made choices and taxes are paid and transfers are received? But also like, what are the opportunities? Are they equal? And I think that's kind of missing in the discussion. And how do we measure that? Like education, for instance, what has happened to the education system in Sweden? Is that giving people equal opportunity?
Yes.
So I think it's very complex, and I think there could be improvements in the data, but I think still it's like with climate change, we don't have perfect information there either, but we should act anyways. And I think that's the same here. We have enough information to know that we have inequality that is higher than we want it to be.
I agree. It's good points. And but as since there are politicians or potential ones, I want to say what I tell the Norwegian politicians. I'm always saying, do whatever you want with the wealth tax, but do keep the wealth registering, because there are ways to get around the taxable assets. Because if you don't know what's happening, we can't make anything about it. So trying to now we said what we want, but there's still, as also said, we have a lot of data, and we're doing a pragmatic way as we have seen here, trying to get new insights. But I was a bit confused after the presentations, because it seems like the two Swedish ones had a bit different conclusions and different approaches. So could you take us through that, Jesper, and try to make one common takeaway from those presentations?
I actually wanted to pose one question just to make sure that everyone sees the link here. So, I mean, there's a discussion about wealth and the distribution of wealth. There's a discussion about income, and now Åsa brought up consumption. There's actually a definition of income which brings these together, and I think it'd be clarifying to remind ourselves about what is the definition of income really, and how does that relate to the data we have, and what becomes a problem, right? When you mention, say, firms where you for tax reasons keep money in the firm, how does that relate to, is this income or is this not income? We also know, I noticed that you choose series without, didn't mention, and I think that's right, to not mention realized capital gains, which is a huge deal in Sweden. This is also a very peculiar thing and slightly problematic for many reasons. But, anyone want to sort of, what I'm referring to? How should we think of income, and why does that require wealth information as well, right? How are they linked?
Let me just start pitching an answer. I mean, the others can fill in. I think it's important to account for the fact that the income is then the stuff that you can consume or save. I mean, and part of that is flowing from your assets as returns. Could be direct returns, or it could be capital gains. I think to merge income data with wealth data allows us to measure this more precisely. We can then choose a little bit on how we want to do this. For example, when it comes to thinking about the role of old people, retired people who have small pensions. Some of them actually live in grand houses and offering flow of housing utility return and housing income, which is almost never accounted for in the analysis. So that's where we need data on wealth. But it could also be business ownership that also accumulates income in a sense that it's not taken out in terms of dividends. And then how we want to do that in the next step in terms of thinking about redistribution, taxation. This is like another question, but this at least allows us to account for this non-cash income in terms of the imputed capital gains is perhaps nothing you can go out and buy a car for, but it creates resources. But at least this is getting along this way.
Yeah, maybe to also try to unzoom a little on this question of what is income. The starting point, I think, is pretty interesting to have in mind. That is the starting point for governments to track inequality and to track income of households were, these household surveys. So, you go and knock at doors or you make phone calls and you ask people, how much do you earn? How much did you make? And what we've realized over the past, few decades is that when you do that, well, some people don't actually have always the same definition of their own incomes. Sometimes they tend to forget, some capital incomes. Sometimes they voluntarily bring them down because everyone wants to think that they're a little more average than, a little more middle than, those at the bottom think they're a little higher up in the distribution, and typically those at the top think that they're a little lower. So asking people is not always necessarily the right way to do, because also people don't see their incomes in the same way or don't define their incomes in the same way. One of the consequences of that was that the sum of all incomes obtained from household surveys typically was much lower than the sum of all incomes that national accountants would collect, would monitor when they produce GDP statistics. Conclusion, you have a growth rate for the macroeconomy, which is different from the growth rate from household surveys. So that's why we did all this work that I was referring to before to try to combine administrative data, tax data, which is a little more correct than household surveys, in particular for people at the top. But tax data, as Annette was also saying before, doesn't get necessarily everything. Money that's evaded, sources of income, in particular capital incomes that don't necessarily fall in the radar of taxation, and we also need to try to include these in the equation. Now, I think where we should go towards is really this reconciliation of the micro study of inequality and the macro study of the economy. That is, we need to have growth rates that are equal when we look at the sum of all individuals in the economy and GDP numbers. One way to do that is to take into account our definition of incomes, something that Jesper alluded to, which is what we call undistributed profits. That's something that you see in GDP statistics. So when there's a growth rate of, say, 2% for Sweden, this thing, I'm just going to describe in a second, is included in the number, but really is never going to be included in household surveys. So what is this? These are profits made by companies that are not yet distributed to the owners of these companies. But in the end, they do increase the wealth of those who actually own these companies. So if we define income as whatever is consumed or whatever increases the wealth of individuals, we have to take this into account. And also, if you want to reconcile the macro side of the economy with the micro, we also have to take this into account. So that's really what we're trying to do, and I think this should be the direction. Now, a final point of discussion, the national accounts themselves are not always fully consistent. So when you look at the wealth side of the story and the macroeconomic income side, there is not necessarily a full consistency because of some form of capital valuation of the economy, where you're going to see the wealth increase a lot, and you're not going to necessarily see this on the macroeconomic income side. So here there's also a discussion to have to understand whether or not we want to take into account these market capitalization evolutions that 50, 70 years back, national accountants were saying, maybe we're not going to take into account our growth rates of production or the volatility that we observe on the markets. But that's a discussion to have. But the basic point here I want to make is that it's important to have a vision of income that's not just from the household surveys, and at least we need to include tax data and undistributed profits.
And Luca, can I just ask you to mention, just so everyone realizes sort of the order of magnitude, that are we talking about a couple of percentage points here, or are we talking something, larger? What's the difference, say, if you go from the micro side and look at households versus the GDP, what's created in the whole economy? What's the order of magnitude between these numbers?
So the worst case scenario is emerging developing countries, where the sum of all incomes from household surveys is going to just add up to 50% of the macroeconomic income. So you have 50% of incomes that you don't see in surveys. Part of it is mismeasurement issues. Part of it is underreporting of the top. In rich countries, the difference is going to be lower, 10%, 15%. It's going to depend on the country. But you still have, a big chunk of all incomes that if they're highly concentrated, say on the top 1% or top 5% of the population, that can, add up quite a bit to your inequality statistics. If you have 5% of GDP that is not measured anywhere, but that actually is income of the top 1%, well, you can just add to the values that we've presented before, 5% to the top 1% share. So that's pretty important. And in fact, what we've seen is that a lot of action has been taking place at this segment of the distribution over the past 30 years in most countries.
You want to add something on this?
Yeah.
Maybe Åsa.
Åsa, do you?
Yes. I just want to add some more issues. I agree with what's been said previously with all the issues, but then there's even more issues. So income is the possibility to consume. So obviously wealth should be included, but then we also have like household production. Like if you have a nice big garden, you own vegetables, that should, theoretically also be included. And also if you're lucky enough to be in a rent-controlled apartment downtown Stockholm, that's also adding to your consumption possibilities. So then that should also ideally be counted as income. So I think it's so problematic to get like the right definition of income, which is like how much you consume. So maybe that was one of my proposals before, like maybe it's more fruitful to look at what we actually consume. And that might be tighter link to income then.
Maybe just to react to this for the sake of the debate, consume, yes, but I think then it's very important to have also, a savings distribution, because, you have an income, you consume and you save. And what we've also seen over the past decades is the importance, the return of capital. And so, whether or not you're able to buy or not an apartment is going to make a big difference to your welfare, to your abilities to, get into the economics games. Whether or not you have a big safety net thanks to your savings is going to make a big difference to your welfare. So I think consumption is very important, savings as well, and then we can move to this integrated vision: consumption, savings, income, and wealth, and that's where we should go towards, I think.
Yeah, because it's important, or maybe for the lower end or the middle end, consumption is the most important, and we need to get that straight, and also look at but for the top end of the distribution, they never consume what they earn or like with the wealth they have, and then the other aspect comes in, that money is power. But we will get back to the effects of inequality in the next session. So we'll save that for later. So we're going to open up for some questions now, and we also. But I would just, for food for thought, prepare our questions. So what are the main issues? Because we can't even agree on a measure. We can't even agree that the data that we use are good. So what is the problem? What are the main challenges for having a constructive debate on inequality, public debate? Do you have any suggestions for that? What we should do to get that straight?
Should I start?
Yes.
That's a big question, I think. I think we need facts. We need more and better facts. I think also pragmatism in terms of how we characterize inequality. We've seen now there are different statistical measures, and there are also different outcomes like income, consumption, wealth, etc. I think also we need longer run outcomes. So today we have almost only talked about annual cross-sections, and we followed these groups across years, disregarding whether there are different people within these groups. I think longer run incomes, for example, closer to lifetime incomes, allow us to say more about these deep welfare outcomes that we ultimately care about. And so I think I would like to see more of that. Also alluded a little bit to on the role of opportunities versus outcomes in this context. I think, and this is extremely challenging to talk about everything at the same time, of course. So we have to start somewhere. But this kind of pragmatic approach, taking more into account the longer run outcomes, and not instead of just looking at annual cross sections, could perhaps improve the understanding of what we're talking about.
So also, do you have a short response, suggestion for how to get a better public debate? We will continue this in the next panel's discussion.
No, I totally agree that we need more knowledge and more facts, and we already also agreed that that's hard to get, maybe. But I think that's key, and I also think we should maybe, to me, I'm more concerned about what's happening at the lower end of the distribution than at the top end. I think falling behind there's nothing good with that. But if you people making a lot of money, I think there's also, we don't want a Gini coefficient that's 0. It's not good to have a totally equal society, because then you have no incentives to take effort and try to make money. So that's obviously not optimal. So the question is what's what's a good Gini coefficient or what's a good distribution. And obviously now it's getting probably out of hand. So another thing I think we also need to discuss more is like what's causing it. Why is it? Why is it that some people make a ton of money, or why is it that some people fall behind? Is it because of luck? Is it because of the system? They're abusing the tax system, hiding money, or income shifting, or whatever? Or is it because they actually are making an effort? So I think it's very important to know the causes, also to be able to deal with it. And again, I think some inequality is probably necessary to provide incentives for people to take effort. But I think, more knowledge, also maybe talking a little bit more forward, like what happens if we don't do anything. We do that a lot with the climate change. We talk about what happens if we don't take an action now. And I think, like I was talking about what changes from now and like the past. But I think maybe it's more fruitful to also try to make predictions. Not to be alarmistic, but to try to at least present some kind of scenery that these issues probably are quite important to deal with.
Great, thank you. And then you will get the floor. We'll ask you the same question in the next panel. So you just live in suspense for Luca's answer to that. And then we have questions from the floor.
Thank you. Fredrik Sjöholm, IFN. Very good presentations. I certainly learned a lot. I understand that all these data issues are so important for you in order to get all of these results. But it's a bit above me, so I'm going to ask about one of the findings that I found really interesting, and that was in Daniel's excellent presentation, where you note that we have had a big immigration to Sweden. I think I might be wrong, but I think I've heard a number of 1 million people from outside of Europe that have come to Sweden since 2000. I also think, maybe I dreamt this, but I think that's maybe 40% have at most 9 years of education. Why don't we see more of an effect on that? I can understand that on the poverty rates. If you have a social security system that's reasonable, you don't fall into poverty maybe. But why don't we see more of an impact on the income distribution of the inequality, despite having this huge inflows of, in relative terms, low-skilled workers? I'm really super curious about that, and I would be so grateful if you could help me understand this issue.
I can just the short answer is that we don't know fully, because this has been a topic that people have not looked at very much. It's been a sensitive topic in the Swedish political context, and up until recently, Statistics Sweden didn't even want to leave out single countries when it was in terms of country of birth. But I think also, actually, we get the people that are entirely outside the labor market and so on. They are taken care of in terms of our safety nets, and in relation to the working population and so on, their shares are simply not enough large in terms to drive this development. But that's a bad answer. I don't have much more to say about this.
Well, bad answers are better now. And then we have a new question.
Yeah. And a comment to Fredrik, I think.
Yeah. So when it comes to the rising share of foreign-born, there is a study actually, but in a dissertation from SOFI by Per-Olof Robling, and he looked at that through 2009. And the impact through that year were negligible on overall inequality, which was an interesting result in a sense. But the rise in the share of foreign-born has been enormous since 2015. And I would be very surprised if the results would be the same if one would do the same study through 2020. So my guess is that the very stable income distribution from 2015 onwards that Daniel showed would show a decline in inequality if one controls for that, which one can do for some. But I think it's of some importance, actually.
Yeah, we have one comment and one question, and then we will save all the other questions for the next panel debate where we have more time.
I'm Marcus Jent. I'll be presenting later, but this is, I think, primarily to Daniel. A lot of effort is put into adjusting the incomes that are measured when doing distributional research, but much less on adjusting the population. So the statistics are shown in general for the household population, which misses a number of people, those who don't have permanent residence in Sweden. And presumably there's quite a substantial stock of those, which also presumably is increased quite a bit. So do you have any notion of how things would change if you try to adjust not only the income concepts, but also the population concept?
It's a very, very difficult question to answer properly, I think. It would, well, since we don't know, if we know, we can maybe estimate how many they are, but we don't know anything about their whereabouts. But apparently, probably that will not be in the upper half of the income distribution, at least. So it's good chances that some of the outcomes, especially at the lower end on the poverty rates, will be higher. But I have no clue. I think this is and I think one should be aware of that our Swedish register data are at its poorest when it comes to measuring the status of those on the very, very bottom, because they're just like off the charts, and we get some kind of false exactness in terms of trying to assess them. So this is going to be like a research project to come, I think.
So I was told very strictly to end in time of lunch, but I was confused because this is Norwegian lunchtime, but you never eat, so I always get hungry. So this is that's not lunch break. So we have a bit more time now. But Lucas, you saw that it seemed like you wanted to comment on the last one, or did I just miss that? No.
Perhaps more on the previous point. So no, I leave this discussion and foreign bonds to Daniel. I think.
Oh yeah. Okay.
Did the best.
So one more question then.
Yes, Gabriel Wikström, National Coordinator for the 2030 Agenda. Thank you for very good presentations, and I just wonder, I have two questions. The first one goes to Åsa, and you showed in your last graphs that the progressivity in the tax system has actually increased, and it started to increase in the late 90s. What happened then? Why did it start to increase? And the second question is, if you include wealth in the equation, shouldn't you include death as well? Because private death has increased multifolds, not only in Sweden but globally, the last decades. And what does it do with equality? What does it do with society? What does it do with income distribution and then wealth distribution in the long run? Thank you.
So Åsa first, and then we'll take the debt question afterwards.
Okay, thank you. So why has the progressivity in the tax system increased, and it started in the mid-90s? So I think one thing that happened in the mid-90s was that we introduced like the top marginal tax rate, the värnskatt was introduced, which was an extra tax rate on high income earners. And then also, so the graph I showed was like tax payments over disposable income. And then the earned income tax credit has been proportionally more important for low income households or individuals than high income households. I think those two things make the tax system more progressive. But then again, my data, which is unfortunate, I think stops in 2016. So 2018, the värnskatt, the top marginal tax rate on labor income, was reduced. So that means if we were to go further and look up until 2022, I would say that the tax system is maybe less progressive because of that. But then on the other hand, we now also reduce the earned income tax credit, which increases the marginal tax rates. So those effects maybe counteract each other. And then I also want to say something about the last remark about immigration. I think it does actually show up if you do, you find enough, I look at percentiles, and you do see a big decline in disposable income among low-income people. And I think a lot of people down there are actually immigrants. So I think you can see an effect of immigration.
So, perfect. And then very briefly on the debt question.
Yeah, so excellent question. We should have been clearer on this when discussing wealth. What we aim to measure is net wealth. So it's the assets minus debt, right? But it also, your question is perfect because it illustrates exactly why it's so important to keep these things jointly in your head when thinking about this question. Because there's a lot of talk about the rise of debt in relation to disposable income, right? That has gone up. But then the question is this a big problem? Well, some would argue, no, not really, because the stock of assets has gone up even more, right? So in relation to the total stock of assets, there's no debt problem, but it's there in relation to disposable income. And this now is the macro picture. Imagine that we don't know anything. We do know a bit, but imagine we know nothing about the distribution of this. Then it makes a huge difference if there are some individuals that are heavily in debt, own some asset, which is, potentially can decline, say your house or something, and as compared to that, so debt is very even, and everyone has assets that covers, their debt more or less. So it's a perfect illustration of why it's so important to look at both your income flow, your assets in total, and your indebtedness, because only then do you have the full balance, statement for the household. So it's a great question.
Okay, thank you. We have no more time. Take the discussion in the break. But it's a very short break, so if you want to have coffee, just 4 minutes. Run to get coffee, get it back here, and run to the toilet. We will start because of this Swedish lunch thing that starts later.
Okay.
No cafe. Only 4 minutes for toilet breaks.
our chairmanship is a bit divided here, but I'm supposedly more in charge of this second session. I should start by waving this. Somebody lost this in the restrooms, I think. So if anyone feels they lost their phone, yeah, okay. There you go. So with that sorted, I'm super happy to welcome online Torben Andersen from Aarhus University, who's going to talk about effects of economic inequality, and including one of the biggest but worst questions one can pose, namely, is inequality good or bad for economic development and growth? But take it away, Torben.
Yeah. Thank you very much, Jesper, and thank you very much for the invitation to participate in this conference. So I'm going to, as Jesper said, talk about the effects of economic inequality. And there's a lot of empirical work on this, which is of you may call it macro nature, cross-country comparisons, where different measures of inequality, typically the Gini coefficient, is related to various measures of economic performance, GDP per capita, growth rates, and similar measures. And really many papers out there, many different results. I think it's fair to summarize that the results you find are extremely sensitive to the sample period, the data used, and also the estimation method. So it's very hard to generalize any findings. It's like you can find support for different viewpoints here. It all depends on the specific setting. So that's one general thing. Another one is that even if you take those which you think in terms of methods and so on are more solid, policy conclusions are still unclear, because basically what you see is a correlation between two endogenous variables, which can depend on many things. So drawing any policy conclusions from such studies, whether more inequality is good or bad for this or that measure of economic performance is really tricky, or you're on soft ground making such conclusions. I've just two charts here to illustrate, of course, in a simple way, because some of these studies are more advanced, but basically the type of issues raised here. The one on the left-hand side is you have equity, which is 1 minus the Gini coefficient of disposable income, and you have per capita income as a measure of economic performance, and you have the sort of typical OECD countries, the old OECD countries here, and they are really all over the place. There's a weak positive correlation here. There's tendency that those countries have less inequality, more equity, have higher per capita income. On the right-hand side, you see a typical thing, which is on the growth dimension. You have inequality in a given year, say 90, and then you have the growth over a certain period here, 90 to 2014. And then you also have a similar cross plot, a scattered view on these countries here, depending on how you, this is also an example of outliers, which is important in this literature, how you treat the two outliers here, what kind of correlation you get. So just to give you an idea of the difficulties here. There's also a more fundamental question here, namely if we are approaching this question and are sort of taking theory seriously and ask what is the 101 economics textbook teaching us this? Well, then we're talking about an opportunity set or feasibility sets, as illustrated in the graph at the top, where in the equity efficiency space, of course, that's a fundamental question, the trade-off between efficiency and equity. And there will then be a feasibility set, and then there will be a frontier, which is having a downward slope, saying that you can have more equity if you're willing to sacrifice some efficiency. But that's supposing that you're on the frontier, because theory is also telling us that you can be inside the frontier. It requires optimal policies to be on the frontier. It also requires there are no market failures. I'll return to that. So you can easily have countries being in a position like illustrated at the bottom with the two. So you have countries like one at the frontier, and you have countries well inside due to, say, political imperfections. And it's quite obvious from this graph that the opportunities for countries like one are very different from countries like two. There's a clear win-win situation if you are in position two. If you can do something about these imperfections, you can have gains in both dimensions. But if you are in position like one, you face the trade-off. And that's also pointing to the difference between average and marginal effects of policies, which is very important here when we talk about this. When we look at the data and then we would take this into a policy debate, would more or less inequality do this or that, to be very careful about whether we base that on insights on average effects or marginal effects of policy. You can approach the data in a way which is more consistent with basic theory by basically taking explicit that there is such a frontier and do a so-called stochastic frontier estimation. I show you one here. Clearly, this is also open for a lot of discussion. You can perhaps, or clearly you define the best practice frontier in the data, but perhaps this is not the true or best frontier. There might be some, even those who are on this frontier here could do even better, because there could also be imperfections in those countries. And what you see there is the red line is the frontier, and you can this is estimated for a 30-year period. So now this is just taking data from 1 year to illustrate, and you can see some countries which are close to the frontier, but in this particular year not exactly at the frontier. The US and Sweden, for instance, will typically be very close to the frontier, and therefore be in this trade-off situation, if you want. But a lot of other countries are well inside, and they're in a different situation. If you do this estimation, and of course with all the questions coming along with it, you will find that the trade-off here is relatively stable over time, and growth seems to shift up the curve but not change the slope of it. Whether this trade-off has a steep or very low change, or where you have a low change in efficiency when you increase inequality or equity is of course a matter of interpretation of this. But this just points to the difficulties here, and some of these things I'm going to say were also raised in the discussion before, that when we look at measures like income and inequality, and of course we can discuss carefully the data and income metrics and inequality metrics and so on, but there could be many changes in society affecting income and inequality, new technology, globalization, whatnot. And then we observe these things, and there could be a given relationship between them, but of course they could also interact directly. But on top of that, we then have policy responses to this, which also could affect both income and inequality, and there will be interactions of this. So thinking of it more theoretically and answering the question on the effects of inequality on economic performance, there are really many mechanisms which can be at play. And of course, there's also some conceptual issues which also relate to the measurement, namely what is the problem or the transmission mechanism? Is it inequality per se which is the problem, or is it some notion of fairness? There's a huge literature on sort of the notion of fairness and equity and so on, stressing the difference between differences arising from something which is under individual control and differences arising from things which are not under individual control. And some would argue that if it's under control and we all have the same opportunities, then we should accept differences. But if it's not under your control, then the differences could be a problem. There's also some experimental studies supporting this, but it comes very much down to sort of what is acceptable differences, and not just saying that all differences as such are a problem. And then You can think of this as exposed as the outcomes, income, wealth, health, gender, and so on, and ex-ante the opportunities, the equality of opportunities or capabilities. And then specifically on inequality, is the entire distribution, or is it poverty? Should we focus on the top and the bottom and so on, things which have also been discussed, and what are the drivers? Structural change, this globalization, technology. We should also recognize that there could be changes in inequality, which is just reflecting other things like changing age structure would affect measured inequality of there are more singles, which could be a voluntary decision, than for completely unchanged underlying income structure, inequality could also be affected, and so on. So there are really many things here, and the big question is, of course, can we identify any direct effects of inequality on economic performance? And going to the literature, there's, of course, a lot of discussion of this. There's I put it in two columns here. One are the arguments why inequality could be good for economic performance. It strengthens savings. If you have more savings, you have more capital accumulation, and then you have more growth. We have the incentive effect. We have arguments that it would just trickle down, that if you have some who are rich and can do things, then they will also create jobs, and that would be good for those who are less skilled, and so on. And then on the other side, you have arguments saying inequality could be bad for economic performance. The key link in the literature is running wide education, that due to capital market imperfections or social barriers or neighborhood effects, inequality could have an effect on education. If it has an effect on education, it affects human capital, which affect income and growth, both the level of income but also its distribution. And you also arguments that inequality affects social inclusion and trust, and that would affect how the economy performs. We could interpret very broadly in terms of transaction cost increasing, and there could also be political effects of this, which I'll mention briefly later. So there are really many things here, and of course one does not necessarily have to be either on one side or the other here. There could be arguments, yes, there are clearly some incentive issues, but then on the other hand, there could also be issues in terms of are all able to use their capabilities and motivation, for instance, for acquiring human capital. So taking this back to the 101, we would, in this trade-off I showed before, we would typically, or the standard story goes that if we do not accept the outcome in terms of equity, we could decide to redistribute taxes, transfers, and that would then be facing this trade-off that if you want more equity, you sacrifice some efficiency. And here the causality clearly runs from the policy to the effect on efficiency and equity. But if you go into the literature looking, and now I mainly look at the right column I had before, namely where inequality could have a detrimental effect on economic performance, and look at various market failures. Capital market failures, there could be borrowing constraints, it could also be insurance, and where we have the public sector via the social contract or the implicit or implying implicit borrowing and insurance would repair or mitigate on some market failures, and the challenge could then be through education, which I mentioned earlier. It could also be the social safety net, unemployment insurance, or even with taxation, because taxation is contingent on income, and if income is risky, there's also an implicit insurance effect there. And that would have a direct welfare effect for risk-averse people. But there will also be less exposed differences, which we would then observe as less inequality, but it could also have behavioral effects in terms of which is some of it has been discussed under the heading of flexicurity. When you have this implicit insurance, you might be more willing to shift job flexibility and so on and so forth. And of course, the main thing running why the accumulation of human capital is in a macro context clearly very important, but also important for the jobs people can have and therefore the income they can have. So the various arguments in the literature why different types, I'm not saying any type of intervention, but interventions targeted these market failures can clearly mitigate the failures, but also then have implications for inequality and economic performance. This is also related to a more recent debate which has come up, which is sometimes discussed under the heading of dynamic expenditure effects. If you look at the effects of the public sector and the expenditure side, then there might be dynamic effects as you have on the tax side via distortions, that if you raise the taxes by 1 kroner, the net effect would be less because there will be distortions. But on the expenditure side, there could be that you spend 1 kroner on something, but the net cost is less because you have perhaps higher wages or higher employment and so on. And this is basically the same mechanisms triggering this, as I mentioned before. And if you have these situations, then you get something which I've illustrated in a simple form with the figure you have at the top here, that starting in A, where you have no intervention, then when you start intervening, you overcome or mitigate some of these market failures, and you can have improvements in both the equity and the efficiency dimension. But of course, if you keep increasing the particular instrument expenditure item of some sort, for instance, then the marginal benefits would go down and the marginal cost would go up. So eventually you reach point B, and then you're on the downward sloping part of this frontier line, and then more equity comes at the cost of less efficiency. So that would be sort of the very simple illustration of a very large literature pointing to the effects of mitigating market failures. And of course, if you have the optimal policy under, I think, a very mild restriction on the policy objective function or the social welfare function, namely that it's positively dependent on efficiency and equity, then the optimal policy is on the downward sloping part, because being on somewhere on the segment between A and B would not be optimal. You could increase efficiency and equity at the same time. So it should be at C, which is important because it's saying that if you have an efficient political system and you are at C or close to C, then there will be a trade-off. But of course, if you compare A to C, it's a different story. And that's what this graph is showing, right? So if you are at C, the marginal effect, if you're considering should we change this marginally, then you face the trade-off. But if you ask what is the overall effect of this intervention, it's A to, then you have to compare A to C. And that's, of course, coming back to the cross-country evidence I showed you, extremely important here. We're trying to understand the sort of differences between countries like the US and the Nordic countries, Sweden, for instance, where we clearly have a huge difference in the welfare state and public provision of welfare service and taxes, as been discussed earlier today. Then it's really like perhaps A and C we are comparing, or are we discussing in Sweden, should we do a little more or less of something? Then perhaps it's more like being in C. So this difference between the average and the marginal effects is extremely important. An important part of the literature points to multiple equilibria, and most of it is running via intergeneral links of family investment models, as they're also known, that's illustrated here. That you have your parents, they have given income, education, norms, values, they live in a particular neighborhood and so on. So that's the opportunities. So there could be differences in opportunities arising from the parent situation, and that would be the circumstances affecting what the child can do and then affecting the income, education, norms, and so on for the child. This link could be both have voluntary, involuntary links. The voluntary link is that the parents, they care about their children and they would leave bequests to them, or they would invest in their education or similar things. Of course, there would be a difference because rich parents can easier do that than poor parents and so on. But there will also be an involuntary thing that arising from, for instance, the neighborhood. There's some segregation in society, and that would then affect the child and the child's opportunities. And these models can generate multiple equilibria, as shown here, where you have on the x-axis you have the income of the parent, and on the y-axis the income of the child. And then you have the blue line, which is then saying that there's a positive effect of the parent's income on the income of the child, and it can have this non-linear form which would generate multiple equilibria. Not necessarily generate multiple equilibria, but the possibility. And that's of course interesting, because then we can have multiple equilibria where you can be stuck either with low income for the parent and the child, or with high income for the parent and the child. And that would, of course, impact the distribution, but it will also have macro effects, because that could be implying a lock-in of talent. There's no guarantee that high-income people only get smart children, and vice versa for low-income children. So these models are a clear example of the possibility of ending up with equilibria which are quote and unquote bad, or even Pareto inferior, that if you could make a shift from the low equilibrium to the high equilibrium, Pareto improvement is possible. And that's like my hump-shaped curve before, that you can move from A to C like Pareto improvement. And that has clear policy implications, because that raises a discussion of what in some parts of the literature is called passive and active redistribution, or pre and post redistribution. The passive is the typical one via taxes and transfers, but of course you can repair an inequality by that, but you might harm the incentives. Whereas active redistribution would be sure that you try to ensure equal opportunities for all to have education using their abilities and motivation and so on, via public education, and then you have more human capital, and then you have less inequality and higher income. And just as a very simple graph here to illustrate that in the data you see something which can be interpreted in this sense, that those countries who have high inequality in education also tends to have high inequality in market income. So that transform the inequality in education result in higher income inequality or market income inequality. And of course the Nordic countries are then known for having more equality in education, not perfect, but comparatively speaking, and also low income inequality. And then turning to another channel through which inequality could affect economic performance is via social cohesion and political economy as effects. That when inequality goes up, it can change the political equilibrium. We can discuss what we have seen in the recent years and decades, whether that is a change in fundamentals and preferences. Political preferences have not changed. But that would be an extreme interpretation, because we have seen some political changes definitely, and that these changing political preferences can have many origins, but it could be that it's a perception that it's more costly to redistribute due to globalization, but it could also be many other effects, and could also be related to the discussion on winners and losers, that people would accept that there are changes, but will the winners also be willing to compensate the losers, because all changes like globalization or new technologies, they imply structural changes. And we will also, as economists, often say, well, go ahead with this because it's a great thing and the winners can compensate the losers, potentially. But does it happen? And if it does not happen, then of course you create a sense of unfairness, that some of these changes benefit some parts of society and not others, and that can then feed into trust in institutions, democracy, free trade, and so on. And that can, of course, also have, beside the direct political consequences, it can have economic consequences. in terms of cohesion, trust, fragmentation, and support for reforms. And there's, of course, a literature on this and a more political economy type literature. So to wrap up, the effects of inequality on economic performance, there's not a simple answer. It's really context and policy dependent. And we have basically two endogenous variables which can both be affected by policies, but also various other things, fundamentals. There are arguments that if you have policies which are targeted to market imperfection, you can improve both economic performance and reduce inequality. And we have this important distinction between active and passive redistribution. And also the importance of focusing on the winners-losers issue, that if we have structural changes which would create winners, what do we do with the losers? And if the losers are not taken care of, that would create dissatisfaction and can have political feedbacks. Yes, that was my introduction. So thank you for your attention.
Okay, thanks a lot, Torben. So I think this clearly illustrates that the question of inequalities is way larger than just a question of taxing and redistributing. So it touches upon a lot of areas in society and how we think about the economy, both in equity and efficiency terms, right? Torben also mentioned some of the most sort of agreed upon principles in this discussion. They've come up a few times before, and that's the almost universal agreement that what we should focus on, or if not focus on, what should be there is equality of opportunity, right? So this is a big question, and it's often framed in terms of the relationship between generations, so intergenerational mobility. And is it true that this link between the conditions under which you grow up sort of impacts your future economic possibilities, etc.? And so, as it happens, we have a great expert on that in that area as well, I should say, Markus Jäntti, who's now going to talk about this concept and give us some facts about that. So who has? Yeah.
Okay, thank you. I should add that I'm basing this talk in part on joint work with our chair Jesper, based on a paper actually written for the Fiscal Policy Council, available on their website last year. And my longtime collaborator Anders Björklund, with whom I've been working on these topics many years, is both present and will be on the program later on. So I'll be talking roughly about these things. I'll give a few additional words of introduction. I'll talk a little bit about theory of inequality and mobility, both in the positive and normative sense. I'll talk a little bit about measurement, and then I'll kind of briefly look at some empirical approaches and what Sweden looks like in their light, and then I'll offer some concluding comments. So quite obviously, income mobility, and especially intergenerational income mobility, is something on which there's a substantial interest, both from public policy, in the media, and also academic research. And the stylized facts about the relationship between inequality and mobility have evolved, one could say, quite a bit. You can read Milton Friedman's Capitalism and Freedom from the early 1960s, which gives the view that there's much more mobility in dynamic capitalist societies than in less capitalist societies, to the late Alan Kruger's speech, in which he coined the term the Great Gatsby curve, which essentially kind of pretty much says the opposite. And so what I'm going to do is I'll discuss the theoretical underpinnings of what is the currently quite widespread view that inequality and mobility are negatively correlated. I'll be a little critical about that view. I'll discuss what I think receives too little attention, namely the welfare economics of mobility. The question if is mobility good or bad? I think many people think intuitively that it's good, but that's far from clear. And then I'll show some recent evidence from Sweden on absolute and relative inequality. I put absolute in citation marks because I don't think it's particularly, there's nothing very absolute about absoluteness here. Now, at heart, intergenerational mobility studies, or the vast majority of them, do something which started about 140 years ago when Francis Galton estimated the intergenerational transmission of height from parents to children. That's the original regression analysis. And what we do is essentially pretty much the same thing. It's just that rather than height, we look at log incomes in both generations, and then we try to figure out what the slope coefficient beta is, and then we say that this is a measure of mobility inversely. Of course, it's a measure of persistence. Okie dokie, this is not the correct version of my slides, but that's okay. But we'll do with these. This is fine. I'm going to have to I simplify these a lot, so I'm going to be passing through a large number of slides very quickly. I apologize for this. I took out all the equations. Now, there's many economic theoretical models, I should add, about these things. The one that most mobility researchers refer to is due to Becker and Tomes, and there's a simplified version of it by Gary Solon. And I'm just again, I'm going to move extremely quickly because so essentially what the Becker-Tomes model gives us is that persistence is larger if the transmission of human capital from parents to children is higher, if the productivity of human capital investments is higher, and if the returns to human capital are higher. There's less persistence if public education spending is more progressive. Now, it turns out that these are the exact same forces with the same signs that drive cross-sectional variances. So this gives an underpinning of the view that persistence and inequality are positively related, or that mobility and inequality are negatively related. This is the so-called Great Gatsby curve. There are alternative models which complicate this matter quite a bit, but those are generally not referred to in the empirical literature. I'll show you a picture of the Great Gatsby curve in a minute, but for now, let's leave this to a side. Now, is mobility good or bad? It's often taken as self-evident that it's a good thing, but that's not quite so clear. For instance, we tend to think that people prefer a sure thing as opposed to a lottery with the same expectation. And mobility, in some respects, has this quality. So mobility that's driven by variation around an average isn't necessarily such a good thing, and so on. But we can look at the goodness of mobility in a standard utilitarian framework. We could take a formalized equality of opportunity view of it, but that's not what I'm going to do here. But if we do take the utilitarian approach, our only option to study the goodness of mobility is to take a dynastic view, and we have to look at it from the perspective of the parents. Again, I'm not going to go into that, but Tony Atkinson in unpublished lecture notes actually made a kind of interesting gave an interesting insight in that inequality and both intra and intergenerational mobility play very similar roles. So what Tony did was he looked at something like this. So we have a parent, we have permanent income, and we have annual income. So these are your permanent income is related to your annual income by a correlation R. Deviations around that are kind of your deviations in your income from year to year. Then you pass on your permanent income to your offspring, and again, for that offspring, their incomes vary. Now, ignoring the 3 generations here, we can think of a parent's utility as being a function of their own permanent income and the discounted value of the child's permanent income. And to make life easy, let's measure social welfare by the negative of the variance. So we're going to need the variance in the population of the parent's utility functions, which are going to depend on lots of different things, but also on the cross-sectional, on the intergenerational transmission. And again, the insight from Atkinson is that social welfare is decreasing in intergenerational persistence. It's also decreasing in the cross-sectional variance, and it's decreasing in intragenerational correlation. So you can, in this framework, it's true that persistence is a bad thing, mobility is a good thing, but mobility of all kinds is a good thing, including that your incomes vary from year to year as much. And you can kind of, so if you have an increase in volatility of individual incomes, in order to keep welfare constant, you need to decrease persistence and so on. Now, this is the Great Gatsby curve. What it does is it plots income inequality in the cross-section on the horizontal axis and persistence on the vertical, and lo and behold, we do indeed have what the Becker-Tomes model in Gary Solon's simplification predicts, that inequality and persistence are positively correlated. And this I think very many people now think of this as being the stylized fact about these things. However, there are things to look at. First of all, it's not entirely clear that persistence really is just the inverse of mobility, because you could argue this in many ways, but I'm not going to go further into that. Mobility and persistence here are both in relative terms, and again, it's not entirely clear that that's what people mean when they talk about these things. But the more important point here is that the Becker-Tomes model is a model of permanent labor income. But when people, including myself and Anders and Miles Korak, whose version I just showed you, plot these things, we typically put on the horizontal axis not inequality of permanent labor income, but rather cross-sectional disposable income, typically in the parental generation, but some people do it in the offspring generation as well. But then on the vertical, we have persistence of long-run labor earnings, but not between all offspring and their parents, between pairs of fathers and sons. So the stuff you have on the vertical is different in 2 different respects from the stuff you have on the horizontal. One is that it's just for a subset of the population, for men. And the second is that it's for a subset of disposable income, that is labor income. I'm going to skip all that. So the persistence among whom is one of the things to look at. And as is very evident, since we're in Sweden, there are more than just men in society. And so how you form these pairs is an open issue, but I'd argue that if you're looking at the relationship between mobility and inequality, you should be looking at all offspring and both parents, so you should be here, rather than looking at just fathers and sons up here. Further, we know that earnings are roughly 60–70% of overall disposable income, maybe a little more, but all the same. So just looking at earnings, and again, within the household, only at the earnings of possibly the main breadwinner, but all the same, just one of them, may be oversimplifying. So arguably, you should be looking at what income distribution people think is the most relevant piece for living standards, namely disposable income, but aggregated across all household members and then distributed to each household member, adjusted for the number of people it's distributed across. Now, then on to the work I've done with Jesper. This is, so we look at mobility, both absolute and relative, in Sweden from 1968 to 2019. This is what our four income concepts, the inequality, cross-sectional inequality in our four income concepts looks like. We have labor income, we have factor income, which adds to labor income any capital income. Then we have personal disposable income, which adds to factor income, transfers and subtracts different taxes, but doesn't aggregate across household members. And finally, we have disposable household income, which arguably is the gold standard for inequality studies. And in all of these, we see a pretty dramatic decline from, well, depends on your view of drama, of course, but from 1968, when inequality came down very rapidly, reached its minimum, depending on income concept, around 1980 or a little later, and then increased, but to much lower levels than it was at later on. So we have a big decline and a little bit of an increase later on. I'll again skip that. I'm sorry about this. I tidied these up, but we had a so the absolute intergenerational income mobility is a relatively new literature which has generated a huge public interest. There are very well-known US studies, and there are some international comparisons, and also some trends in the US recently published. Interestingly enough, what some of these studies demonstrate is that absolute mobility, which is a comparison of essentially the real income level of offspring relative to that of their parents, it turns out to be really a function of marginal distributions, which actually means that this absolute mobility is pretty much driven by economic growth rather than the relationship between children and parents' incomes on their own. I'm not going to go into the last point here separately, but it turns out that the welfare economic basis for these real income comparisons is much more complicated than you'd think. So there are interesting papers for some while ago by Darek and Quiggin. Amartya Sen has a very nice paper called Real National Income, which I think really kind of points to this, that drawing the conclusion from just comparing price-adjusted incomes between generations, that welfare has increased or decreased is very bold indeed. If we look at the fraction of the population that has income that's higher than their parents, and how this has changed across birth cohorts, which are here on the horizontal axis, depending on what income concepts you're looking at, things look either very like there's dramatic improvements, which we get from looking at labor income for daughter-father pairs, which is this mustard-colored line at the bottom here. But if we look at disposable household income, which I'd argue is most welfare relevant, things don't look all that dramatic. So economic growth has essentially been driving that, well, yes, for 80% or much more of the population, they do indeed make more than their parents did. So and indeed, if we do an exercise where we try to see, is this driven by inequality or is it driven by economic growth? This is the realized version of those slides I just showed you. In the middle row here, we're keeping constant the average income at its 2015 value. In the bottom, we're keeping constant the distribution of income. And we see that where we've taken away essentially economic growth, these patterns look nothing like the realized ones, so we conclude that inequality really has nothing to do with this, despite inequality having moved in pretty dramatic ways. I'll possibly, I'm nearing my conclusions, so what I'm going to say, these are also somewhat in the wrong order, but all the same. When we look at the Great Gatsby curve, we've taken the betas from these Galtonian regressions, plotted them here on the vertical, and then we've plotted the Gini coefficient for the same income concept and for the same population in the parental generation on the horizontal. And what comes out, let's focus here on all offspring relative to both parents, is in fact the opposite. So we have a negative relationship between persistence and distribution in the parental generation. So at least if you're looking at disposable income, or indeed pretty much any, all of our income concepts, this kind of turns the Great Gatsby curve entirely around. So to accept the Great Gatsby curve as some kind of received as a stylized fact, at least in terms of some kind of deep structural relationship between these things, is, at least in light of these numbers, mildly put, premature. I'm going to skip to the end here and just note that this idea of a Great Gatsby curve has won quite widespread acceptance. I think both alternative theoretical models, which I didn't hear emphasized, but these often put the Great Gatsby curve in different light. So whether or not the correlation is positive or negative depends on other factors, such as labor market institutions or educational institutions and so on the one hand, and then within country evidence of time trends puts this in a quite different perspective. It may be true that the casual view that mobility is good in also welfare economic sense, this casual view may be true, but to get there you do require a lot more structure, and much of that structure I think can be critically examined. So whether or not you should take a dynastic view of well-being, I think, is very much open to question. I personally think you shouldn't, but that may not be a majority opinion. And finally, I think that when we do mobility studies and when we explore these issues, we need to look beyond just pairs of fathers and sons and look at all persons relative to both their parents, and to also use the broader income concepts that is called for. So not possibly all that many new facts, but maybe a call for lots of more facts. Okay, thank you.
Okay, thanks a lot, Marcus. Last but not least, we have Therese Nilsson from Lund, who's going to focus on yet another type of relation between inequality and stuff we care about, stuff that we can normally agree upon that this is important for well-being, and that's health, right? So, please, Therese.
Let me put this one in my pocket. Cool. So, hi everyone. Do you hear me? Perfect. Okay, so thanks for having me. I've been asked to talk about income inequality and health. And some years ago, I co-authored a book with, among others, Daniel, on the topic whether we get sick of inequality. And I think the invitation for this conference gave me a great opportunity to go back to this literature and see what has happened in the past 4 or 5 years. And apparently, this literature has seen a boost during the corona pandemic. So let's start talking about the socioeconomic gradient and health. It's well documented that there's an association between socioeconomic status and health, and we know that across most countries we see health gaps between the rich and the poor. And while it's still quite debated whether these kind of health gaps has existed forever, or when in history they started to appear, I think there's more and more evidence to the point that there's been recent increases in health differences in income. So Mackenbach has his recent book from 2019 summarizing things, and also, for example, Karin Hedros and Marcus Jenti and co-authors, they present evidence for Sweden where they show increasing disparities in life expectancy between 1970 and 2007. When they look into the causes of death, they see that this seems to be related to a change in deaths due to circulatory diseases, pointing possibly to the role of health behaviors. So I borrowed a bit of their data from their paper and just generated this bar chart where we see life expectancy at age 35 for Swedish men by income group. So Q1 stands for the quintile number 1, the poorest, and Q5 for the richest. And we see this in gray for 1970 and in blue for 2007. And what we see overall is that there's been health gains across the distribution over these decades, at the same time as there's been larger health gains among the very richest. So this is driving the increase in the health gap. There's many theories why do we have these health inequalities and why are they so persistent? And once again, if you're interested in reading more into these theories, I think the book by Mackenbach is, he gives quite a complete overview of these theories. But just to mention a few, I think that there's some theories that emphasize the role of individual characteristics, such as cognitive and non-cognitive skills, that varies across individuals. That has implications for what education we take on, but also what health we have, and that generates a type of sorting across these socioeconomic groups. There are also those theories that point more to the absolute resources, so that income, wealth, economic resources matter for our health and our well-being, maybe not in a linear fashion, but still that if income matters for our health, then we will also see this pattern. And finally, there's also been some theories pointing more to the role of the relative income, more specifically income inequality and its role for health. And to some extent, this income inequality hypothesis that income inequality would matter for our health and well-being stems from the fact that the gradient, the health gradient that I just showed you, seems in terms of mortality and income to differ quite a lot across different countries, with steeper gradients in more unequal countries compared to more equal ones. And indeed, if we do use the information on the Gini coefficient on the horizontal axis, and life expectancy at birth on the vertical one for most countries in the world, well, we do see a negative association. The income inequality hypothesis states that income inequality is harmful for everyone's health. And it has been, it was brought to the academic readership by Professor Richard Wilkinson, and it has been brought the attention from a wide readership, both professionals and lay. And of course, I mean, if inequality matters for how our well-being and our health, I think that that is quite suggestive and exciting, or like very interesting, and also politically controversial. And it also aligns to some extent with the recent trends in economic inequality, although we have a bit of different views in the morning session here. But I mean, if there's been some kind of increasing trend in economic inequality, and we also know now that there's been these increasing health gaps, that would also be, I mean, a sign that maybe income inequality matters for our health and well-being. How can economic inequality affect health? I think that's an important starting point. I mean, what are the mechanisms? And fortunately, given the time constraint, I think Torben gave already a good job in mentioning some few of these. And also, I think in the very first talk we heard today, someone mentioned the word rich list, which I think was good. Because one of the ideas in the literature to why economic inequality would influence health is that we as human beings make social comparisons. We compare ourselves to others, which, if there's wide inequalities, could generate a situation where there's psychological stress, in turn having health effects. And I do apologize that this two pictures will be in Swedish, but those are rich lists in Sweden, where you have headlines from tabloids saying that those earn the most in Luleå, or that these individuals have the most luxurious caravans in, well, in Stockholm and the rest of the country. This was a photo at Östermalm, by the way. But okay, so what I mean, why I don't want to make fun of this, but I think this signals that we do probably compare ourselves to others. So maybe there's some truth to this one. That's a potential mechanism. A second potential mechanism is lower trust, and this is what Torben talked about, that inequality may generate lower trust and social cohesion. Of course, if that makes us unsafe, that could also have health implications. We could also imagine that in an unequal society, if there's high income inequality, we also have political inequality, which may end up in elite capture or just very different preferences of the rich and the poor, and which affects the provision of public goods such as healthcare. And finally, both sociological theories and economic theory predict that with increasing inequality, we might see both more violence and higher crime rates. And this could, of course, have implications for how I feel, how safe I feel, my well-being and my health, both if I'm the victim, as well as if I care about that I might become a victim or my family might become a victim. I need some water. Okay, so there's a big literature on income inequality, a big empirical literature on income inequality and health. Not least using population measures. So what are population measures? Well, they are averages. Population health is average health in a country. So for example, the average life expectancy at birth, that's a good population health measure. And as I started off in this talk, there's been a boost in this field. I found quite many papers in the recently published in quite decent or very good journals, I would say, focusing on, for example, the role of income inequality in US states and the number of COVID cases. Well, then as an average. So there's more than 200 published articles on this topic using population health measures. They focus on different health outcomes, both subjective and objective health outcomes, but all of them are aggregated data. And they conclude that more or less uniformly that more equal societies have better health and better well-being. So along the lines of this scatter plot that I showed you before. However, there's very limited discussion about methodological challenges in these papers. In particular, and what I will emphasize here in my speak, the importance of, or the problematic part that we use this kind of average for population health. Because it could be the case that the correlation that we see on an aggregate level not necessarily aligns with the correlation that we see on the individual level. And to challenge you all just before lunch, this is my small theoretical model. It's very hypothetical. It's a hypothetical society with 3 individuals. We have Anna, Benjamin, and Cecilia. They have different earnings. And in the first case, Anna earns 18,000, Cecilia 22,000, and Benjamin 20,000 Swedish kronas. Let's then just assume that every month there's some money channeled from from Anna to Cecilia. So what we have here is a situation where average incomes, they remain the same. Anna's income is reduced, Cecilia's income is increased. So we have larger dispersion in terms of income inequality. Average incomes are the same, inequality increased. What happens to health on average? Well, it's quite likely that Anna's health is reduced. Cecilia's might have improved. But if there's a non-linear relationship between income and health, well, then the health loss of Anna will be greater than the health gain that Cecilia will receive. Meaning that health on average will be reduced at the same time as we see this inequality increase. So just graphically, what we see is that we have dispersion in income. What happens if there's a concave relationship between income and health on the individual level, then average health will automatically decrease. And this means that, well, it could be problematic to just have studies using population health as an outcome. Instead, to say something about whether income inequality matters for our health and well-being, what we need is individual level data, because it's only with individual level data that we actually can capture Benjamin. So what is happening with him? Well, he is in the very same society. Average incomes are the same. His income is the same, but dispersion in the distribution increased. And if we have a look then on the literature using income inequality and individual level data, well, then the picture looks quite different. So this is from the book that we wrote together with an update that I did for this presentation. And what we see is that, well, there's some evidence in line, and it's based on about 95 published articles. So, I mean, if we just classify them along the lines whether they support the income inequality hypothesis or whether they don't do it, we see a quite mixed picture. Okay, so it's much more mixed evidence as compared to when we look into population health studies. If we look at the different bars, well, they refer to different outcomes. So SAH, which is the blue-gray graph here, refers to subjective self-assessed health, while this bar refers to mortality. And I think one thing that you can learn from this is that while there seems to be very little evidence in line with that the income inequality would have an impact on mortality, but maybe there's something going on in terms of self-assessed health. So mixed evidence. There seems to be maybe a difference between subjective and objective health. And all of these articles on the using individual level data seems to find a positive association between absolute income and health, and also in a non-linear fashion. So, well, even if we have individual level data, I think that as an economist, well, you start thinking there's a lot more problems than just in having individual level data. And let's not dig into those in detail, but I just think that it's important to say that there's been some discussion in the literature that is it really reasonable when you go on the individual level, you mainly have studies from one single country, and then still is variation in income inequality? I mean, is that enough? Is the variation enough to even say something within a country? So some studies, I think there's about 5 of them, use information on individuals across different countries. And also there, we see very mixed results in terms of support or non-support for the income inequality hypothesis. And, well, yeah, studies trying to handle the endogeneity problems that might arise there's some longitudinal studies, one quasi-natural experiment, and some few lab experiments. And yeah, I would say that it's similarly mixed in terms of whether we see a support for the income inequality hypothesis or not. Some concluding remarks. Someone before me said it's complex. Well, yeah, maybe it's complex. Well, to study this question, I think it's important to remind ourselves, not least given what we've seen in terms of the number of published articles just in the 2-3 last years, that, well, to say something, we at least need individual level data. And when we do use that, we see quite mixed evidence. So the conclusion will be that inequality doesn't seem to make us sick, but perhaps affect how we feel. In the literature, we see very little discussion about magnitudes, and I think that's unfortunate. If we think it from a policy perspective, of course, we need to put this, the potential inequality effect, how big is it and what would that relate to? I think also that, as I said in the reviewing these about 100 articles that use individual level data, it seems to be an association between income, although we all know that there's an academic debate whether this is, a causal relationship. But if there exists such relationship, it doesn't mean that we should redistribute. Because first of all, if there's a relationship between absolute incomes and health, well, that will have an impact on individual well-being to redistribute. And also, I think to refer to a bit more of the more recent research that I've made, I think that, and to tie on to what Daniel said in terms of welfare state services, I think it's important that to remember that that welfare services equalizes incomes, and there's quite big support there's very big support in the literature that on the importance of the early environment. So going back to Åsa's presentation, okay, how should we think about what investments should we do, and when should we do them, and when should the welfare system be redistributive? I think that the literature is quite clear here that it should be early investments. I've done some work on, for example, the infant care, the BVC introduction in Sweden and how that affects both health and long-run outcomes, and similarly the effect of education on health and later outcomes. So by that, I would say thank you.
Thanks a lot. Okay, so now there's a lunch break. And we will reconvene here at 1:45. So 13:45, we're going to be back, and then we'll have a panel discussion with you guys. So thanks a lot, and see you back in an hour. just to check, Torben, can you hear us okay?
Loud and clearly, yes.
Very good, thanks. So we were somewhat interrupted in the previous discussion. We're very happy to see that there are so many questions and comments that we had to sort of postpone some of them. So we'll start off basically where we finished last. So you were about to ask Luca something, I think.
Yeah, I asked you, but you never got the chance to answer. But I'll just ask the same question to all of the panelists. So I'll give you the word after that. But basically, like, inequality is so important in so many issues, but that the public debate can be kind of frustrating sometimes. Like, it's difficult to get what we think are the most important issues across. So I will just ask then, what's, like, Luca, could you just give an insight? What's the most misunderstandings or misdirections in the public debate on inequality these days?
Thanks a lot for, I don't know if now it's work, for giving me the opportunity to talk a little more than what I was supposed to do at the beginning, and to steal a little bit of your time. Sorry for that. So for public debates, to me, what's really key is that we should ask statistical institutions and governments to really do the low-hanging fruits work. And this low-hanging fruit, I just wanted to show you back one slide which I really presented very rapidly. I don't know if that's possible. Your colleague
yes,
told me it was.
please. We love slides.
Just one slide here. It's here. And I don't know if we're able to see it on the screen, but it's really something that should be very simple to produce for tax authorities, actually, and for governments. But we still don't have that today for so many countries. And even in Sweden, we're saying that we don't necessarily have this very basic information of, the number of people per different wealth brackets, how much taxes are paid as a share of their wealth, different types of taxes. Very simple table, really, but that would really make it possible to track year after year in a very systematic manner all the things we've been talking about before. And so I think this is really a kind of a low-hanging fruit thing that would help public debate so much. And so we make a few proposals in the World Inequality Report, and I think that would help the debate a lot. Then the second point, it's more on the policy side. I think the question about efficiency and inequality with respect to the presentation that we had before is so important. And this idea that there can be a trade-off, it's an important debate to have, and I think more facts help to objectivize this work. But I think it's also important to realize that over the past few decades, what we've learned from macroeconomists is that, in fact, they don't really know how to, increase growth, But what we've learned from public economists and inequality economists is that sometimes the first-order effects of tax policies is not going to be whether or not it's going to increase growth or decrease it. It's really going to be the effects on the distribution. So sometimes we need, I think, to maybe replace things in the right order. That is, the first-order effect, if it's to increase inequality largely, for instance, when you scrap wealth taxes, when you reduce some forms of taxes at the top, thinking that these taxes will have an effect on a positive effect on overall growth, an effect which very often we're in the impossibility to measure. So it's important here to look at first-order impacts rather than potential, second or third-order developments of these policies. And I think in many countries we have argument and support for the views that I've been expressing here today, linking this with the Swedish debate, with what was presented by Asa, I think, before. To me, it was interesting to see that the reform of the tax and transfer system over the past 15 years, it seems that a part of the rationale and the discourse over why should we reform was to increase efficiency, was to make more growth, in particular for bottom income groups, So the trickle-down narrative, right? But what we've seen from the graph here is that, in fact, well, it doesn't seem that there was more growth at the bottom. It doesn't seem that there were more incomes at the bottom here. So I think it's an interesting part of the discussion here that is enabled by these distributional statistics to see that this narrative of the trickle-down effect related to less taxes at the top doesn't necessarily lead to actually the desired outcome. And this is what the kind of data we're working on allows to objectify.
Great, thank you. And Torsten, you're there. You wanna? Huh? Torben, sorry, Torben. Do you want to add to this?
Yes, you want me to say what I think is...
Luca said, or like what is the main challenge for like the inequality discussion in today?
Yes, first I agree with what Lucas was saying, and this point about trickle down is it's often advanced in policy debates, but it's related to what I mentioned briefly on winners and losers, that we have various things, globalization, new technology and whatnot. And people are saying, well, there are some who will gain, but it will trickle down and everybody would benefit from it. And we have many examples that that's not what's happening. And that's why you can have this conflict between the winners and the losers. I also agree that, and I guess we as economists are to blame that not always being careful in pointing out not only the efficiency effects of various policies or changes, but also the effect on inequality. Maybe we have seen sort of a swing that in a period of time it was hardly mentioned, and now because inequality has increased, it's getting more attention. One of the things that I think is often misunderstood is that inequality and whatever measure of economic performance you think of, they're really very complex variables affected by a multitude of things, of course, including policy, but also many other things. And therefore, you cannot conclude anything from a given correlation. And it's in some part of the policy discussion, it's often presented as if inequality is a policy instrument, which is not the case. We have various things which can influence inequality, like taxes and transfers, various types of expenditures and so on. But as soon as you say that, you also say it's much more complicated and we have to be very careful about the particular instruments and how they would work and so on. So it's also saying that there's a lot of detailed knowledge here, which is, of course, a challenge for economists to communicate into the policy community.
So just to follow up on that, Torben, I know that you've thought a lot about this question, so I'm going to have you reiterate a couple of things. I mean, the question on efficiency and inequality, or it's classic in economics, and it's often posed, that there is this trade-off, etc. I mean, and part of what you pointed to was that, well, first of all, this is not true for all issues, right? There's a whole multitude of things where we know that we can both increase efficiency and equity, right? So that should be obvious. But how do you think that we should then correctly frame the other question? How should we think if we should not, think of, is this good or bad because growth will increase or decrease? How should we think of the question, between efficiency and equity? What does it boil down to? You mentioned a whole bunch of different things that come into this, but
yeah, it's a hard question. There are many things in that.
That's why I'm posing it to you.
If I take the equity or inequality dimension, it's there's also an issue here whether we tend to focus too much on the Gini coefficient, or whether we should be more detailed or specific in terms of who are facing problems and how would a particular instrument affect this group. That could be income deciles, but it could also be groups defined in other ways. I think often people, and especially, of course, researchers know, but in policy discussions, people focus too much on the Gini coefficient, not really understanding how it's defined and how various things would affect the Gini coefficient. I'm not saying it's an irrelevant measure. It's just that it's maybe having a bit too much focus and also being interpreted in different ways. Of course, going to the other extreme would then look at various poverty measures and so on, but there are many other things in terms of equality of opportunity, which we have discussed, where it's well documented that social gradients, health was discussed, but also in education and so on. And that's clearly where you have to be much more focused on particular groups which would benefit from a given policy and so on. And also the effects would unfold over, you will not see an effect necessarily within 1 or 2 or even 5 years, but unfold over a much longer period of time. So that's also one of the difficulties in terms of policy, to understand that some of these things which could have a large effect on inequality, whatever measure we think of, would not show up until after maybe a decade or 2.
Thanks. So let me sort of turn to Marcus then and ask you a similar question, but specifically when it comes to the discussion about intergenerational mobility. What do you think are the biggest challenges in terms of the public discussion about this? You mentioned a few of them, and what are the large sort of misunderstandings? What can we do to correct them? What should we focus on, etc.? Also a big question.
Yes, and it's not entirely. It's difficult to know where to begin, and in part, of course, it's a somewhat problematic question, because I've spent many years of my academic career in some sense trying to address, especially the last few years, together with Anders Björklund, to try to address what I think are misunderstandings within the research community, and so what the public actually knows and thinks is a more complicated question. But if I have to start from some point, I think an important misunderstanding is related to the issue of intergenerational mobility and persistence on the one hand, and equality of opportunity on the other. Now there's some debate, some of it ongoing, between whether or not intergenerational mobility really is motivated by the concern for equality of opportunity or not. But on the assumption it is, I think it would be useful if we, at least economists, moved to more explicitly use the concept of equality of opportunity and relied on the large research body within both political philosophy and within economics that actually tries to examine equality of opportunity directly, where parental family background is an important factor, but it's not the only one, and kind of operate out of that, and then if we do this successfully, we may also be able to convey to media and to the public what is meant by that and why it's important. Because I also think that it, first of all, there are important trade-offs to be made, which are quite well known within the research literature, but rarely addressed. That often equality of opportunity is appealed to as a substitute for equalizing cross-sectional inequalities, and say we don't care about equality of outcome, we care about equality of opportunity and so on. One of the things that flows out of this is, of course, which is a good thing, is a concern for, say, early childhood circumstances and so on. But if this is taken very seriously, it may have quite radical consequences for many things. For instance, it calls into question in schooling policy whether or not you should be investing heavily in a few elite schools, or if you should radically increase financing for schools that are in worst off districts. because that would then a massive increase in funding attention paid to these. That might, in fact, equalize opportunities. But this is a thing that might come at a cost. And it is these kinds of trade-offs, I think, that would flow if this was phrased more formally in terms of equality of opportunity.
Yeah, no, this is super interesting. And I think I mentioned before the session that I said one of the things that everyone seems to agree upon is that there should be equality of opportunity. And I know that you've said something funny about this, so I want to quote you on that. And it was something along the lines that, yeah, everyone agrees on equality of opportunity until they start thinking about what it really would mean. So I think the bridge there is really important, that instead of sort of using these phrases, we should try to really pin down what is it that we're implying or thinking about when we discuss these terms, and to try to have some kind of structured thinking around that. So Therese, same question to you.
Same question to me.
What are the big, misunderstandings or sort of misguided focus in terms of?
Well, first of all, I would just like to say that I agree that that there should most likely be a more of a discussion in terms of, or even focus first of all, inequality of opportunity, but also a greater discussion of that, what it actually means and in the end. So that I totally agree on. And then if you talk about misunderstandings and related to my presentation, well, I think I hope people got the message that maybe there's a misunderstanding in terms of, or not misunderstanding, but the focus, that evidence are not as sure in terms of whether income inequality affects health. And just in general, I think that we have a great discussion about health inequalities for reasons, but it's also easy that these health gaps and the increasing health gaps that we see, and when we talk about health inequality, that we naturally associate these with that this would relate to income differences, while de facto, this could be about sorting, it could be about absolute resources, etc. So I think sometimes in the public debate, I wish that people were a bit more careful about, okay, so what are the possible reasons to why we see these health gaps and why they're increasing, why they're so persistent. And then, well, just maybe this is not this is more for the morning session, but in terms of what, so not the consequences of inequality, but maybe more the causes to inequality. And I think sometimes what I miss in the debate is that there are certain processes or factors that generate inequality that we can accept and what can't we accept. And I think, so one example in there's recent evidence to that, the fact that people marry or partner people of the same education level as one, so if we marry and we have about the same education level, that actually, this educational associative mating, that does actually partially drive developments in income inequality across countries. And I think I think most of us here agree on that. We should not influence who we marry, right? And still that is a factor that drives inequality. And I think sometimes we miss out on that discussion in the public debate.
Yeah. So let me turn to you, Torben, and ask you a question about, again, the relationship between these macro outcomes and inequality. Would you say that these questions are a consequence of lack of data somehow? Is this something that we could, in principle, solve if we had better data? Or is this a problem on a different level? How should we? I guess the question sort of underlying this is, if we want to advance the debate on these issues, how much time should we spend, in your view, on getting better data, and how much more on thinking about these questions theoretically or conceptually? Yet another small question.
Yes, thank you. I guess data and thinking, they are not substitutes, but can be complements. And of course, data is extremely important. And luckily, we have seen huge improvements in data recently, and not least in the Nordic countries. So we're better informed today than we were in the past, but of course we are not perfectly informed. So it's extremely important to, and many of you have already mentioned that, so I don't have to repeat that, the importance of the data. I think there's also a very fundamental, difficult thing, because we know that we have also made, when I say we, the profession has made advances in terms of being more careful about causality, and we have, especially in labor market policies, a lot of studies being very careful about having proper controls and so on to be able to say something which gets close to causality. And I think that's extremely important, but we also have to recognize sort of a limit to how far we can move, because all of this work, despite all its elegance and methodological advances, it tells us about partial effects. And we are really, when we talk about this in society overall, we're talking about general equilibrium effects. And it's extremely difficult to set up a proper setting where you can talk about causality in a general equilibrium setting. So that's of course a challenge which would say that we will never get sort of a very clear-cut things. Of course, we know something and we get better in knowing consequences of particular policies. I guess it's fair to say that in the past there has been a lot of focus on the effects of taxes and transfers, incentive to work and so on, and increasingly now much more focus on the effect of various types of expenditures, education, so on families and so on. So at least on that side, and that's also, of course, also driven by data that this is becoming possible. And I like the emphasis on welfare services which were made earlier, because in the Nordic countries it's a key element of our welfare state, and it's clearly of importance, and we need to understand better the effects of these so-called welfare services. Could I, if timing allows, Jesper, could I make just a comment on what Marcus was saying on equality of opportunity?
Absolutely.
Because I agree very much on what you said, Marcus, because this is one of these so-called golden concept. Who can be against equality of opportunity? A few years ago, I tested all Danish political parties, and as you might know, we have quite a few of them. They had in their program something about equality of opportunity, and it was quite clear that they did not mean the same thing when they were saying this. So we have to be more precise about it, and when you start sort of digging into it and discuss it with people, then you strike various differences or problems, and one important one is the difference between, I put it very simply, effort and luck. That those who have high income, and you might say, well, you're also born with an advantage, blah, 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 would say, well, this is more effort, it's not luck. So we have, and how to separate these things are not very straightforward. And this is also bringing up another thing which Marcus was saying, which I agree that sometimes it's said, oh, if you only focus on equality of opportunity, everything is fine if we think we can get there. But just bringing in risk in it also implies that you have to be concerned about outcomes and the exposed situation. So I think it's important not to, equality of opportunity is extremely important, but also important not to sort of lose sight of sort of the, should we call it, the traditional side of redistribution and inequality.
Yeah. Absolutely. Thanks a lot.
Therese had a comment on that.
Yeah, I just wanted to tie on to what Torben said in terms of, well, on the one hand, causality, and on the other hand, the welfare services and the effects thereof. And I think that one thing that surprises me sometimes in the Swedish setting compared to, for example, Denmark, is that in Denmark there's much more RCTs, much more controlled experiments in the welfare sector, not least in the educational sector. I have no idea why this is the case, but there seems to be some kind of resistance in the Swedish context to make these kind of randomized programs, at least in the educational sector. And that is, of course, one way to go if we want to understand the causal effects of welfare services.
Yeah, just getting back to the question, what's missing in the public debate, and I think we've been discussing all day, like what we need, the methodology challenges, what we need to know more, how to draw the map. And if you listen carefully, we don't even agree of how the map looks. It's kind of, and so I think maybe that is one of the issues why it's difficult to get these messages across. Because if you want to get out in the public debate, things can't be too difficult. It needs to be clear, and so reaching out with a message and getting a constructive debate on this is challenging. Also, picking out what Torben said, like the Gini coefficient, and also you mentioned this, Luca, that this is misleading, but it's a very simple, intuitive measure because you get one number, easy number. You can follow the of years between countries. And that's kind of it has power because it's easy to find, and many of the international organizations use that. And that can be then misleading because maybe we can see that, well, there hasn't been a change in the inequality. Why do we care? So I think maybe we should be also more focused on how we communicate things and be clever. And that's where VID has done a tremendous effort in trying to get that coherent communication and bringing things into the public debate in a manner that has brought about constructive advances. So do you have an advice to us, how should we in Sweden go about to get this on the agenda in a more constructive manner?
So there's one exercise which we've done in the context of France with French statistics, which I think could be replicated in as many countries as possible. That is, in France, we also had different groups of researchers working on inequality, not always using the same indicators, not always necessarily coming up to the same conclusions, but just because they were using the term inequality to talk about different things: disposable income, pre-tax income, wealth, other forms of inequalities. So what we did for a year and a half, under the auspices of French statistics, we sat together, different groups, and we shared our methodologies, our concepts, our data. And we came up with a unified approach, which in fact looked a little bit like the distributional national accounts guidelines here. So our group were quite happy because we thought that we were sharing some of our work, but of course we also were able to review some of the things we were doing. So we all learned in that process. And then we came up with a unified vision, a unified framework on how to distribute national accounts, before income, taxes, after transfers, looking at wealth, etc., different indicators. And I think that this has a positive impact on public debates because it was different groups of researchers with French statistics, and maybe Sweden could be interested in doing a similar kind of thing. And I think it's the things that can really push the debate further and forward.
Yeah, so thanks. I think that's a really important point, that in fact the discussion about inequality should never, ever, ever use just the word inequality, because it can be used in so many different ways that you can't say, did inequality go up or down, or even for poverty, did poverty go up or down? I mean, it totally depends on the definition. And I'm sorry, but that's not just because researchers want to be difficult. And it's because it simply means different things, and it depends on at what level one is looking at it. Then, of course, we can look at, where, for each particular question, we want to look at this at different levels, but we should be careful about that and try to get away from this idea of that we can say inequality in general went up or down or something, because that's often impossible to sort of nail. Can I just, yeah, sorry, did you have?
This is kind of possibly a slightly unnecessarily snide remark, but it helps if researchers use reasonably standardized concepts to refer to reasonably precise things, and I think in this respect we've gone backwards in the previous few years. So there are lots of people who talk about social inequality, and that can mean essentially almost anything. And also within lots of people now, when they're actually referring to intergenerational income mobility, they use the term social mobility. And that's an innovation of the previous few years, and I think again that obfuscates rather than clarifies anything. So it's much less obvious what social mobility actually means than it was before.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah. As you might have guessed, we can discuss these things for ages. You know, we'll never stop. But that's not the point of this exercise. But it's also to have questions from you. So there were questions before, so I'm sure there are questions here. So, Pat, please.
Okay. Thank you. I'm Per Molander. I chair the Commission on Equality that delivered a report to the Swedish government about 2 years ago. I have not questions, actually, it's 2 remarks, follow-ups to Torben's presentation here. The first concerns the relationship between inequality and growth. Torben said something like this: the results are mixed, and I think at first sight they may be so, but we dug into this question during the Commission work. We found something like 35 papers on this topic. Most of these papers are sloppy. They use simply the Gini coefficient as explanatory variable and a few other things. And as you could expect, some get a positive relationship between inequality growth, some get a negative, and most of them get no significant results at all. And that's what you should expect, because the Gini coefficient is an extremely blunt measure of inequality. So there's nothing surprising about that. Then there's a smaller group of studies, something like 5 or 6 ones, which use a much more detailed description of inequality. Basically, the income shares of the quintile groups or the decile groups in each society. And within that group, the result is extremely sharp. The larger the income share of the lower strata, the higher the income, the higher the economic growth rate, without exception. And at the upper end of the distribution, all but one get the conclusion that the smaller the income share of the highest decile group or quintile group, the higher income. So there's a negative relationship between the income share of the highest income stratum and the growth rate. That's one exception studied by Wojciechowski, but otherwise. So it's almost unanimous within this group of well-designed studies that you have this positive relationship between equality and growth rate. And there's nothing surprising about this. To me, this is simply reflection of the importance of human capital. If you have a general high capability of reading, writing, and arithmetic in a society, that's good for the economy, and that's good for democracy, that's good for the trust level in society, and so on. So if the education system guarantees a relatively high, lowest level in society of human capital, you get all these benefits, and including the higher growth rate. Okay, first point. My second point concerns the trade-off curve that Torben showed, and which he also had in this report for the medium-term survey, långtidsutredningen, which we studied, of course, during the commission work. And he said for countries like the Nordic countries, which are close to this trade-off curve, you're bound to have a trade-off. But if you look at that diagram in detail, you can see that the GDP per capita level of Sweden in 2014, which is the final year of this study, it is compatible with the Gini coefficient of 1982, when Sweden was as its top equality position. So even if there is such a trade-off, hypothetically, it's not a binding restriction, even for Sweden in this extreme position. Okay, thank you.
Okay, so Torben, do you have comments on these remarks? Do you want to add something?
Yes. Thank you, Per, for these comments. Let me start with the last one. The estimated frontier is the best practice frontier, but it's not necessarily the, what should we call it, theoretical or true frontier, because it could be that even those countries we consider as doing a pretty good job, including Sweden, could do even better. So we don't know where the true curve is. And your remark is an example of this, that there might be something out there which, if we work a bit harder, we can reach this point. What the analysis shows is that over the years, Sweden has roughly moved a bit away from the frontier, but roughly followed the frontier and accepted more inequality and an increase in GDP per capita. And then you can give that a political interpretation. On the first thing, there are really many studies out there and an increasing number. I think it's this dependence on the particular selection of countries and the length of the sample period has shown that whenever some researchers find a relationship, whenever you try to generalize this to a longer period or a broader group of countries, you find these mixed results, which I think is not a surprise from a theoretical point of view, because you can easily write down a basic model where you can think of some changes which would make these two variables move in the same direction or an opposite direction. And you can also easily write down models where the short-run responses would be different from the long-run responses. So when we have two such complex endogenous variables, it's no surprise that you can find many different results out there. And as I stressed in my presentation, one should just not mix that up with that it's unclear what policy is doing. It's just that there's so many things going on in these macro data that's hard to interpret, and you have to look more detailed, and also what we started discussing in this panel, that you have to be more sort of, let's call it micro-oriented on the specific instruments when you want to affect something here.
Thanks. Yes, we have a question down there.
Yeah, my name is Lars Nell. I'm trying to remember something that was said by an American comedian, and he said something like this, that when you try to measure the difference between affluence and poverty, the important thing is not the difference, but poverty. And now you have told us, Jesper, that we can't talk about poverty because we don't understand what it is. And I don't really agree with it, because I think there are lots of people who can tell us what poverty is. And the other thing is that if we start talking about the lack of data and that we can't measure the difference between affluence and poverty, I mean, then, and your conclusion now seems to be that we have no policy advice to give at all. But if we start to focus on poverty and on people that are really poor, and children that are really very poor and the lack of opportunity for them, I think we have a lot of policy advice that we should be able to give.
Okay, that was for me, I guess. Yeah. No, so what I hope I said, what I meant to say was that you cannot make statements such that, such as poverty has gone up or poverty has gone down over a period of time without specifying what kind of poverty measure you're referring to. Because both are, in fact, not just possible, but there's a lot of examples of reports coming up saying that if you use a particular measure of poverty, the one Daniel used, for example, then poverty has gone down or stayed pretty, at a low level recently. Other measures of poverty, which are equally, plausible or relevant for some questions, in those situations, poverty has gone up quite dramatically. So you can have the exact same societies displaying both a decrease in one type of poverty but an increase in a different type of poverty at the same time. I totally agree that, poverty, of course we can say what poverty is, but not just by using the word poverty, because by definition you can come up with different definitions and then you can get different trajectories. So I'm not saying we don't have policy advice. I'm not saying we can't say what has happened. In fact, quite often we can say pretty detailed things about what has happened. But it's important that we be clear on precisely what we're talking about. Because it's easy to come up with a pamphlet saying, there's no problem because poverty, look at this measure. Poverty's gone down, in fact. And then someone else says, that doesn't seem right because I read some different report where poverty is in fact going up. And in this discussion, I think it's important to say exactly, that this is not because the world is unclear in terms of what happened. This is only because these two people or pamphlets are using different measures, right? So that's the only point.
The other point I made was more important.
Absolutely. Yeah. No, and on that point, I agree. I think there's a lot of policy, advice that could be given in terms of what to do about poverty. Sure.
Yeah. We have 5 minutes.
And so the point is not to try to not be ideological. I think researchers should be as objective as possible, as transparent as possible, as serious and methodologically sound. But this idea of completely, trying to say no, that absolutely there's no underlying assumptions and visions of how the world functions, what is a utility function, etc., it's impossible to completely remove this. But I think the way to move forward, the answer, is really to be clear on, the methods, the transparency of the methods, the replicability of the data. In the end, this is what researchers in the social sciences have been doing all along, and that's, I think, what we should continue to do and to apply to solve this unsolvable question, I think.
Marcus, you had
a well, I can only second. I think researchers should be as transparent as possible. I also prodded by but I spent part of yesterday reading Tony Atkinson's paper, Economics as a Moral Science, and this encouraged me also to, in fact, say that we also need to be clearer about the role of normative statements in economics when we're doing our work, because we're often engaged in things we think are perfectly objective, when in fact we're just doing what everybody does, but which is in fact also influenced by our assumptions. I mean, if you studied any statistics, you've done probably a course in decision theory, and you know that every statistic is a solution to a decision theoretic problem where you've minimized some loss function. The problem is most of us just run regressions So we all minimize quadratic loss functions. But that doesn't make it a objective. That just tells us that our loss function is quadratic. And likewise, we should take seriously things that have been going on in moral philosophy in the past 30 years or so, rather than pretend that we're still at Jeremy Bentham's age in the in the early 18th century. In the early 19th century, sorry. Got it wrong. But
Do we have more questions from the floor? If not, that's very good because we have no more time. So we should conclude and have some coffee and then be back here in 15 minutes. And thanks a lot, Torben. I'm not sure if you will stay on and listen in or comment later, but if not, thank you very much for.
I'll be listening. Yeah, thank you.
don't see as many people as I did in the morning when but I see enough, I think, for us to start this third session, which will offer us a policy perspective on economic inequality. And with us we should have, if we are lucky, Professor Stephanie Stancheva, who is working at Harvard and who, among other things, have advised President Macron in this study that she, together with Jean Tirole and others, published. You are most welcome, Professor Stancheva.
Thank you so much.
I give you the floor, and after that I might ask you a few questions, and then we will actually continue in Swedish, regrettably. But
great.
The floor is yours. Most welcome.
Thank you so much. Thank you very much for the kind invitation. I'm very happy to present this work that we did with Danny Roderick, my colleague at the Kennedy School, for a report that was commissioned by President Macron and chaired by Jean Tirole and Olivier Blanchard. So Danny and I got assigned one of the three big questions parts, which was on inequality and economic security. The two others were aging and health and immigration, and climate change and environmental policies. So all pretty big topics. So I want to show you a little bit how we went about thinking about this question and what sort of policy recommendations we made, which are targeted to France, but probably much more generalizable. So I'll try to stick to the time so we can have some questions at the end. So the way we started thinking about this is with this policy matrix. So this is a way to organize our thinking about different types of policies. So in the columns of this matrix, we have the stages at which a policy intervenes. So a policy can act on the what we can call pre-production stage, which is everything that happens before you go into the labor market. And so this would be, for instance, policies such as education, training, anything related to early childhood programs, but also things that, level the playing field in terms of financial assets and capital. So, for instance, inheritance and estate taxes. In the middle column, we have this production stage, which is basically everything that happens during the labor market when firms and employees interact. And then in the final stage, we have this post-production, what happens after incomes are realized. And this is where we typically think about redistributing incomes and providing social insurance once the labor market has done its job. And then in the rows of this matrix, you can see which group is most affected by specific policies or most targeted. So it can range from basically bottom incomes, the middle class, or top incomes, to be very simplistic. And so all the cells here fill specific possible policies that can act on these dimensions. So for instance, in the third pillar, or the post-production stage, it's our standard social insurance and progressive taxation policies, including how much you tax people at the top, whether you have wealth taxes, how your unemployment insurance works, your social transfers. And in the typical sort of welfare state model, the emphasis is very much on these sort of first and third pillars, and often actually very much targeted towards bottom and middle incomes in terms of having enough education provided to people, enough training, and the idea is that if this is done, everybody will have equal opportunities in the labor market. And then if that doesn't entirely happen, there is some social insurance and progressivity that happens towards the end. And so this is kind of our standard welfare state model that has basically this first pillar and this third pillar that are very strongly emphasized. But there's a bit of a limit to that today, and that's in the part why this report even happened. And this is something that is happening in many countries, which is that this traditional welfare state model, it assumes, and kind of wrongly today, that good or middle class jobs will be available to all that have adequate education. And so really it focuses social spending on education, and then on the third pillar on pensions and social insurance against idiosyncratic risks like unemployment, disability, or illnesses. But today, inequality and insecurity are a structural problem, which manifests itself in the inadequacy and the limits of good jobs or middle class jobs. And those trends are very much driven by technology and globalization, which tend to hollow out this middle ground of the employment. And that exhibits itself in very stark ways, in sort of permanently bad jobs, people who are, never able to get out of bad jobs, and we'll talk more about what that means to people, and depressed regional labor markets. And so we need a strategy to directly tackle that. So the traditional welfare policies are good and needed, but they're not a direct solution to try to, target the problem at the roots, and target this labor market that is itself perpetuating the problem of lack of good jobs. And so what we really want to add to this is a sort of good jobs welfare state model, which very much intervenes at this production stage or in the labor market through policies that can help improve the availability of good jobs, incentivize firms to provide them, and have a very targeted idea to reduce the perpetuation of inequality in the labor market itself. So this is what we'll talk about a lot here. Before I move on, I wanted to show you some survey evidence on what people actually sort of think about these things. And we did this in several countries. So let me show you just some key results here for France. But one survey was very much about what are good jobs to you? What do you care about? What do you value in a job? And then another was much more broadly about policies. And so let me give you some key messages that come out of these surveys of citizens. One is, and this is in French, but I'll sort of translate. If you ask people what is a good job to you, really, the things that come out is, of course, to be well paid, have a, sufficient money. That's clearly a condition that is absolutely necessary for a good job. And then people also very much care about the atmosphere at work, the work conditions, the work relations. So good jobs, if we keep moving through these questions, and also what are the best aspects of your job, like flexibility, like human contact, like progression. People value not just, the money, which they do and is very important, but also having some autonomy, some prospect of career progression, some stability. And these are the things that, back in time, decades ago, were potentially much more taken as given than they are today. And some other things, people really like being able to use their skills. But many people still think that, the way to get good jobs is to have a good network, good family relations, basically. Someone, and you need to have a good degree, which not everyone can basically get. They also think there's a really big divergence in the ability to get a good job by region, specifically between rural, low-density regions and then high-density areas. It's also clear that the younger generations have sort of perhaps accepted the fact that they may not find a good job. So their criteria today are much less strict than the criteria of older people who have many more conditions for what would make a good job for them. And then many people blame this loss of good jobs actually on globalization and outsourcing and technology, but globalization being sort of the key culprit in people's minds. And people very much think the government has tools to act against this decline in good jobs. And they tend to, even favor sometimes creating quality jobs at the expense of potentially having a bit more unemployment. And then, some other results here that will play into the propositions we made, the suggestions, is that people tend to think in general that there's an unfair sharing of the burden between, people who are middle class or even lower income and sort of the top of the distribution. There is a perception that the top of the distribution and also corporations, which have benefited a lot from globalization, are not pitching enough into the common pool and are not sharing enough of that gain with other people. And so let me dive into the concrete recommendations following sort of these three pillars that we spoke about. So the first active recommendation turned into a broader work that was then done also by the Council of Economic Advisors in France on how to reform the inheritance tax system. So France has an inheritance tax, which means that at the death of someone, their heirs will pay something in proportion to what they're receiving and how close the relative link was with that person. So for instance, there's a preferential treatment if it is your direct parent, and less preferential treatment if it is a more distant relative. The problem with the system is that it is extremely unpopular. It's also very poorly understood. So people really don't understand how it works very well, and they tend to perceive it as actually much more punitive than it is. And this is something we see as well in the US, where the US has an estate tax, which means the tax is paid on the whole wealth at death. And so it's a bit like an inheritance tax, but it's kind of paid on the side of the estate rather than on the inheritance flow that goes to each heir. And people vastly overestimate how many people actually are liable to that estate tax. And so what we actually try to propose here is that the current system is extremely myopic. So you're sort of taxed transfer by transfer. So if today I get something from my father, and then in 10 years I get something from a great aunt, these will be treated as basically separate things. And so it will be extremely, in a sense, regressive, because wealthier households are able to space out their gifts throughout life and their transfers that they're making in a way that a lot of the tax can be forgiven. And in the end, small amounts will be taxed, in a relatively harsh way, when big amounts that are properly spaced out or disconnected will be taxed at some preferential rates. And so what we propose is an idea that was actually by Tony Atkinson, which he proposed theoretically and conceptually, which was to move to a beneficiary-based regime, where you basically have a sort of account that is kept of how much you receive throughout your life. And so you will receive something today, it gets added up to your account, depending on who it comes. It could be weighted differently. And then the tax you will pay will be progressive in the total cumulative amount you receive, regardless of the timing and the donor. And so this is something that will allow for true progressivity, because you can no longer sort of space it out, time it out, and do great estate planning if you're a very wealthy household, sort of at the expense of less wealthier ones. And this is kind of close, to something that's done in Ireland. So that's perhaps the best case study of this. And I think it's something that should really be explored, because it can allow for true progressivity. And in the end, largely exempt the middle class from any sort of estate taxation, put the threshold very high if needed, below which estates are not taxed. And that could really address citizens' concerns with the current unfairness and that it affects too many people. The second big pillar here has several components, so that will be, we'll spend more time on this one. So this good jobs policy pillar, our conclusions here are that labor market regulation and standards, they're important, but they're clearly not enough, because absent productivity growth, there's a super harsh trade-off between better working conditions and employment levels. And a way to see this is a very stark youth unemployment in many European countries, like in France. And therefore, to really have a sustainable good jobs agenda, it's only possible with a wide dissemination of technologies and innovations, and basically good firms. So good jobs need good productive firms. Unproductive firms that are declining are not able to provide good jobs unless the government pours a gigantic amount of public funds into this to artificially sustain good jobs. And firms don't necessarily internalize the social consequences of their employment decisions. So when they make decisions, should I automate? Should I move abroad? Should I move to a different region? They're not taking into account the social consequences of this. So in a sense, there's a real spillover here that firms are not internalizing, and that generates an argument for the government to intervene. And what we're envisioning a bit is a sort of quid pro quo between firms and the state. Firms need good workers, and the government can provide public inputs that help firms be more productive in exchange to commitments to expand good jobs. And so how does this wishful idea look like in practice? Well, here are the sort of key elements that we discussed, going from most concrete to most, perhaps idealistic and vague. So one is an active labor market policies that are very strongly linked to employers. I'll talk about that. Then industrial and regional policies that specifically target good jobs. Innovation policies that can be more directed towards labor-friendly, labor-augmenting technologies. And then international economic policies that can, to some extent, protect domestic labor and social standards. So very contentious, but I'll try to explain what we mean by this. And all of these are very much connected by a common objective, good jobs, and also to some extent a kind of new form of governance that is collaborative between the private and state sectors, and potentially a bit experimental and iterative to see what can work or not. And so here are the sort of specific policies. So the first one is employer-focused active labor market policies. So typically active labor markets policies have a bit of mixed records. So skill training and certification, employment subsidies, public sector work programs, assistance with job search and matching. So in France, they're done through public employment services, as is the case in many other countries. So the evidence is a bit mixed. Do they work? Are they cost effective, etc.? But there's some programs that are slightly different and that are really successful, which are called sectoral training programs. So those are programs that are very much active labor market policies, but they're done by either community organizations or even the private sector in specific areas, and they're very much linked to the employer's needs. So one example that we really thought was interesting is Project Quest in San Antonio, Texas, which is targeted to the healthcare sector. So there's a big need for healthcare workers, like nurses and other types of workers in San Antonio. And so the community, basically Project Quest organization, trains people, including in soft skills. And the curriculum that they follow is very much designed with the local job providers to basically target skills that they need to make it particularly useful. And then many people find jobs. And there's a sort of collaboration that Project Quest keeps following those people and make sure that they get a good wage, they're still employed, they have good working conditions. And so firms are incentivized to keep providing those good jobs because they're fed a great supply of highly qualified workers for their needs. And there's some other examples I listed here. One recent example that I was looking at, and it hasn't been evaluated yet to really know, but the Google certification program is an interesting one because they're basically providing people from a range of backgrounds with tech skills to go into IT support or other sort of tech jobs. And the preliminary evidence that people are able to double their salaries and basically find much better jobs. It can be done at very low cost, the program itself. And I think last year they graduated like 250,000 people. So it's a really, really high scale project, large scale project. So it's something to follow and look at perhaps. The second big pillar is business incentives that focus on good jobs. And today, we do that quite a bit, actually, to try to incentivize businesses and firms to go to specific locations, for instance, like come to this region. And for instance, if you remember when Amazon was trying to choose its headquarters, there was a lot of race between cities to offer Amazon tax advantages in order for Amazon to come locate there. And so many incentives today really take the form of subsidies for physical investment, basically tax breaks, as long as you put your capital here, your firm here. But the evidence on those programs are that they're quite costly per job created. So in the end, the number of jobs created tends to be small relative to the big money put into the tax incentives by the local governments or the states. And so this may not be the most direct way to create good jobs and help workers. And so Tim Bartik at the Upjohn Institute has this really nice sort of policy paper to explain what sort of business incentives would actually be much more desirable, very much drawing on the experience and on the literature, so lots of evidence in that paper. And he says, incentives should focus only on areas that are distressed. If you're going to spend public funds, that's where to go. And they need to center, almost by construction, around sectors or firms that actually have a potential to create jobs, which is not all sectors or all industries. And tax incentives should at all not be the main tool or the only tool. Rather, the focus should be also in providing, very much in the spirit of these active labor market policies, specific services that the firm actually needs to be much more productive, like customized business services, zoning or infrastructure policies, local amenities, and skill training. So a package of sort of services rather than perhaps very costly tax breaks. And then the more, perhaps now idealistic type of policy in this pillar too, so perhaps more conjecture here, but worth thinking about is whether innovation policy itself is something that governments can potentially direct. And so this sounds weird to us. We tend to think that innovation, just happens, and it happens in the direction in which in which it goes. But if you study innovation, that's really not the case. I mean, inventors and firms, and especially given that today most of innovation happens in firms, they very much respond to incentives. The net return to those innovations, the patent system. So it's clearly a relatively directed activity. It's not something that just magically happens. And the direction of technology responds to, for instance, what are the current taxes on capital and labor? And it happens that in many, many countries, capital, for instance, is much cheaper. It's treated by the tax system in a preferential way, which means that we are already, through our policies, unintentionally or not, creating incentives to actually replace labor. And we're creating long-term incentives to innovate in technologies that will replace labor. So it is not a fact of nature, it is that our current system is already incentivizing that, because labor is charged with many social contributions, with big labor costs, and capital is taxed at preferential rates. And so even just to think about correcting this would already potentially influence innovation in a direction that will be less labor destroying and perhaps more labor augmenting. And this requires some conscious policies to perhaps think about innovations that are labor augmenting. And Daron Acemoglu has some really interesting work on what type of innovations, perhaps AI, augmenting, for instance, doctors' productivity or other professions' productivity, how that can be technologies that make us more productive rather than simply, replacing labor. But there's nothing extremely concrete here, but it's one avenue that I think is worth thinking about. And then the other one, which is also an avenue worth thinking about, nothing very concrete, is this idea that the same way that in international trade we try to prevent price dumping or basically, unfair competition, the same way we may want to think about basically protecting domestic labor and social standards by preventing sort of social dumping. Many countries have a way weaker labor standards than European countries or the US, and sometimes, very stark ones like violations of human rights or fundamental labor rights. And for some of them, we clearly try to take stark action. For instance, child labor is something which many countries try to sort of prevent goods that are produced by child labor. But after that, the line is very gray, even though there's, still very abhorrent and terrible labor standards. And this is obviously a race to the bottom, like price dumping is on the side of prices, by potentially pulling the labor standards down in Western European, Scandinavian countries, the US, Canada. And so it's worth thinking whether this is something which, obviously in cooperation with the World Trade Organization, is to be pushed to have these anti-social dumping clauses. And so really this is the sort of pillar 2 summary here, which is our basically good jobs sort of welfare state agenda, which really merges a bit the agendas which typically have been very separate, of improving productivity on the one side and then acting against inequality and insecurity on the other side. These kind of have to be looked at together given the big structural changes of globalization and technological change. And so this is why this pillar is very much mixing productivity enhancing policies and then policies to reduce inequality and insecurity. And then I'll end on the third pillar, which is basically how to improve the current basically tax system. And again, there's a bunch of avenues we see that are very promising. So let me cover those. So this is not an exhaustive list of everything you could do with a tax system, but at least some of the avenues we see. So the first is how to better tax, basically, given the international, multinational context today. And one of the big improvements, and something to be pushed, extremely extensively, is the exchange of information and tax cooperation between countries. So on capital, we're a bit more familiar with that. I think many of us are aware that capital is super mobile. It can go between different countries. And in recent years, there's been major improvements in the automatic exchange of information between countries, so that it is, if not impossible to go abroad, at least it will be hard to hide, what you're doing. And so this is actually a renewed sort of opportunity to rethink the secular decline in sort of capital taxes relative to labor taxes. It gives new tools to perhaps try to prevent that big divergence between labor and capital taxes. But what we may realize less is that there is also a lot of tax competition on people. So people, like capital, can be mobile, especially if they are high income and have little location-specific human capital. So I studied this, for instance, on inventors who tend to be, some of them, very high income and who work in a field that's not extremely specialized in a location. They tend to move in response to taxes, especially if they work in multinationals. So there's some tax arbitrage going on. And furthermore, several countries have these preferential tax regimes for foreigners, which are basically, if a foreigner that's relatively high income or skilled comes to your country, they get a tax break for some years. And this is very widespread, but these are really beggar thy neighbor policies. They lead to a race to the bottom. They're basically tax competition that is good for the country that does it, but not good in the aggregate. And so this exchange of information and trying to basically cooperate on limiting such preferential regimes between countries, for instance, especially in the EU or in the broader Eurozone, that could be something very important. The other thing which is extremely important and is not very glamorous and is more of a really practical thing is that there are a lot of fiscal leakages due to avoidance and evasion. And some of them are really due to the fact that tax enforcement authorities just don't have a lot of resources. So one thing that we very much advocated for, and this has been advocated in the US as well by researchers here, is that tax enforcement, tax administration need resources. So they need a real investment in their technology infrastructure, which tends to be, outdated and really old. They need some training in analytical capacities and new methods, because there's a real way to leverage basically data analytics to reduce non-compliance. There's a lot of data generated by tax returns and the tax code, and it's kind of not used enough to detect possible avoidances and evasion. And if you look at what researchers do when they get access to that tax data, with even relatively modest tools, we're able to pinpoint this thing is a clear indication of avoidance, of evasion, and this is something that can be done much more by tax authorities. Another thing that is the first bullet point is actually with the growth in sort of private business income that is very difficult to monitor because it's not third-party reported. There's some ideas to actually create third-party reporters. For instance, the banks that are the banks of the businesses could actually serve as third-party reporters by saying this is how much money is coming from that account, and actually report that to the tax authority. So sort of serve as a third-party reporter. So these are all ideas around how to basically reduce fiscal leakages and improve the efficacy of the tax enforcement. And then finally, something which is very important is on corporate and multinational taxation. So since we wrote that report, this actually made a lot of progress in a very short amount of time. So there's two reasons to think about corporate and multinational taxation. One is that there's a big untapped revenue potential there. And the second is that there's a real fairness concern. So I already mentioned that in the introduction, but there's a very strong concern that companies, especially big multinational companies, benefit hugely from innovation and globalization, but they're not necessarily contributing. And for instance, in crisis like COVID-19, companies will be bailed out, or in the financial crisis before that. And then in good times, they don't necessarily pay all the taxes and contribute more. And the OECD, with the Global Tax Forum, has this incredible initiative of base erosion and profit shifting that has produced and push for a set of recommendations to ensure better taxation of multinationals. And this, by now it's almost obsolete in the sense that this made a huge progress really in the last 2 years, where many countries now started to adopt these rules, and in particular, minimum taxes, which is basically every country should impose some minimum level of taxes on its corporations, so that if these corporations go abroad and end up paying a lower share of their net income as the minimum tax, then they still owe that differential to their home country, which has this advantage of creating, instead of a race to the bottom on taxes, a race to the top. Because now if a US company is considering, should I go into, for instance, Ireland with lower taxes? Well, if there's a minimum tax of 10% in the US, I will always have to pay the US government at least that. And so my incentives to now relocate purely for tax arbitrage reasons, as opposed to fundamental production reasons, are much reduced. And so this is something that has really been moving forward at great speed. So these are really the core proposals in a pretty long report that we made. And to end with, I just wanted to say one other thing that very much appeared from this, both the approach we took and the results, which is that we really also advocate surveys as a key tool to understand better how citizens think and to design policies. So we used them before the report to basically in-depth survey people about how they think, what their knowledge is, what their perceptions are, what their attitudes and views are. And this is something that could become a continuously used, well-designed and interactive policy tool. So I do this in my own work at the socioeconomics lab at Harvard, but it's something that policymakers can sort of make a more institutional feature for exploring possible reforms, testing impact in real time, and then getting iterative feedback and evaluations. And so this is something that was extremely useful for us and that I think is to be considered by policymakers. So I'll end here. I hope this gave you some overview of how we thought about these issues, and perhaps there was something useful for Sweden as well here. So I look forward to your questions and comments. Thank you.
In the report that you published and in your talk today, you present a rather comprehensive package of policies, and some of those are of a kind that we have been trying before, and we have experiences from it. Others are rather innovative, I think, and one wonders how it would work in practical terms. But my first question would be, how was your report received, and what kind of reactions have you gotten, and which issues do people, where have you seen that people have been interested in pursuing some of your ideas, and where have you gotten very negative reactions?
Great. No, that's great questions. So the reactions were, I guess, all over the place because, as you may expect, for some people it's not bold enough. For other people, it's way too bold. But I think the ones which generated a lot of interest are actually the more vague things that are sort of new, like on innovation policy or on trade, trade anti-social dumping policies. So those generated, I think, a lot of debate and discussions. So they were clearly of interest. I think there was quite a bit of agreement in general about the need to reform the inheritance tax system, especially in light of the fact that the wealth tax is, France still has a wealth tax, but it's really just a real estate tax on real estate wealth now. It was progressively watered down over the years. And so I think there's an understanding that with the decline in the wealth tax, if nothing is done, there will be a very big perpetuation of wealth inequality. So that was very, I think, a very popular proposal. And then on the multinational corporate taxation side, I think that's also something that generates a lot of consensus. And it's very much reflected in people's fairness concerns and what they want. And it's something that is also encouragingly moving forward. So that's in broad terms.
When it comes to the international corporate taxation, there are, of course, things happening. But when you talk about wealth and inheritance taxes, that is also something that will need to be relatively taken on a relatively broad scale by several more countries together. Do you see anything happening there, or has there been any interest on the part of the European Union, for example, on acting on these things?
So the inheritance tax is something that can be done unilaterally by a country. Of course, it's going to be more constrained based on, depending on the rules you put for people who are residents to move abroad, whether that will exempt them from the inheritance tax in the country or not. But in principle, it's something that can be done unilaterally. And so there was a lot of interest about that in France. So we wrote a subsequent Council of Economic Advisors report that was in much more detail about this. And I don't know where it stands right now. We did our full work to even even very precisely sort of quantify what a tax could look like and how it could be implemented. For other things, absolutely, you need more coordination. So particularly with labor market policies, it's something that you could do as the one country if you think about all your different regions. But with European integrated labor markets, it does make sense to think about this at the EU level as well. And here I think governments are thinking about it, but private companies are very much jumping in. So I think the Google example that I gave is something that is at a huge scale relative to what we can imagine and happening very, very quickly. And I know that governments are starting to actually look at that example as potentially, is this something we can use, we can leverage, maybe in partnerships, like universities are using their certification program now as well. And so perhaps it will be the private market that will trigger a much quicker reaction by governments on this.
Normally we are thinking about research policies and innovation policies and so on being very much focused on improving productivity and efficiency of the firms. And when I first read your proposal, I must say that I got the impression that this would be the opposite, essentially. See to it that you would have more labor input in the companies instead. And how would you comment on that? I mean, we clearly have a productivity problem at the same time.
Yes. So I think this is why this is so poorly, I think, understood, perhaps, because, what the reality is that innovations can be, as we say in theory, labor replacing or labor augmenting. So there's technologies that will make labor more productive, and there's technologies that will sort of substitute away from labor and replace it with capital. And so what Daron Acemoglu and co-authors in a series of papers basically show is that there's innovations that they call so-so innovations, which is literally that's the term they use, which is very accurate. It's innovations that they're going to replace labor with something that is slightly more productive, but not that much better than a human. But they're going to do it because it's financially advantageous to do so, given current incentives on capital and labor. And those innovations are not great because they put people away from the workforce, and yet they're not making things that much more productive. So those are innovations you want to try to avoid. If an innovation, replaces labor but makes the process much more productive to the point where it will create, more demand and more productivity in that way, that's fine. But you want to avoid these middle ground innovations, of which there's probably quite a few given current incentives. And then they also focus on innovations which will improve productivity, but by actually augmenting labor. And the example that I was talking about is how artificial intelligence, instead of replacing the human, is something that can actually augment, like doctors' work, high-skilled people's work, or potentially across a range of applications. So it's not necessarily a contradiction between improving productivity and maintaining labor, but rather, are you making capital more productive or labor more productive? And that's a direction, that's a bit of a policy choice, particularly with the current sort of distortion between capital and labor taxes that are already favoring labor replacing innovations.
Is there any country where you mentioned Ireland in this context? How are their policies designed, or can you give any other examples of this in practical? I mean, to me, it resembles actually in some ways regional policies that we had in Sweden in the 1970s and early 80s. And I don't now remember the details of them, but for various reasons, most of them were phased out and didn't give the results one wanted. But please help me with some examples.
Yes. So the example of Ireland is exactly the example for the inheritance tax proposal. Yeah. So because Ireland has that system that was kind of the system proposed by Tony Atkinson to make it fully beneficiary based and progressive in that. In terms of the other, like the innovation policy or the trade policy, that is very much like a current proposal that is not. That is very new because countries themselves are not doing them, but the private sector is basically trying that. Perhaps you're also alluding to the more good jobs policies in terms of regional policies or more active labor market policies. So the active labor market policies, they never stopped. They're done basically in all countries. And we're just suggesting a way to improve them, which is to actually exactly what Google or Project Quest does, collaborate with the employers to make them more effective. And actually, I mean, at least in France, it is moving in that direction now, instead of something that is just broader scale, less targeted. On the attracting businesses locally and cooperating with them by providing more services, that is very much reminiscent of a more industrial policy approach. And industrial policy has a terrible connotation today, so it's kind of a not a great word to use, but in a sense, it is a little bit like industrial policy, except that you are very much trying to, collaborate with companies to have this quid pro quo that is sort of necessary because companies have a spillover in terms of creating good jobs that they don't internalize. So unless there is that sort of cooperation, it is unclear how you can, attract businesses, have both productivity and good jobs. So it's obviously complicated, but I hope that there will be more thinking on these issues.
What you were saying, I think, on labor market policies doesn't appear too far-fetched, if I put it that way. I mean, that resembles things that I think are happening in many countries. Well, I think we probably are running out of time for this. It was a thought-provoking lecture, and I can recommend the whole report. It's also about climate and about pension systems, and the pension part is perhaps not so relevant in the Swedish context, but the climate part is certainly quite interesting, I think. So thank you so much, Professor Sancheva. Thank you.
Thank you. Have a great day.
Ja, då ska vi väl fortsätta med våran panel med detsamma, om jag minns rätt, va? Så då är alla välkomna upp till. Nej, det... ja.
Hej, Fredrik. Det är som hela havet stormar, det är en stol för lite.
Hej.
Är det en stor? Nej. Om du tar den första.
Ja, nu kommer en till.
Kommer en till.
Ja, vi har då kommit till sista punkten på dagordningen, och det är en paneldiskussion. Där har vi med oss 5 stycken mycket välrenommerade deltagare. Vi har Per Molander som bland annat var ordförande i den här jämlikhetskommissionen som lämnade sitt slutbetänkande till regeringen 2020. Vi har Lisa Pelling som är statsvetare och chef för tankesmedjan Arena Idé. Och Anders Björklund som är professor emeritus i nationalekonomi vid Stockholms universitet. Susanne Ackum som numera är dekan vid Linnéuniversitetet och för detta statssekreterare. Och slutligen har vi Fredrik Sjöholm som är professor och verkställande direktör på IFN. Och jag tänkte, vi har lagt upp det så att jag har bett alla att de skulle fundera kring vad man kan, alltså vad ska jag säga, har vi fördelningspolitiska problem, vad är de i så fall och vad kan man göra åt dem? Och att även i förväg ta del av Stefanie Stanchevas presentation, eller i varje fall hennes den här tabellen som hon visar, den uppställningen som man kan relatera frågeställningarna till hennes uppställning, hennes logik så att säga. Och tanken är att vi ska försöka vara så konkreta som det går och ha synpunkter på vad som är möjligt och behövligt helt enkelt. Och jag tror vi gör så att vi går i den ordning som vi sitter helt enkelt. Så Per, vill du börja?
Okej. Dock innan vi ger oss in i den här åtgärdsdiskussionen så skulle jag vilja lyfta fram en sak som jag tycker har saknats i den här annars väldigt rikhaltiga
presentationen som vi har sett tidigare under dagen. Och det gäller drivkrafterna bakom ojämlikheten. Det finns en underförstådd idé bakom det mesta som görs på det här området, att det alltid måste finnas någon yttre kraft som påverkar ojämlikheten. Om ojämlikheten ökar så ska man söka förklaringen i ny teknik eller handelsförbindelser eller politiska beslut eller någonting annat, exogent som det heter på ekonomspråk. Och det där är fel, därför att det finns så att säga, interna mekanismer i vårt samhälle som gör att ojämlikheten ökar av sig själv även om man inte gör någonting. Och jag hinner inte utveckla det där i någon större detalj, men om vi ser det i ett individuellt perspektiv så beskriver ju de flesta som håller på med individuell utveckling det i kapitaltermer. Humankapital, man har med sig finansiellt kapital från föräldrarna. Och kapital har ju den egenskapen att det växer proportionellt, så att säga, som första approximation i alla fall. Och det innebär att om två individer startar med lite olika kapital så kommer gapet mellan dem att växa över tid. Det är det ena. Och sen har vi alla de här sociala mekanismerna, förhandlingar, nätverk, marknader och så vidare som också bidrar till att ojämlikheten tenderar att växa över tid. Den där bilden måste man ha med sig innan man går in i åtgärdsdiskussioner, menar jag. Slutsatsen för policyn är ju att om man inte gör någonting så kommer ojämlikheten att öka. Och upplever man det här som ett problem så måste man alltså föra en aktiv politik mot ojämlikheten. Ja. Om vi sen går över då till diskussionen här som Stefanie inledde, så var det inte så mycket som förvånade oss som jobbat i kommissionen där, tycker jag. Vi har lagt upp det på ungefär det sättet som hon presenterade. Vi inte använder precis den terminologin, men det är väldigt naturligt att starta med det här. Vad ligger tidigt i livet, första åren i livet, utbildning och så vidare, arbetsliv och sen åldrande. Då får man de här tre kategorierna. Hur påverkar vi barnens tidiga uppväxtmiljö, boende, lokal miljö, skola, eventuell högre utbildning? Hur påverkar vi arbetslivet genom fortsatt lärande och så vidare? Och hur kan vi då påverka utfallet på minst skadliga sätt genom skatter och transfereringar? Så det är inget problem att känna igen sig, så att säga, i den här uppläggningen. Och konkret så var det väl egentligen, ja, det är några idéer som är lite nya, så att säga, för vår diskussion i Sverige här. Och det som jag tycker är fräschast egentligen, som vi inte tog upp i kommissionsrapporten, trots att den är ganska tjock här i 2 volymer, 1100 sidor. Det är detta att försöka styra teknisk utveckling i en riktning som påverkar jämlikheten i samhället. Den är ju ganska djärv. Som hon själv noterade här, Stefanie, så anses ju industripolitik och ingrepp i teknisk utveckling som en smula löjeväckande på många håll i samhället, i den politiska debatten. Då glömmer man bort att väldigt mycket av det vi har omkring oss idag är ju ursprungligen statliga initiativ. Rymdåldern hade inte varit möjlig utan statliga initiativ, och det började till och med i Sovjetunionen av alla länder, som är, så att säga, förkroppsligandet av förstenad byråkrati och illa fungerande ekonomi. Internet är en statlig uppfinning ursprungligen, som sen har spritts och kommersialiserats. Och tar vi något äldre, elektriciteten som har 200 år på nacken i drygt, är i stort sett resultatet av tankarbete gjort av statligt anställda professorer runt om i Europa, med ett undantag, Michael Faraday. Så att det finns goda exempel historiskt. Här i Sverige har vi också en instrumentlåda i form av företagsstödet. Om jag är rätt informerad så handlar det om ungefär 60 miljarder per år som vi lägger på stöd till företag. Och det är klart att man skulle kunna designa en del av det där med en sån här inriktning, precis som vi har miljöstyrning och så vidare. Så det tycker jag var väl den originellaste idén i deras verktygslåda.
Du Per, jag tycker det finns tid för det. Att du säger ett par ord väldigt kort också vad ni landade på. Alltså huvudslutsatserna i utredningen, grundslagen när det gäller policy där.
Ja, om vi ska använda de här 3 kategorierna som Stefan linjerade upp, alltså pre-production, production och post-production, så la vi ju huvudtonvikten vid den första. Vi sa ju när vi startade här, vi ska se det här ur barnets perspektiv som har ett helt liv framför sig. Och sen vet vi också på basis av mycket forskning att åtgärder för att påverka det här är effektivast om de läggs i början av livet. Så det var liksom en naturlig tyngdpunkt. Det stod det så i vårt direktiv också att vi framförallt skulle ägna oss åt förutsättningarna för jämlikheten. Och vi hade varken tid, resurser eller kompetens att ägna särskilt mycket åt skatter och sådana saker. Utan det blev så att säga en del uppenbara lågt hängande frukter som vi stoppade in där. Om jag skulle lyfta fram någonting som jag inte har sett så mycket vare sig här idag eller i den gångna valrörelsen, så är det bostadspolitiken. Alltså, bostaden är en oerhört viktig faktor i det där tidiga livet. Och det är så att vi har bostadsbrist i en majoritet av landets kommuner idag. Och det är framförallt brist på billiga hyresbostäder. Så man ska inte förvänta sig att marknaden ska lösa det här, utan det handlar om att återuppliva en del gamla och beprövade instrument, statliga insatser för att öka utbudet av sådana här billiga hyresbostäder, stärka köpkraften hos låginkomsthushållen som ska bo i dem, dessutom stärka hyresgästernas inflytande över renoveringar, därför att ett stort problem idag är ju att många renoveringar leder till hyreshöjningar som gör att människor med lägre inkomster inte kan bo kvar. Så att det politikområdet bostad, närmiljö hade jag gärna sett mer av i den gångna valrörelsen och också här idag. Annars är det mest kända saker så att säga. Jag menar, utbildning naturligtvis viktigare än det mesta. Det är väl i korthet.
Lisa, vill du
Oj, ja, var ska man börja? Vad ser jag som chef för en fackligt finansierad tankesmedja när det gäller utvecklingen av ojämlikhet i Sverige? Det finns ju en enorm massa olika trender och de allra flesta av dem går åt helt fel håll. Vi har frågan kring hur vårt skattesystem är uppbyggt med en högre andel skatt som tas ut på arbete och en allt lägre andel som tas ut på kapital när det borde vara tvärtom. Vi hade en liten rest av en smart, riktigt omfördelande skatt som vi kallade värnskatten. Det var den sista delen av det bygget som avskaffades efter fastighetsskatt och arvsskatt och gåvskatt. Vi har trender som gör att den som har haft möjlighet att köpa sitt boende gynnas av ränteavdrag, av rotavdrag, av rutavdrag som inte kommer hyresgästerna till del, samtidigt som jag har valt att organisera boende för vanligt folk enligt ett form som gör att vi inte kan subventionera som man kan i andra länder. Vi har valt att organisera välfärden på ett sätt som gör att den blir allt mer ojämlik. Det finns bedövande är det också kanske, bedövande evidens för att vårt skolsystem segregerar. Det ger en sämre kvalitet på en övergripande nivå, men det drabbar också de svagaste eleverna. Equality of opportunities som vi pratade om som är så otroligt grundläggande. Här sviker det svenska skolsystemet idag, och det i en accelererande takt i takt med att skolkoncernerna lägger under sig allt större delar av skolmarknaden, och konkurrens mellan skolor har skapat kvalitet i marknadsföring, selektion av elever, men inte när det gäller rättssäkerhet i betygssättningen eller kvalitet i undervisningen, och särskilt inte när det gäller allas jämlika tillgång till en bra utbildning. några trender. Var är vi någonstans just nu, 2022? Så har vi ju ett antal makroekonomiska kriser som tenderar att kraftigt öka ojämlikheten. Vi har en levnadskostnadskris. Den beror på ökande bensin- och bränslepriser, på ökande elpriser som orsakats framförallt av kriget i Ukraina. Men vi har ju också en stigande inflation som riskerar att urgröpa människors inkomster. Så inkomsten räcker till mindre, och det här riskerar inte bara att pressa människor under fattigdomsgränsen, utan det här drabbar väldigt olika. De konsumtionsvaror som vi behöver i vardagen blir dyrare, sånt som man inte kan undvika, någonstans att bo, någonting att klä sig med, ta sig till jobbet, äta, alla de kostnaderna ökar och det drabbar särskilt låginkomsttagare. Så här har vi ett antal trender som driver ojämlikhet. Och så har vi fått en ny regering. Och då läser man ju såklart som en fackligt finansierad tankesmedja Tidöavtalet och regeringsförklaringen med de här jämlikhetsglasögonen, och så letar man efter vad i det här avtalet, vad i regeringsförklaringen skulle kunna bidra till att vända de här trenderna. Ja, när det gäller välfärdens organisering så hittar jag ingenting. Om man så att säga utgår ifrån att ett stort problem med den ökande ojämlikheten i tillgång till vård, till skola, till omsorg handlar om att man har valt att driva välfärden marknadsdriven och inte efter behov. Vad hittar jag i Tidöavtalet? Ja, det är många av oss som har reagerat på den här besattheten och att skilja på folk och folk, det här utpekandet av de som är icke-medborgare som personer som ska kvalificera sig till välfärden. Fastän vi ju pratar om människor som lever och betalar skatt i Sverige, så ska man kvalificera till just de förmånerna som är väldigt effektivt utjämnande. Man listar i Tidöavtalet bostadsbidrag, barnbidrag, föräldraförsäkring. Allt detta ska man kvalificeras till. Man börjar med de som är nyanlända i Sverige, men nyanlända i Sverige kommer vara en allt större grupp i takt med att inga uppehållstillstånd ska få vara permanenta, och i takt med att det också ska bli svårare att bli medborgare, och den som redan är medborgare ska få lättare att mista sitt medborgarskap. Ni vet, det är ju olika steg i det här avtalet som summa summarum ger en ganska dyster bild av hur vi behandlar den grupp i befolkningen som idag har de lägsta inkomsterna och som med det här avtalet ju kommer få ännu lägre inkomster. Men nu ska jag inte låta som att jag står i riksdagens talarstol och föreläser om det här, men jag är djupt oroad. Jag ser faktiskt väldigt få tecken på att det som har oroat OECD, som har lett till rubriker, ja, det är möjligt att man inte ska kalla det för exploderande ojämlikhet, men det är så att ojämlikheten har ökat. Det är skadligt för vårt samhälle, för tilliten, det är skadligt för vår produktivitet, det är skadligt för vårt välstånd. Den kommer att fortsätta öka, och inte bara det, ökningen kommer att accelerera. Sen kan jag återkomma till lösningarna. Jag har en hel lista på dem också.
Ja, men säg gärna några av dem nu, för vi ska ha lite fokus på det.
Ja, men eller hur? Ja, men jag tänker med välfärdens organisering så skulle man behöva ta ett steg tillbaka och tänka, om det är så att vi ska ha en ökande jämlikhet i hälsa, hur ska vi organisera sjukvårdssystemet för att uppnå detta? Och då tror jag att vinstdrift som gör att man släpper in aktörer som siktar in sig på de mest lönsamma åkommorna, också på de mest lönsamma patienterna. De kommer inte att ge en jämlik hälsa, utan de kommer att bidra till att ojämlikheten i tillgången till hälsa ökar. Och det är på samma sätt med skolan. Jag tycker att vi har fått nu efter 30 år bevis på att det här sättet att organisera skolmarknaden med obegränsade vinstuttag är ett problem. Det innebär ett enormt läckage från skolsektorn. Men jag tror att vinstdriften i sig själv gör att det blir väldigt svårt att uppnå den här jämlikheten i möjligheter som en bra och likvärdig skola för alla ska åstadkomma. Jag ser de här vackra fraserna i Tidöavtalet, men jag ser inte politiken bakom, utan jag ser tyvärr ännu ett exempel på att den här framväxande välfärdslobbyn, som är ett stort demokratiskt problem, tar säte på själva skolministertaburetten i form av en person som sitter i en skolkoncerns styrelse och själv äger 12 500 aktier i en av Sveriges största skolkoncerner. Hon ska kunna förändra det här systemet. Det ställer jag mig väldigt frågande till. Men sen tror jag, apropå den här levnadskostnadskrisen, vad ska man liksom göra nu? Vi har ju den svenska modellen, både på arbetsmarknaden och på hyresmarknaden. Vi vill inte att regeringen ska gå in och säga nu höjer vi minimilönen. Vi har inte något sånt i Sverige och vi ska inte ha det heller. Vi har inte heller en regering som kan säga nu sätter vi ett hyrestak som den danska socialdemokratiska statsministern har gjort. Utan vi vill att det här ska förhandlas av oberoende partner. Det är det som leder till högst reallöner på sikt och till lägsta hyror på sikt. Men det finns andra saker som man kan göra. Ett sak är att staten kan se till att stärka skyddet vid arbetslöshet. Den pandemihöjning av a-kassan som skedde har redan urholkats av inflationen. Så det här att man har säkrat a-kassan, ja, det är en svag tröst för dem som riskerar arbetslöshet nu när konjunkturen vänder neråt. Man skulle kunna satsa på stora infrastrukturinvesteringar som kan upprätthålla sysselsättningen. Vi vet att ha tillgång till ett jobb är jämlikhetsskapande. Nu tvärbromsar istället hela byggsektorn, inte minst på grund av det här märkliga beslutet om att ställa in utbyggnaden av höghastighetsjärnvägen. Det går chockvågor genom hela den sektorn, för att inte tala om hela biobränslesektorn och den nya gröna industriella revolutionen som får väldigt märkliga besked när det gäller elförsörjning och deras investeringar. När det gäller vanligt folks möjligheter att klara av den här krisen så tror jag att man skulle behöva inte titta på ett bidragstak som det heter, utan att faktiskt höja existensminimum. Jag tror att man skulle behöva höja barnbidraget, höja studiebidraget, se över möjligheten att höja ersättningen i sjukförsäkringen för att på så sätt också upprätthålla konsumtionen i den här lågkonjunkturen. Det tror jag också skulle vara bra för vår ekonomi. Det är ett antal förslag.
Okej, utmärkt, tack. Anders?
Ja, vi skulle säga någonting om att se på utvecklingen och också något om reformer. Så att jag börjar med någon liten reflektion här om utvecklingen av inkomstskillnaden eller ojämlikheten. Och då tycker jag väl i och för sig så att alla inkomstskillnader motiverar analys och diskussion och så. Och vad som är viktigt är att fokusera på rimliga åtgärder, och alldeles oavsett vilka nivåer vi har på inkomstskillnad så kan det mycket väl finnas rimliga åtgärder. Men min främsta punkt här är ändå det att jag tycker att utvecklingen av svensk inkomstfördelning har överdramatiserats i debatten. Och delvis beror det på brister i statistiken och det finns möjligheter att förbättra, och det tror jag Finanspolitiska rådet kan bidra med förslag av olika slag. Men ett sätt att dramatisera utvecklingen det är att börja med åren tidigt 80-tal, då den svenska fördelningen enligt de flesta indikatorer då var som jämnast. Och sen tittar man framåt. Men då ska man vara klar över vad det här var för år skattemässigt. Det var ju marginalskatterna på den avkastning som genereras av den tidens sparande, banksparande, var ju ofta klart över 100%. Och marginalskatterna på arbete var oerhört höga. Och det var också så då tidigt 80-tal att den solidariska lönepolitiken som väldigt mekaniskt utjämnade löner hade gått väldigt långt, och förmodligen för långt, och sen försvann den också. Kanske föll den på eget grepp. Så att jämföra med de åren, om man ser det som en förebild, då ska man också stå för den skattepolitik vi hade på den tiden. Och det tycker jag är väldigt olyckligt att så sker. En annan sak som har missats här, och senast av Lisa Pelling här, är att vi har ju faktiskt haft ett antal år nu med väldigt stabil inkomstfördelning. Alla observationer 2015 till 2020 enligt SCBs statistik är stabil både i toppen och botten och övergripande så länge man mäter inkomstskillnaderna på det gängse sättet. Och det betyder alltså att vi har inte en ständigt ökande inkomstfördelning, ökande inkomstskillnader. Och de här åren då 15 till 20 som är väldigt stabila, det var också år då andelen utlandsfödda ökade oerhört mycket. Så att vi kunde alltså upprätthålla en stabilitet i inkomstfördelningen trots detta. Och vad som kommer framöver här är rimligen att just de här grupperna, de får ju några år till på sig att komma in på arbetsmarknaden. Det blir säkert ingen perfekt integration, men de flesta analyser av integration tyder ändå på att fram till 10-15 år efter att man har kommit till Sverige så sker en förbättring. Så att här finns en potential för utjämning. Och jag tror mer på den typen av effekter än någon slags kumulativa effekter via kapitalbildning och sådant. Så att det finns en källa till utjämning som jag tror en hel del på. Det är också så att om man vill dramatisera svensk inkomstfördelning och dess utveckling, då ska man ju välja toppen på inkomstfördelningen under senare år och jämföra det med toppen på kanske 90-talet eller 80-talet. Och då får man ju en väldig skillnad. Det gjorde ju också Åsa Hansson här. Men i toppen är det ju just reavinsterna som dominerar. Och de beräknas nominellt idag och det var realt tidigare. Så att det är oerhört stora skillnader. Så att jag tycker det är närmast vulgärt att göra sådana jämförelser och säga titta här vad mycket hemskt som har hänt i toppen. Så detta då om utvecklingen, möjliga reformer. Jag har svårt att se några stora klipp som man kan göra, men jag tror man kan så att säga finjustera politiken på ett antal områden och åstadkomma en del. Sen tror jag i och för sig också att det går att förhindra politiska dumheter på det här området. Och möjligen kommer jag till ett par sådana också. Här har 4 punkter. Den första är 3:12-reglerna. Det vore ju konstigt om det inte gick att göra någonting som minskar omfattningen av inkomstomvandling som vi ser är väldigt omfattande utan att hämma företagsbildningen. Det är troligt att de här reglerna främjar vissa typer av företag att växa, men att det inte går att strama åt på något sätt här som gynnar fördelning utan att hämma företagens tillväxt, det tycker jag är väldigt konstigt. Det här är ju väldigt tekniska frågor och jag är ingen riktig expert, men jag pratar ofta med de som är landets bästa experter och att det går att göra en del här tror jag säkert. Och de här utdelningsinkomsterna finns ju också i toppen på fördelningen. Det är ingen dramatisk effekt på inkomstfördelningen av att vidta åtgärder här, men en del går nog att göra. Sen har vi också kapitalinkomstskatterna där jag tror det vore möjligt att öka enhetligheten i hur olika kapitalinkomster beskattas. Och det var ju också ett tema i en SNS-rapport som Daniel var aktiv i. Men ökad enhetlighet betyder ju inte nödvändigtvis att det är samma procentsats på alla. Och en procentsats här som jag tycker är missuppfattad i debatten, det är just de här 22% vid bostadsförsäljningar. Och om alla som har gjort en bostadsförsäljning under senare år räknar ut vad är den reala vinsten jag har gjort och sen frågar man sig hur stor andel av detta gick i skatt. Då hamnar man nog på 45-50 någonting. Så att den här skattesatsen på 22% är egentligen 45-50 någonting. Och det tycker jag är viktigt. Men jag tror ändå att det går att öka enhetligheten i kapitalbeskattningen och på olika sätt. Jag hoppar över någon punkt. Men här finns ju också ISK. Det Finanspolitiska rådet i ett kapitel för några år sedan har en fantastiskt fin analys av ISK. Jag är rätt säker på att det är vår gamla kompis Peter Englund som skrev det kapitlet. Och han hävdar att reglerna är ganska okej. Alltså de här nivåerna är ganska okej. Men då måste man ju också acceptera att när statslåneräntan går upp, ja då ökar också den imputerade inkomsten av det här. Men nu verkar det ju som om i det här regeringsavtalet så ska man införa ett grundavdrag för en typ av sparande. Och det är att gå emot enhetlighet i kapitalinkomstbeskattningen. Och dessutom lägger man detta på en väldigt riskfylld besparingsform. Så att det här tycker jag är en kandidat till politisk dumhet som Finanspolitiska rådet kan granska. Sen har vi stödet till barnfamiljerna. Jag tycker det är synd att det inte är mer av analys i Sverige där man renodlar barn som analysenheter. Man plockar ut barnen ur den här fördelningsstatistiken och sen tittar man på skillnader där. Man får fram barnfattigdom, man får fram Gini om man så vill. Och jag tror det går att finjustera barnbidrag, flerbarnsbidrag och sånt så att man kan åstadkomma lite utjämning där. Men jag har inte sett några sådana analyser, men det tror jag är en kandidat till ökad utjämning. Och framförallt att fokusera på inkomstskillnaden mellan barn tycker jag är väldigt poängfullt och det gör vi för lite i vårt land. Min fjärde punkt är pensionärerna som jag tror man ska följa framöver. Därför att det kan det hända saker. Jag tror att en utjämnande effekt är att morgondagens pensionerade kvinnor kommer att ha ett ganska långt arbetsliv bakom sig och betydligt bättre pensioner än vad dagens pensionerade kvinnor har. Så det tror jag är en ganska bra effekt i utjämnande riktning. Men sen har vi då också att det blir fler pensionerade invandrarkvinnor som går åt andra hållet. Och det här tror jag är väldigt viktigt att följa ordentligt och med goda analyser. Och när det gäller inkomsterna vi hade ju också en debatt på försommaren där Finanspolitiska rådet var aktivt. Här tror jag det är väldigt viktigt att också beakta pensionärers förmögenhet. Så att de som är inkomstfattiga kan mycket väl vara förmögenhetsrika. För äger man en i stort sett avamorterad bostad, ja, då har man en besparing hyresutgifter som är väldigt stor. Och jag tror att de som fick en förstärkning av sin pension här nu, eller det kanske är på gång, med de förslag som har lagts, väldigt många idag är förmögenhetsrika. Så att vi har diskuterat begreppet förmögenheter också, begreppet fattigdom. Och jag raljerar naturligtvis när jag säger förmögenhetsfattiga och inkomstfattiga. Och för att när man pratar med vanligt folk, för en bred publik om fattigdom, då menar ju naturligtvis folk i allmänhet att då har man varken förmögenhet eller inkomst. Men sånt begrepp har inte använts i den här debatten som ledde till den här förstärkningen av inkomster och för pensionärerna. Så att om det här är en politisk dumhet eller det vet jag, men det kommer att komma förmögenhetsstatistik framöver och då kan man förbättra inkomstbegreppen för de här grupperna och då kan man utvärdera om den här förstärkningen som kom 2022 eller kommer det här året var bra eller dålig. Om det var en politisk dumhet eller ej. Jag är inte säker på vad som är svaret på den frågan. Ja.
Tack Anders. Susanne.
Ja, just om man skulle slå på själv. Hör ni mig nu? Jag tänkte börja lite positivt. Jag brukar tillhöra de här som alltid ser runt hörnet och är på tån och allt det där. Jag kommer till det också. Men jag satt bara och tänkte lite grann här och kände liksom någon slags frustration tror jag från forskarna. Varför bryr vi oss inte om de här frågorna? Då skulle jag nog ändå vilja säga att här i Sverige vi har långtgående fördelningsambitioner. Om man tittade lite på all de data som presenterades här, man tittar på Torben, Marcus och andra, så vi ligger ganska bra till. Så att jag tänkte, det här med governance är någonting som tjänar oss väl. Och vad tänker jag då? Ja, vi har vår nordiska modell, svenska modellen. Idag, vi samverkar, privat, offentlig, akademin är här och även parterna. Vi har watchdogs hela tiden. Vi har de här platta organisationerna som jag ändå tror gör att det här goda arbetslivet kanske ligger lite närmare oss än i många andra länder. Det vi har gjort idag, vi har pratat om problem, vi har pratat om orsaker och nu diskuterar vi åtgärder. Fördelningsfrågor finns levande på Finansdepartementet och regeringskansliet. Jag ska komma lite till det. Finanspolitiska rådet har det som uppgift. Det här är helt fantastiskt. Riksrevisionen tittar på det. Under den tid jag var statssekreterare så blev det här fokus på OECD och även IMF som väl knappast har ansetts bry sig om fördelningspolitiska konsekvenser av de ganska tuffa åtgärder som de har vidtagit. Så jag är lite optimistisk, men det sista i vår modell tror jag ändå är det viktiga. Så man skulle kunna säga så här att om du är frisk så är du bara inte tillräckligt undersök. Det finns den här liksom att ja, men om de här data visar att det är bra så mäter vi säkert fel. Någonstans här finns ändå problemen. Så att, låt oss ha kvar den här modellen som vi har just nu. Och vakna upp varje morgon som Bill Gates gör och tror att imperiet ska krascha. Då tror jag att det är bra. Nu kommer jag tillbaka till det här. Det här är ju en viktig del av den ekonomiska politiken. Och jag tänker fortfarande att finanspolitik består av att stabilisera, allokera och fördela. I alla de här dimensionerna så finns faktiskt fördelningspolitiken med. När man sitter och ska stabilisera ekonomin, som kanske Lisa var inne på här, då tittar man på infrastruktur för att det har både positiva tillväxteffekter men det skapar jobb på kort sikt. Så att levande i de som jobbar med ekonomisk politik finns ju hela det här batteriet. Våra automatiska stabilisatorer som vi pratar om, a-kassa, vi hade de semiautomatiska stabilisatorerna som Stephanie pekade på vad gäller alltså den aktiva arbetsmarknadspolitiken. Så någonstans är vi ganska väl rustade. Det betyder inte att vi på något sätt använder resurserna hela tiden på bästa möjliga sätt. Så att någonstans så kan det också finnas lite complacent och det vill jag absolut inte bli anklagad för. Så att även om jag låter lite optimistisk nu så tror jag optimistisk att det finns en governance i Sverige. Mycket av det som andra länder funderar på, det finns hos oss. Men vi kan bli complacent och vi bryr oss inte så mycket om effektiviteten och på marginalen sätta in rätt åtgärder. Men jag tänkte ta 3 saker och jag tycker att det har varit en fantastisk dag. Det är inte så ofta man lägger upp en sån här konferens och börjar med det ni har gjort, data. Alltså om vi inte har bra data, låt inte det bästa bli det godas fiende så att jag funderar på. För att vi har de data vi har. Och det vi har gjort idag, vi har pratat om data, vi har jämfört data, vi har testat data. Det är så vi hela tiden lär oss saker. Vad man nu skulle önska då, någonting, det är att tillgängliggöra de fantastiska data vi har. Och jag blev väldigt glad när jag fick höra att Jesper, du har varit med här och sett till att vi äntligen får vara med i Luxemburg Income Study igen. Det är liksom skamligt för Sverige. Vi har helt enkelt inga wealth data, det heter någonting, förmögenhetsdata, men som verkar också vara på gång. Så att här har det faktiskt hänt saker som gör att vi på riktigt kan mäta och att vi inte har befunnit oss i de internationella sammanhangen för att kunna jämföra. Ja, det hände säkert när jag var på Finansdepartementet, jag vet inte. Men det är otroligt bra, så det är väldigt positivt. Sen har vi det här med fördelningspolitik som vi har varit inne på. Och vi har pratat mycket om, eller tittat mest kanske på det här med inkomster. Och då tänker jag lite grann på det här med utfall. Och Anders, du var inne på en del saker och några var inne på det. Åsa var inne på det och sen Marcus. Jag är ganska orolig för vad som händer längst ner i fördelningen. Det må vara hänt om man befinner sig där under en väldigt kort period i livet. Som student, som arbetslös, man kanske är sjuk. Eller som flykting. Men jag skulle väldigt gärna vilja se om man faktiskt klättrar i den här inkomstfördelningen. Tyvärr, Anders, när jag var på Finansen så höll man ju på att fundera, vad är effektiv fördelningspolitik? Och då brukar du, Anders, säga det här flerbarnstillägget, det mest träffsäkra. Yes, vi kör på det. Men så kom den där israeliska studien som visar att inkomsteffekten är väldigt besvärlig. Det vill säga, får man mycket flerbarnstillägg så blir det en bidragsfälla, framförallt då för kvinnor. Så att den här typen av avvägningar hela tiden. En annan sak som vi var väldigt oroliga på Finansdepartementet, det var att man såg de här inlåsningseffekterna av bostadsbidraget som också handlar om kvinnor ofta. Så att man ärver det. Det är ingenting som är temporärt, man får det och sen så blir det permanent. Så här skulle jag verkligen önska att forskarna mer går in och tittar på den här längst ner i fördelningen. Att vi inte fastnar där. Det är en temporär händelse, men det är ingenting som blir permanent för olika individer. Det som bekymrar mig allra mest ändå, det handlar om utbildning skulle jag säga. Jag har så svårt att förstå, det här är inget kontroversiellt i Sverige idag, men under så lång period som mellan 15-20% av barnen lämnar grundskolan utan behörighet att gå vidare till gymnasiet. Det är för mig helt obegripligt, så att det är någonting som måste göras. Man säger oftast ja, men det beror på att barnen kommer då från andra länder. Ja, jag förstår att det är orsaken, men det är ingen ursäkt för att inte göra någonting. Och det här fortgår år efter år efter år. Det resulterar säkert sen i utanförskap. Det resulterar i att man inte har någon annan karriär kanske i livet än den kriminella. Så att det här tidiga resurser för dagis, det heter inte så, det heter barnomsorg, och sen grundskolan. Det tycker jag är vår skyldighet att säkra. Det är bland det sämsta som faktiskt Sverige levererar idag. Och en gång i tiden pratade Massa Lindbeck om Lindbeck-kommissionens förslag att konkurrensutsatta offentlig sektor. Och det kan ju låta klokt. Men vad han sa för att förklara det här, att staten retirerade, och det var Per lite inne på, för att garantera en hög lägstanivå. Och det är kanske någonting sånt vi ska diskutera inom de här att utjämna livschanser. Hälsa, det måste ju finnas en rimlig lägstanivå i de här systemen, och framförallt då inom skolan som jag tycker. Sen är jag också orolig för ett nytt gap som kommer dyka upp här i kölvattnet utav det stora teknologiska skiftet och digitaliseringen. Här tror jag precis som vi måste diskutera infrastrukturen mellan stad och land till exempel. Det är så nu i vissa delar av Sverige, jag var uppe i Ångermanland i Hoting för inte så länge sedan, att där kan inte rektorn ge alla barn digitala läxor för det finns inga uppkopplingar lite längre ut i kranskommunen. Men e-hälsa, vem kan ta del av den om det inte ens en gång finns uppkoppling? Och sen är frågan, ska det vara fiber eller 6G? Så att infrastruktur i kölvattnet av digitaliseringen för att inte stad och land ska växa ännu mer ifrån varandra. Kompetens handlar det också om. Under corona så märkte man det att om vi alla ska gå in på BankID, men de äldre kanske inte ens en gång har den här telefonen. Så att här handlar det också om kompetensutveckling. Det handlar om gapen ska så att säga minska, men det handlar också om bredd och framförallt spets om vi ska fortsätta växa i Sverige. Så att ungefär där är jag. Jag är lite optimistisk ändå med vår governance-struktur, att vi jobbar på med fördelningsfrågor. Och jag tycker om att alla står här vid bordet och några är väldigt oroliga, andra är lite mer laid back. Och att det finns väldigt många som granskar oss hela tiden utifrån de här frågorna så att vi inte blir laid back. Så, tänker jag.
Varsågod. Tack! Jätteintressant dag och ett jätteintressant föredrag av Stephanie här. Jag tror bara en reflektion innan jag börjar, det är att kontext spelar roll. Och det slog mig då när jag lyssnade på Stephanie att vissa av de saker som diskuteras där känns kanske inte riktigt anpassade eller till en svensk kontext. Va? Så att jag tror att det är viktigt att när man börjar prata om politik att man tar hänsyn till just institutioner och förhållande i Sverige. Och återigen också som många av oss har varit inne på här under dagen, att mycket av vår bild av den här höga och ökande ojämlikheten kanske grundar sig på utvecklingen i USA snarare än vad som sker i Sverige. Så att det tror jag är två viktiga saker att hålla klart för sig. Men om man då tänker på politik så tycker jag att en möjligt sätt att fundera på vad man ska göra är att titta på vad är drivkrafterna till den här ojämlikheten. Och kan man göra någonting åt den här mekanismen? Och vill man göra någonting åt den? Eller någon form av cost-benefit-analys? Alltså är vinsterna i proportion till kostnaderna minskar ojämlikheten med tillräckligt mycket för att det ska rättfärdiga de här kostnaderna? Och då tycker jag det är intressant när man ser den här rapporten av Stephanie och Roderick, det är att när de frågar de här fransmännen vad är det som driver det här att jag förlorar mitt jobb och så vidare, så sa de globaliseringen. Och det är det vi har sett nu, va? Att globaliseringen har ökat ojämlikhet och man försöker adressera det genom att titta på globaliseringen. Va? Och det stämmer. Studier som jag själv varit involverad i med olika medförfattare skattat ungefär kanske 30% runda slängar av lönespridning i Sverige beror på globalisering. Och vi har vetat liksom i decennier, eller i varje fall sedan de svenska ekonomerna Olin och Heckscher, att det finns ju fördelningseffekter av handel. Globalisering är bra för hela världen. Det är bra för i varje fall i praktiken för alla enskilda länder. Men inom länderna finns det vinnare och det finns förlorare. Vinsterna är större än förlusterna, men det finns de som förlorar på detta. Och vi har sett nu då i västvärlden att de som har förlorat på globaliseringen, det är inte sådana medelinkomsttagare. Det är de som har sett sina industrijobb flytta till Polen och Mexiko och kanske framförallt till Kina. Och då har man försökt adressera detta genom att minska globaliseringen med ökad protektionism. Och mekanismen är att de här förlorarna på globaliseringen, de har mobiliserats politiskt. Va? Så det finns väldigt övertygande studier som visar att i USA till exempel så har globaliseringen bidragit till en ökad politisk polarisering. Det har bidragit till Trump, att han vann presidentvalet. Det finns lika övertygande studier som visar att den här globaliseringen ledde till Brexit. Alltså att folk som förlorar på detta, de röstar för Brexit. Va? Och detta har då i sin tur lett till till mindre globalisering. I USA så har vi haft handelskrig med Kina och hela världen i princip. I Kina har man å andra sidan en sån här politik som heter Made in China 2025, som är samma sak. Man ska inte vara beroende av omvärlden. Och i EU så driver man pratar allt mer om strategisk autonomi, alltså att man ska vara beroende av import av olika varor. Så det är helt klart att vi har haft en ökad spridning i löner på grund av globalisering, och vi får då en backlash mot globaliseringen. Det är ett helt bakvänt sätt naturligtvis att adressera detta. Och jag tror det finns en stor samsyn i Sverige att globalisering är ändå någonting som bygger vårt välstånd. Så då får man börja fundera på vad gör vi då istället för att höja tullar och liknande. Va? Och det kommer vi in på liksom förslag och politik och så vidare. Och då handlar det lite om det som vi vet också från vår handelsteori, att det finns vinster och vi får ta en del av de här vinsterna och kompensera de som förlorar på globaliseringen. Va? Och där är det väl uppenbart att vissa länder, säg USA till exempel, de har inte riktigt gjort detta. Va? Och då får man den här backlashen som gör det sämre för alla. Va? Hur ska man då kompensera? Det handlar naturligtvis om någon form av transfereringssystem, socialförsäkringar. Och det är självklart, det är banalt att säga det i en sån här samling. Alla i Sverige tycker vi ska ha socialförsäkringar. Men kruxet är liksom vilken nivå lägger vi det på? Alltså för är det allt för utbyggt så är vi ju rädda för att folk liksom blir fastlåsta i bidragssystem. Men är de allt för dåliga de här, va, så kommer vi kanske få en sån här backlash att man då till exempel vänder sig mot globalisering i det här fallet. Det skulle också kunna vara mot teknologisk utveckling eller vad det nu är. Va? Så att hitta rätt nivå där är naturligtvis svårt. Va? Men det finns kanske anledning att titta på en del av våra socialförsäkringar. A-kassan till exempel. Och det har ju gått mycket, de här systemen har gått mycket från att varit en försäkring till allt mer bli någon form av grundtrygghet. Va? Och många arbetstagare idag ser ju sina inkomster sjunka dramatiskt om de skulle bli arbetslösa, om de inte har någon form av tilläggsförsäkring och liknande. Så det är möjligt att det är en sån sak som man ska titta på. Där kom en jättebra ESO-rapport för om det var 3 eller 4 veckor sedan av Agneta Kruse och Andreas Berg som tittar på socialförsäkringssystemen, och de har en del förslag som jag tycker är värda att fundera på. Till exempel att man ska inkomstjustera dem snarare än prisjustera dem. Va? För att det har blivit för stort gap nu mellan vad man får i inkomsten och vad det ger. Va? De pratar om en obligatorisk a-kassa, tycker jag är intressant. Och de pratar också om att om man betalar försäkringsavgifter till hela inkomsten så ska försäkringen också täcka liksom hela inkomsten. Så där tror jag, om man ska ha då politik, titta på detta socialförsäkringssystemet. Så det är för att då underlätta för den som förlorar sitt jobb på grund av till exempel globalisering eller teknologisk utveckling under tiden de hittar något nytt. Okej, då ska de hitta ett nytt och då handlar det naturligtvis om att ha någon form av rörlighet, flexibilitet. Och vi har ju i Sverige klarat kriser väldigt bra ända sedan 90-talet. Bättre än de flesta länder. Mycket på grund av att vi har ett väldigt dynamiskt näringsliv. Så om vi tittar på finanskrisen, vi tittar på techkrisen, vi tittar på 90-talskrisen så klarar vi det relativt bra jämfört med andra länder. Men det gäller att ha den här flexibiliteten. Då pratar vi om, och det säger många, men det är ju så viktigt, precis som du sagt, det är utbildningsfrågan. Va? Det visar sig att hög utbildning i allmänhet, det gör också det lättare att hitta nya jobb. Och det behöver inte bara vara teoretisk utbildning, det kan vara bra yrkesutbildning naturligtvis också. Va? Men utbildning är jätteviktigt. Och där har vi problem, tror jag, på många olika grundskolor, gymnasier och även tror jag, universitet och högskolor. Va? Att det finns mer att hämta där, att man kan förbättra kvaliteten på utbildningen. Va? Sen vidareutbildning, jätteviktigt. Att man kan, när man förlorar jobbet, få någon form av vidareutbildning. Och där har det ju gjorts en del de senaste åren. Va? Så vi får väl se hur detta kommer falla ut. Jag skulle inte bli förvånad om det finns mer att göra här för att göra det här systemet ännu bättre. Jag tror ofta en svår fråga här är finansieringen, liksom, hur mycket som bärs av fack, arbetsgivare, stat och kanske även individen själv så att det inte bara blir en konsumtionsvara. Va? Men utbildning är jätteviktigt, socialförsäkring är jätteviktigt. Och sen handlar det naturligtvis inte bara mobilitet mellan yrken utan också mobilitet geografiskt. Alltså det finns ju orter i Sverige med väldigt hög arbetslöshet och så finns det andra orter i Sverige där man skriker efter samma typ av arbetskraft. Va? Och där får man fundera på vad gör man åt den här geografiska mobiliteten. Det kanske handlar om saker som flyttbidrag som man har haft från och till i Sverige. Men naturligtvis också kommer man inte undan bostadspolitiken som en del andra har varit inne på. Va? Det är ju ekonomiskt svårmotiverbart att till exempel för många yrkesgrupper att flytta till Stockholm och ta ett jobb med den bostadsmarknaden som är här. Va? Att det kostar så mycket. Så jag tror att om vi börjar med vad som driver, jag tror det finns drivkrafter bakom. Det kanske vi inte håller med om, men det finns drivkrafter, exogena drivkrafter till den här lönespridningen. Jag tror teknologi är jätteviktigt, digitalisering och liknande, och globalisering är jätteviktigt. Vi ska inte in och rota med globaliseringen, vi ska ha fria marknader för att skapa välstånd, men vi måste se till liksom, att ta hand om de här som råkar illa ut på grund av detta. Och det gör vi genom socialförsäkringar, vi gör det genom god utbildning och vi gör det genom att öka den geografiska rörligheten.
Tack. Ja, Per räckte upp handen och jag tänkte jag kunde göra så att om någon av er vill kommentera lite det som har sagts här så tar vi en sån sväng. Och sen så öppnar vi för frågor också.
Jag tänkte bara föreslå en annan skärning. Nu har vi pratat sektorspolitik här, transfereringssystem, bostäder och så vidare. Om man skär det tvärs över de alla politikområdena så menar jag att det finns ett annat problem, och vi ställde väl den diagnosen kan man säga, fast inte så tydligt i rapporten här, och det är rädslan för statliga ingrepp. Alltså vi kommer ju från en välfärdstradition som under de första efterkrigsdecennierna ledde till en självklar roll för staten på en väldig massa områden. Och sen kom en motoffensiv då början på 70-talet ifrån Svenska arbetsgivarföreningen, sedermera Svenskt näringsliv, som väldigt systematiskt och med stora resurser bearbetade opinionen. Och det där var väldigt framgångsrikt och det förändrar position, det har drivit hela vårt politiska spektrum åt höger, men även många socialdemokrater har så att säga anammat det där synsättet och gjort det till sitt. Och det var säkert nyttigt på många områden att man ifrågasatte statliga engagemang, och en del förändringar är till det bättre. Men det har samtidigt lett till att man har spolat ut en mängd barn med detta badvatten, därför att man har inte gjort en ordentlig analys på varje politikområde. Vad är marknadsmisslyckandena? Vilka kollektiva nyttigheter produceras på inom den här sektorn? Vad finns det för fördelningspolitiska argument som bara staten kan ta hand om? Det gör inte marknaden. Vad finns det för långsiktiga problem där också individer och individuella hushåll inte kan förväntas fatta rationella beslut och så vidare? Hade man gjort det så hade man förmodligen avstått från en del dumheter som vi nu ser resultaten av. Här nämndes tidigare bredbandsförsörjningen då, det var Susanne som tog upp det här. Ja. Detta är ju traditionellt en självklar uppgift för staten att garantera en infrastruktur för kommunikationsteknik så att säga, med den här nya tekniken. Och sen om man vill ha en massa privata operatörer, jättebra, då får de hyra in sig på det här nätet. Det är liksom standardlösningen som vi har tillämpat på andra områden när det gäller elförsörjning, när det gäller tåg och så vidare. Men där har man avstått från detta och så försöker man tubba marknadsaktörer istället att gå in. Och det innebär att vi har vilda västern när det gäller bredbandsförsörjning i det här landet. Alltså, det är kommuner, det är bostadsrättsföreningar, det är privata företag som IP-only och en massa andra aktörer. Och de springer i vägen för varandra och vissa delar av landet blir helt utan. Här skulle man naturligtvis ha satt ner foten och sagt att detta är en självklar statlig uppgift och så ser vi till att hela landet får en infrastruktur för detta och så finansierar vi med hyror på detta nät. Bostadspolitiken är också ett sådant exempel. Den avskaffades i stort sett över en natt under Bildt-regeringen i början på 90-talet med Danellplanen som den kallades och den har sedan aldrig återuppstått. Man har skrivit en ny målformulering för bostadspolitiken som har lett till att den är egentligen grundlagsvidrig därför att i vår grundlag så garanteras rätten till en god bostad. Men den här målformuleringen för bostadspolitiken förutsätter att marknaden ska sköta om detta och marknaden är inte särskilt bra på att garantera rättigheter. Så det är liksom inget förvånande i att vi har de här bristerna som jag beskrev för en stund sedan. Skolan likadant. Man har inte gjort en analys före reformen. Vilka är marknadsmisslyckandena här? Är det vettigt att kommunalisera? Är det vettigt att privatisera beslutet om val av skola? Och så vidare? Svaret på alla de frågorna är nej. Och det är inget som bör förvåna någon att vi får betygsinflation, selektion av elever och så vidare när man släpper in de privata aktörerna i det här systemet. Det är så att säga läroboken, grundkurs 1 i nationalekonomi som hade kunnat förebygga de här problemen. Så att det man skulle önska sig som ett generellt format är att man börjar på varje politikområde och fråga vad är egentligen vad bör statens uppgift på det här området vara? Om det sen ska vara staten eller regionen eller kommunen, det kan man så att säga, ta i andra hand. Men först måste man identifiera de här marknadsmisslyckandena som motiverar ett offentligt ingripande. Och de är ganska många och finns i alla sektorer. Sen är det en lämplighetsfråga hur långt man ska gå för att försöka eliminera dem. Men analysen måste göras.
Det finns mycket att säga. Jag vill bara få en sak sagt för jag tycker att det är viktigt att numera måste vi vänja oss vid att också ha ett klimatperspektiv på ojämlikhetsfrågan. Det finns en väldigt problematisk konsekvens av ökande ojämlikhet och framförallt liksom astronomiska inkomster i den ena ändan av inkomstfördelningen och det är att de här inkomsterna används för väldigt problematisk konsumtion som genererar gigantiska utsläpp. Om man ska ha någon slags liksom polluter pays principle som vi vill ha när det gäller företag, då behöver vi ha det också för de superrika. De bör inte flyga så mycket, de vill inte skaffa sig privata helikoptrar och privata helikopterplattor heller för den delen på vad som skulle kunna vara en kommunal badstrand. Men det finns en annan aspekt av det här också och det är ju att i andra ändan av inkomstfördelningen med en ökande inkomstfördelning så får människor sämre möjligheter att bygga motståndskraft mot klimatförändringarna. Och det handlar om allt från att leva i ett hem som är isolerat, som har tillgång till grön energi, solpaneler på taket, jordvärme, möjlighet att bo så att man har rimligt nära till jobbet. Allt detta gör det svårare att hantera klimatförändringarna, stigande energipriser till exempel. Så det här behöver man liksom ha ett klimatraster på och ett klimatomställningsraster på också. Sen skulle jag vilja tack Anders för att du tar upp detta aspekt med barnen. Jag tror också att man skulle behöva ha ett fokus på barn. Det handlar om det här med att ha jämlika möjligheter i livet, att starta livet väl, som ju måste vara ett mål för en stat att garantera det. Och då ser jag liksom i Tidöavtalet och regeringsförklaringen en politik som med nästan liksom kirurgisk precision drabbar barn. Så de här gruppen av människor som betalar skatt i Sverige men som ännu inte har blivit medborgare, de är ju så att säga föremål i det här avtalet för en ohygglig stigmatisering. De ska övervakas, de ska visiteras i särskilda visitationszoner på väg till jobbintervjun som man absolut inte får komma för sent till. Då ska man stoppas i det som heter inre utlänningskontroll, som nu vet drivs av en oundviklig rasprofilering. Jag ska inte prata om det nu, vad det här innebär för stigmatisering, för diskriminering på arbetsmarknaden, för hopplöshet, för känsla av att man inte hör hemma här, inte bör satsa på att lyckas i det här landet. Men jag vill gärna prata om vad det innebär inkomstmässigt att man så att säga riktar in sig på att införa ett bidragstak. Det här kommer ju väldigt liksom tydligt drabba barnfamiljer. Det är framför allt barn som lever i hushåll som drabbas av att man inte kan få barnbidrag, bostadsbidrag och andra välfärdsförmåner, utan det här alltså ska reduceras ganska radikalt enligt de förslagen som ligger på bordet. Men den allra största gruppen som är liksom absolut längst ner på inkomstskalan just nu, det är den här gruppen på drygt 40 000 människor som vi har tagit emot från krigets Ukraina. Som ju borde vara liksom vår stoltaste befolkningsgrupp, där vi borde säga att de här människorna är så välkomna. Vi ger vårt bidrag för att Ukraina ska hålla ut i den här kampen mot Rysslands invasion. Vad gör vi med dem? Nästan uteslutande kvinnor och just barn. Vi säger att de ska leva på 70 kronor om dagen i 3 år. Det här är en ersättning som sänktes. Den sänktes nominellt sett för 30 år sedan. Sen dess har vi inte höjt den. 70 kronor om dagen. Man har inte tillgång till praktikplats, man har inte tillgång till arbetsmarknadsåtgärder, man har inte tillgång till SFI, man har inte tillgång till några som helst stöd från samhället. 70 kronor om dagen. Om du väljer att bo någon annanstans än på Migrationsverkets boenden så har du inte tillgång till hyresstöd. Om du inte kan bevisa att det leder till att du möjligen skulle kunna få ett jobb, till exempel att du ordnar en praktikplats som är obetald, då kan du få 500 kronor i stöd av Migrationsverket. Detta är en grupp på 40 000 människor, kvinnor och barn, som vi tvingar att stå i matköer. De står och köar här på morgonen. Jag ser när jag går till jobbet i Uppsala, så står de och väntar på att få hämta ut en kasse välgörenhet. Om vi ska prata liksom ojämlikhet, vilken start får de i Sverige? Och vad kommer de befinna sig på för nivå när de här 3 åren har gått och det visar sig att Ukraina är ödelagt av krig, i och för sig fred, man kan teoretiskt sett återvända men inte i praktiken. Ja, då har de inte skaffat sig någon yrkesutbildning, inte kommit in på arbetsmarknaden, är fullständigt utfattiga. Så att ska man fokusera på barn tycker jag att man kan börja med den här gruppen.
Är det någon som vill lägga till något här nu eller ska jag släppa? Anders,
Nej, alltså, jag tog upp det här med barn som enheter vid fördelningsanalys och jag ser ingen motsättning mellan vad du sa och jag sa.
Det var jättebra det du sa.
Men det finns 2 argument för att göra så. Det ena är ju då att det knyter an till jämlikhet i möjligheter, för barn har inte valt sin egen inkomst. Vuxna kan göra det till viss del. Så att det är det ena. Det andra är då att om man studerar inkomst och ojämlikhet för hela befolkningen så finns det alltid en del som lever ett bohemiskt liv och som kanske åker jorden runt och så vidare. Och då har man låga inkomster, men det är ju liksom frivilligt val. Men den kategorin försvinner, så att man löser också lite datakvalitetsproblem med den fokuseringen. Sen en sak till här som Fredrik började med att säga, att det är viktigt att tänka på kontexten och relaterar då till anförandet här. Och jag tänkte på precis samma sak. Jag tycker att hon beskrev en amerikansk utveckling som vi inte alls har här. Alltså. Så att om man tittar på hur svenska löner enligt lönestatistik har utvecklats, så är det en god utveckling av hela lönefördelningen. Och dessutom har sysselsättningen utvecklats väldigt väl. Långtidsutredningen har några jättefina tabeller och figurer på hur sysselsättningen har ökat nästan explosionsartat i Sverige under den här tiden. Så att det är inte där som det finns källor till ökad ekonomisk ojämlikhet. Så att jag har svårt att förstå den här, när amerikanerna kommer hit och dömer om oss efter sin egen erfarenhet. Och jag tycker det är lite ego från amerikanernas sida faktiskt.
Vill ni lägga till någonting?
Eller mycket?
Får man?
Ja. Vi vet ju alla, vi ska försöka sluta vid 5 och släppa in publiken också.
Jag vill bara förstärka det här lite grann som jag är inne på med den här gapen runt globalisering och teknologiska skift. Jag tycker det här Fredrik sa, alltså ett svar på människors oro, alltså robotarna tar över eller kineserna tar över, det är ju faktiskt att stänga gränsen. Eller att slå sönder maskinerna. Eller att öppna upp gamla jobb. Det är ett svar från politikerna på den här frågan. Medan vi i Sverige har ju faktiskt haft det här handslaget mellan parterna. Okej, den privata sektorn får ganska hårt fram mot att då människor får omställning. Och där har vi nu något nytt inkomstförsäkring från 1 oktober. Men här skulle jag ändå vilja betona att vi har satsat på utbildning så himla länge, vuxenutbildning. Och frågan är om man inte skulle kunna åstadkomma bra mycket mer med de pengarna. För det är ganska mycket vi vill göra nu. Vi ska gå med i NATO och det är försvar. Så här ska man ju verkligen vilja att Finanspolitiska rådet börjar titta på hur kan vi liksom effektivisera. Nu pratar jag vuxenutbildning för att det är det vi pratar om. Och universiteten ska gå in dit. Så att det här ligger väldigt nära till hands. Men att kunna få några riktigt duktiga ekonomer att börja fundera på det här, Riksrevisionen och vilka den är, det tror jag är en otroligt viktig fråga.
Jag vill i så fall bara komma tillbaka till det här med, i nationalekonomi pratar vi allmän jämviktseffekter, och det är det som gör det så svårt, det här när vi pratar om en politik för ojämlikhet. Och Anders var inne på något jätteintressant. Liksom, om vi tittar 1980 som alla använder som utgångspunkt. Det var en totalt dysfunktionell ekonomi. Och vi hade i princip inga reallöneökningar under 70- och 80-talet. Och sen visar Åsa Hansson här liksom vilken fantastisk löneutveckling vi har haft sedan 90-talskrisen. Att det är viktigt att komma ihåg det. Och på samma sätt kan man titta på, tror jag det är viktigt att titta på den här översta, de allra mest förmögna, de med högst inkomst i Sverige. En del av dem är tillfälliga besökare. Man säljer villan så hamnar man högt uppe. Va? Men det finns också i den översta tiondelen väldigt förmögna människor. Och det är klart det kan ju göra ont i ens lutheranska hjärta när man ser en del excess och så vidare. Va? Men samtidigt så vem är där? Ja, det finns drygt 500 miljardärer i Sverige idag. Och det har ökat jättemycket sedan 90-talet. Va? Det är bara 10% som är gamla pengar. Så resten är liksom helt nya. Och det är entreprenörer framförallt, en del private equity och liknande. Och det är klart de har ju skapat enorma mervärde för Sverige liksom, i form av tillväxt, förädlingsvärde, skatteintäkter och liknande jobb, bra jobb. Så att det är liksom, vi får inte, man måste vara försiktig när man börjar adressera sådana här saker så att man inte förstör liksom, det som är bra i svensk ekonomi.
Okej, ordet är fritt. Frågor, synpunkter? Stefan?
Stefan Attefall heter jag. Jag jobbar ju mycket med bostadsfrågor. Jag går igång när jag får höra lite bostadsfrågor komma in i debatten. Tycker det är ett underskattat område även de här jämlikhetssynpunkt. Jag håller med Per och Lisa om att staten är alldeles för passiv i de här frågorna och även gör för lite även ekonomiskt, eller man kanske har lite andra idéer på vad man ska göra. Men om vi bortser från det och tittar bara på det som inte kostar statskassan någonting, så finns det 2 stycken saker som aldrig diskuteras som jag tror skulle göra stor skillnad. Det ena är ju att vi vet ju att det kostar enormt mycket att innan du börjar bygga en ny bostad. Oavsett om vi pratar om hyresrätt eller bostadsrätt. Här i Stockholms innerstad så pratar vi om, inte ens innerstaden, men 40-50 000 kronor per kvadratmeter bostadsarea innan man ens börjar bygga. Varför det? Jo, därför planmonopolet gör att vi har så trångt utbud av nya bostäder. Och här i innerstan har vi kanske platsbrist, men det har vi inte resten av Sverige. Alltså, en ökat utbud av färdiga detaljplaner skulle ju sänka markpriserna. Och det sitter kommunerna, hela makten. Både via sitt eget ägande av mark, som man vill optimera inkomstmässigt, men också via hur mycket man planerar av privat mark. Varför diskuteras inte den saken? Det andra vi har, det är att jag har gjort en studie här tillsammans med Veidekke på att det finns oerhört mycket, ska säga, prisvärda bostäder, en slags affordable housing i Sverige på den ägda marknaden. Vi vet ju att det är långa köer till de billiga hyresrätterna. De försvinner i takt med renoveringar. De nya hyresrätterna är ruskigt dyra. Det är ofta de man kan komma åt om jag inte har ruskigt mycket pengar att köpa för. Och så utformar vi kreditrestriktioner med kirurgisk precision som slår mot människor som har skaffat sig en någorlunda stabil inkomst som skulle kunna få lån i banken. Men de får inte komma in på den ägda marknaden. Och är man då utanför de här mest centrala delarna så finns det ett uppsjö av variation av ägda bostäder som man kan komma åt. Bostadsrätter, småhus till ganska rimliga priser. Vi har gjort massa räkneexempel på orter runt omkring Stockholm i många regioncentra runt om i Sverige för att visa på att det finns ett sådant utbud. Här har vi 2 stycken regleringar av det offentliga som har med kirurgisk precision slagit mot just människor med lägre inkomster och som vill in på bostadsmarknaden. Unga människor, invandrarfamiljen som har etablerat sig, börjar få jobb och vill skaffa en bostad för sig och sina barn. Och den här typen av frågor tycker jag aldrig syns i den offentliga debatten. Och ingen politiker vågar ta i dem heller. För då utmanar man massa intressen inom det politiska systemet.
Lars?
Ja, jag vill först tacka Per för att han tog in den här elefanten i rummet. För jag tror faktiskt att med den framtid vi går till mötes så är det ganska viktigt att man då funderar på vad kan faktiskt staten göra på det här området? Vad är det staten bör göra? Och varför har staten dragit sig tillbaka från skola, vård och omsorg? Det har ju väldiga konsekvenser. Det finns ett nytt exempel som jag tycker är ganska intressant. Du nämnde utbyggnaden av mobilnäten som ju är intressant i sig. Jag menar, när vi byggde stambanorna så hade man ingen tanke på att man skulle bygga 4 banor till Göteborg. Utan det räckte med en som tågen kunde köra på. Men här skulle man bygga 4 nät med de konsekvenser det har fått. Men nu har vi laddstolpar. Och då sa man redan från början, jag tror det var Anders Ygeman som sa det, att det här ska marknaden sköta. Ja, hur ska marknaden göra det? Och det gjorde inte marknaden. Och då har man kommit på den här idén att man ska ha statliga subventioner för den som bygger en laddstolpe. Och det får vem som helst göra, utom enskilda personer. Och är det någon som vet hur stor subventionen är? Den är 100%. Var och en som kan vara mer än en person, alltså 2 personer, kan be att få 100% för att bygga en laddstolpe och sen sitta och tjäna pengar på det. Och det var därför att marknaden inte lyckas med det. Sen tycker jag också, ni nämnde det här med 3:12-reglerna som jag tycker är intressant när det gäller om det är politisk klokhet eller politisk dumhet. Men det får ändå väldiga konsekvenser därför att för mig är det ganska uppenbart egentligen att man helt enkelt skulle avskaffa 3:12-reglerna. Jag har väldigt svårt att se varför man ska ha regler som gör att advokater och konsulter kan organisera sig så att de omvandlar sina arbetsinkomster till utdelningar. Det var inte riktigt meningen med det hela, men det är ju så det fungerar. Det är det som är huvudeffekten. Men sen är det så att för att göra det där så måste de gå på vinst. Och det gör inte alla de här bolagen än så länge. Vilket gör att man har mer än 1000 miljarder i sovande utdelningar. Och det är det som gör att man bedömer det som väldigt svårt att avskaffa det här systemet, för då vet man inte riktigt vad man ska göra. Så att det är alltså en sån här beslut som jag tycker var ett tokigt beslut och som har fått väldigt långa konsekvenser.
Lars? Jag vill gärna svara på det.
Jag tänkte jag skulle samla in. Göran Marcus. Göran. Marcus.
Det är en kommentar som möjligen kan upplevas som lite provokativ, men det har varit tal om data här som delvis intressant men delvis viktigt för att kunna utvärdera vad som händer. Och den här uppfattningen att Sverige har liksom fantastiska och framförallt heltäckande data tycker jag möjligen är något överdrivet. Det är till exempel inte helt lätt att förstå att ett land som värnar om inte har allt för stora ekonomiska klyftor, som det heter, avskaffa förmögenhetsskatt och samtidigt avskaffa möjligheten att upprätta förmögenhetsstatistik. Och nu då 16 år efter det här, tack vare ett synnerligen gediget kommittéarbete, så ser det ut att eventuellt möjligen bli möjligt att göra det igen. Men med de här 16 åren här emellan så är en källa till rätt stor häpnad. Ett annat exempel är det att Sverige verkar satsa på att uppfylla endast absoluta minimum när det gäller att leverera data till OECD. Så att tittar man på de fördelningsstatistik som OECD erbjuder sina användare varje gång det görs en metodförändring, så medan det finns länder som då ser till att det finns liksom täckning, att man kan liksom ha överlappande, så de svenska data har liksom luckor så de understa ruttnar. Så att den här uppfattningen att, eller om man åker på en internationell konferens som handlar om att samordna hur man upprättar liksom jämförande statistik, så ordnar man en drinkkväll på baren för de svenska deltagarna och sitter man där och super ensam.
Okej, ska vi ta en sväng med kommentarer? Anders använder
men jag vill bara kommentera Lars Anells kommentarer om 3:12-reglerna. Det kan ju inte handla om att avskaffa dem, därför att de sätter ju restriktioner på möjligheten att inkomstomvandla. Så att det måste handla om att skärpa de reglerna snarare än att avskaffa dem. Såvida inte tanken är att återgå till det här uniforma skattesystemet så att kapital och arbete beskattas på samma sätt. Och det tycker jag är ett rätt spännande förslag. Jag skulle gärna vilja se en utredning av det faktiskt. Men det behövs regler. Så länge vi har det duala skattesystemet så behövs det något som bromsar inkomstomvandlingen. Och det är 3:12-reglerna. Annars har jag missförstått det.
Jag håller med Anders igen. En sån utredning vill jag också se.
Är det någon mer som vill kommentera?
Nu vet jag inte om Marcus ville ha förmögenhetsdata eller förmögenhetsskatten. Men vi hörde även Stefan prata lite om förmögenhetsskatt. Jag tror du var inne på det, att det är ju faktiskt något vi har provat i Sverige, förmögenhetsskatt, och vi har provat arvsskatt. Och arvsskatt, det finns väl tilltalande element av det om man tror på det här med equal opportunity. Men det fungerar inte. Alltså det lärde vi oss, det gav nästan inga pengar till statskassan och det ledde till att folk bosatte sig i London eller Schweiz och så vidare. Och det är lite intressant, för att här vi pratar om politik nu, samtidigt är det klart att den här globaliseringen som vi också pratat om, det sätter ju restriktioner på vad vi kan göra, vilken typ av politik för att adressera ojämlikhet.
Bara svara på
för tydlighetens skull, så det så jag talar om vad den här förmögenhetsstatistiken sen. Vad jag anser om förmögenhets- och arvsskatter sen är en annan sak.
Men Marcus, nu har vi väl ganska bra individdata, framförallt paneldata. Jag uppfattar att lite grann problemet ligger i SCBs tillgänglighetspolitik, och sen så finns det massor med data som vi saknar, men det känns liksom, jag menar visst, allting kan alltid bli bättre. Såna här Luxemburg inkomststöd, det är jättekonstigt, och det här också med förmögenhetsdata som väl försvann för att man inte skulle frestas att det finns någon konstig förklaring för förmögenhetsskatten. Men jag upplever att det här med tillgängligheten är större, att det kostar väldigt mycket. Som forskare får man lägga ner hur mycket tid som helst. Vi ligger inte i framkanten med open access. Och jag menar, SEB är ju ändå finansierat av skattemedel, så här skulle man ju verkligen behöva kunna få en helt annan tillgänglighet just för forskarna och även regeringskansli och en del andra myndigheter. Men någonstans så sorterar de stora problemen mot de lite mindre.
Jag tror vi kan ta nu Okej, Per.
Jag har lite kommentarer här. Stefans inlägg om bostadspolitiken. Jag har ingenting emot det, att man ökar tillgängligheten till det ägda boendet för vissa grupper som kanske har blivit. Men alltså, det man måste hålla i åtanke är här att det stora problemet är den grupp som aldrig kommer att ha råd att köpa en lägenhet. Vi måste ha ett utbud av billiga hyreslägenheter också. Och detta kommer inte marknaden att leverera av egen kraft, och därför måste man liksom börja diskutera de här gamla instrumenten som vi hade fram till början på 90-talet, med olika typer av statliga garantier och sådant som inte behöver egentligen vara särskilt kostsamma, men vi är i en situation som liknar den som vi hade under decennierna i efterkrigstiden. Laddstolpar, Lars, det finns ett förslag i vår rapport om laddstolpar i statlig regi. Det är samma typ av infrastruktur. Det går inte att ha elbil i glesbygden i Sverige. Och det beror på detta. Och vill man försäkra sig om den möjligheten så måste man ha ett statligt nät. Och så får man ha en typ av internsubventioner som gamla Televerket hade på sin tid när de skötte telekommunikationerna i vårt land. De hade ett motto för sin taxesättning på Televerket, ett rundare Sverige. Och vad det innebar var alltså att de som bodde i Stockholmsområdet, Malmö och andra tätorter, de subventionerade det nät som inte var så bärkraftigt ekonomiskt, men allt var till för att alla skulle ha möjlighet att ringa. Och nu kan man ha precis samma resonemang när det gäller laddstolpar eller annat. Detta kommer inte att åstadkommas av marknaden. Det är liksom elementär ekonomisk teori som säger detta.
Nu tänkte jag ta en sista sväng här, och jag har sett Johan räcka upp handen och Anders. Är det någon mer som vill kommentera någonting eller fråga om någonting?
Jag måste passa tog.
Tack. Johan Skyck heter jag. Jo, en fråga som jag har saknat här, och framförallt när skatter kommer upp, det är kommunalskatterna. Jag tänkte bara höra om ni vill kommentera det. Alltså, vi har ju ett system nu som innebär att det är otroligt ojämlikhetsskapande mellan olika delar av landet. De kommuner som har sämst ekonomiska förutsättningar tvingas höja sina skatter utan att invånarna får det bättre. Och det här utjämningssystemet fungerar alltså inte som det är tänkt att göra. Samtidigt är det också så att kommunalskatterna kommer ju att pressas uppåt därför att det finns ju ett balanskrav, och det kommer att bli väldigt hård press på välfärdssektorn av bland annat demografiska skäl. Så att det här problemet accelererar. Jag tror inte att systemet kommer hålla länge till, och det finns också stor anledning att se på det av jämlikhetssynpunkt. Det kunde också vara en uppgift för Finanspolitiska rådet, kan jag tänka mig.
Ja. Kan jag svara på den?
Nej. Vi tar
en fråga till.
Och sen så kan vi ta en slutvända.
Ja, hej, Anders Palmér. Jag har ägnat ett långt yrkesliv åt olika makroekonomiska analyser av olika slag. Och jag har tänkt anknyta lite grann till Finanspolitiska rådets förra konferens, där vi fick höra värdet av en trovärdig och stabil ekonomisk politik. Och min erfarenhet säger mig att om ett land för en ekonomisk politik som är ganska vårdslös, om man ser ut lite längre hållbarhetsperspektiv, så får man problem. Om det blir en kris som man har svårt att hantera, så kommer det bli effekter på den ekonomiska fördelningen. Och det kan vara alltså att både finanspolitiken och penningpolitiken, eller en mix av det, är ganska ansvarslös och lättsinnig. Vi kan ju se ett aktuellt exempel i Storbritannien nu, när centralbanker får gå in och rädda marknaderna för att det inte fungerar. Så min fråga är hur ni funderar på det i Finanspolitiska rådet, om kopplingen mellan stabil makroekonomisk utveckling och en klok ekonomisk politik, hur det påverkar fördelningsfrågor. Tack.
Okej, nu är det fritt.
Okej. Ja, alltså jag delar din uppfattning att stabilitet i offentliga finanserna är en viktig förutsättning för att man ska kunna göra allt det här andra som vi vill göra för att åstadkomma ett någorlunda egalitärt samhälle. Och där är ju tyvärr perspektiven för närvarande ganska mörka. Om man tittar på vårt finanspolitiska record sedan 50-talet så har vi haft 2 stora pucklar i statsskuldsutvecklingen, och det har varit under högerregeringarna 76-82 och 91-94. Sen fick vi en budgetreform 96-97 som stagade upp det här systemet, så när nästa högerregering tog säte 2006 och satt där i 8 år så hände inte detta, utan då var disciplinen god. Man höll inkomst på samma nivå som utgifterna. Nu är vi tillbaka i ett läge med mycket stora påfrestningar. Vi har utgiftsdrivande politiska idéer bakom de partier som utgör regeringsunderlaget, och solidariteten med det nya budgetsystemet som vi fick då 96-97 är kraftigt reducerad. Dels på grund av pandemin då där liksom alla hämningar har släppt, men också på grund av att vi har riksdagsledamöter nu som i stor utsträckning aldrig upplevde 90-talskrisen i mogen ålder. De har inte den här minnesbilden. Så min prognos är dessvärre att vi kommer att se en stadigt stigande statsskuld under de närmaste 4 åren. Och det kommer naturligtvis, nu startar vi från en väldigt gynnsam nivå så att vi har ett betydande handlingsutrymme. Men på sikt så är det naturligtvis, som du antyder dig själv, en risk inbyggd i det här.
Vi fortsätter att ta några
Får jag bara göra en kommentar här? Jag håller inte riktigt med din historieskrivning. Man kan skissera ett helt annat förlopp om orsak och verkan och vem som bär skuld och så vidare. Jag tycker du har en alldeles för ensidig bild.
Men jag tror inte vi fördjupar diskussionen utan vi kör vidare.
Ja, precis. Johan, du har ju såklart helt rätt. Det är ju kanske den enskilt mest jämlikhetsskapande reform man kan tänka sig. Att säkra välfärden genom att se till att kommunerna har råd att finansiera den. Och att den inte finansieras genom en proportionerlig skatt som ju i högre grad betalas av de som har låga inkomster, utan genom en progressiv skatt, helst på kapital. Och det kräver ju en omfattande skattereform som vi inte kommer få se under den här mandatperioden. Men vi måste ju röra oss ditåt. Får jag lägga liksom en reform på bordet som jag tror att man skulle behöva ha som en inriktning. Tänk om vi kunde tänka oss att elektrifiera hemtjänsten. Undersköterskor är Sveriges absolut största enskilda yrkesgrupp. Tänk om alla som jobbar inom hemtjänsten skulle kunna få antingen en elcykel eller tillgång till en elbil. Då skulle vi behöva en plan för laddstolpar, vi skulle behöva en plan för elbilar, och 500 000 svenskar, framförallt kvinnor, skulle plötsligt ha tillgång till ett elektriskt transportmedel. Det här skulle också vara en jämställdhetsfråga. Ni vet att när det gäller tillgång till tjänstebil, är ni förvånade, så är ju män extremt överrepresenterade. De här tjänstebilarna är oftast bensin- eller dieseldrivna. Nu skulle kvinnor, 500 000, få tillgång till antingen en elcykel i regn och rusk och snöstorm eller en elbil. Det är inte omöjligt, och det här skulle också vara liksom en överföring till kommunerna som skulle avlasta deras kostnader. Så tror jag att man måste tänka. Jag tycker att det är förfärligt att vi är så besatta av priset vid pump. Vi borde vara helt besatta av att sänka priserna i kollektivtrafiken och underlätta för dem som redan försöker göra den här omställningen till elbil, till biogasbil eller till en bil som drivs av en allt större andel biobränslen. Istället så går vi ju ett helt fel håll.
Anders. Vill du säga något avslutningsvis? Jag är nöjd. Okay.
Jag kan säga det här. Det är självklart så att ordnade reformer är det allra bästa. Vi såg ju lite runt hörnen med skattereform, pensionsreform och även efter 90-talskrisen och reglerade upp allting. Och precis som Per säger, jag är också lite orolig att vi under en ganska lång period nu har kompenserat väldigt mycket grupper med som det vi kallar för temporära åtgärder. Men allt vi vet från andra skuldkriser är att de tenderar ju på att bli permanenta, men dessutom att mindsetet finns där. Så att en återgång till ramverket är faktiskt väldigt viktigt. Så jag tyckte Finanspolitiska rådets senaste rapport var väldigt tydlig. Att den här budgetprocessen, vi måste tillbaka till lagens intentioner. Och där är vi inte riktigt bra. Och det är inte bra.
Avslutande kommentar. Jag kanske kan säga det här med industripolitik, så är jag överens med Lisa och Per om att det kan vara bra när det finns marknadsmisslyckande. Jag kanske personligen då är mer tveksam till så här selektiv industripolitik av typen undersköterskor och elfordon. Det är någonting vi ser väldigt mycket nu i Europa, i EU. Det är jättemycket selektivt där man ska välja ut, där staten eller EU ska välja ut speciella företag, speciella industrier och genom olika sätt subventionera det. Alltså historiska erfarenheter av den typen av politik är inte positiva. Jag tror vi kommer se att det kommer sprida sig hit också till Sverige genom EU, och det är jag lite rädd för.
Tack så mycket. Jag ska inte kommentera Anders fråga ytterligare just nu. Vi får säkert anledning att återkomma till den frågan framöver. Men jag tänkte jag skulle försöka säga några avslutande ord. Alltså, vi har ju haft en dag som har spänt över väldigt många olika frågeställningar som har kopplat till fördelningsfrågor. Jag hörde någon av kollegorna i Finanspolitiska rådet berätta att de hade varit på en Nobelkonferens om fördelningsfrågor för någon månad sedan. Och det hade varit väldigt bra och stimulerande och så vidare, men de hade haft väldigt svårt att få ihop en bild efteråt av det här området. Så det finns väldigt många olika aspekter att diskutera. Och jag tycker själv att jag har lärt mig en massa här under dagen. När det gäller just den här panelen så ställde jag frågan inledningsvis: vad är egentligen problemen, och givet dem, vad kan man tänka sig för lösningar? Och jag kan väl säga att min bild av den här diskussionen är att när det gäller Sverige så är inkomstfördelningen inte ett jätteproblem. Den utvecklingen har inte varit påtagligt negativ om vi tittar på de sista 20 åren eller så. Och jag tror att de frågeställningar som aktualiseras när det gäller inkomstfördelningen, om det inte sker helt drastiska förändringar på makrosidan, alltså jag tycker jag kan se att det finns åtgärder, jag har nämnt flera som är möjliga att hantera. I grunden ligger ju att vi har den svenska modellen för lönebildning. Det är klart, skulle den förändras så skulle inkomsterna före skatt och transfereringar förändras ganska rejält. Där gör Sverige ganska bra ifrån, så det är ingen som liksom har pratat om det tidigare egentligen. Men jag tror ju att vi kan laborera med barnbidrag. Jag tror att vi kan laborera med inkomsttransfereringar som följer inkomstutvecklingen, även om prisutvecklingen just nu är förmånlig. Och jag tror att en obligatorisk a-kassa, jag tror att man kan titta på de människor som inte har trygghetspensioner. Det är en grupp som faller mellan stolarna. Jag tror kommunalskatterna kan spela en roll i det här sammanhanget. Så det finns ett antal saker som man kan göra. Den frågan borde vara hanterbar, så att säga. Jag tycker själv att problematiken kring det här med lika start i livet och skolan och även en del andra offentliga tjänster som här diskuterades är större. Men även där så tycker jag inte att det är tekniskt svårt att hantera. Utan det är ju politiska frågeställningar i allt väsentligt. Vill man göra den här typen av förändringar så är det fullt möjligt, enligt min uppfattning. Jag tror att man skulle kunna åstadkomma bättre lösningar än vad man har gjort. Liksom. Och jag uppfattar till exempel skolan som ett område där det egentligen i sak har funnits en rätt så stor enighet i mitten av det politiska spektrat om vad man borde göra. Och av olika skäl har man inte gjort det. Och det kan vi ha olika idéer om varför, men det har man inte gjort. Slutligen när det gäller förmögenhetsfördelningen, där är jag mer bekymrad än vad Fredrik är här till exempel. Jag hade den personliga förmånen, kan man väl säga, att ha kontakt med 20-tals, 30-tals, 40-tals, 50-tals miljardärer i mitt arbete med att dra in pengar till Nobelcenter. Och vid den tidpunkten när jag började var det 125 ungefär. Och nu är det mellan 450 och 500. Och det har gått väldigt, väldigt fort här. Och det är klart att det är ju så som ni säger att en del av de här personerna är personer som har varit framgångsrika entreprenörer och bidragit till. Andra har sysslat med rätt annorlunda verksamhet som knappast har varit av riktigt av den arten, även om det har varit möjligt att öka intjäningen så att säga. Men det må vara hur som helst med det. Det är inte det som egentligen är frågan, tycker jag. Utan frågan är, reser det här på lång sikt frågor om tillit i samhället? Reser det på lång sikt frågor? Det hade jag gärna velat få belyst mer här. Om hur stark är kopplingen till våra demokratiska system och deras förmåga att fungera och så vidare på det här området. Där känner jag en oro. Där tycker jag det finns frågetecken. Och där ser jag heller inte att det är särskilt lätt. Dels kan man ha din uppfattning att det är naturligt och bra, så att säga. Men även om man inte har det så kan man uppfattningen, så kan man ha uppfattningen att det är väldigt svårt att göra någonting åt utan att orsaka skador också. Så den frågan skulle jag gärna vilja veta mer om på nästa seminarium som vi väl ska ordna framöver här, antar jag. Men med de orden skulle jag vilja tacka så väldigt mycket börja med att tacka er som har deltagit och Jesper och Anette som har jobbat mycket med det här kansliet, förstås som också jobbat mycket med det, Charlotte, om hon är här kvar fortfarande. Ja, och jag vill tacka alla er som har kommit hit, och jag vill tacka World Trade Center, de därifrån som har hjälpt till och skött det här. Så tack så hemskt mycket, och vi hoppas vi ska få tillfälle att se er på liknande övningar framöver. Tack.